Everyone figured Lassung was the top dog, the final boss, eh? But fate, that sneaky hoser, decided to yeet him back to the Stone Age, stuck in the body of some kid who just hit the big 1-0. In this total backwater, being hungry all the time was basically the town motto, and even a scrap of cloth for your bits was considered a luxury, buddy. But our boy La Sung was no slouch, eh? He'd been through the ringer in his past life, so he was pretty sure he could ace this whole primitive society thing. No sweat. Just as he was giving himself a mental high five, a few of the fur-clad boss ladies nearby started giving him the stink eye, their expressions screaming, "What kind of kerfuffle is this kid trying to pull now?" They were probably thinking, "Ugh, this little jinx is about to try and check out again. Give it a minute." Ignoring his fan club of gossips, Lasung went all in, grabbing a sketchy-looking stone knife and slicing open the snakebite, then topped it off by shoving a flaming branch right into the wound. Beauty, eh? A scream that could curdle a double-double ripped through the air as Lasung writhed in pain and then passed out cold. In his daze, he probably just managed to mumble, "Master, if you were yanking my chain about this, I swear I'm going to come back and haunt you." Turns out, high temperatures can zap snake venom. After a whole night on the brink, Lasung was somehow right as rain the next day, tougher than a $2 steak. One of the older ladies took pity on him and tossed him a piece of jerky, which he absolutely hoovered down. Seeing the kid could still put her away, the woman muttered something and got her crew ready to take off. Lasung immediately started flailing his arms, sending out desperate, universal, "More food, please," signals. But life isn't a fairy tale, eh? And the woman shot him down cold, 'cause for this tiny tribe, with just over 50 members, the grub they scrounged up each day was barely enough to get by. On top of that, they were stocking up for the harsh winter, so of course the good stuff went to the buff fellas who did all the heavy lifting. And if things really went south, the useless as folks like him would be the first to get the boot. Just thinking about it really got Lasung's goat. The weather was steadily getting colder, and Lasung knew he had to hustle for food and fast if he didn't want to become a human freezy. After racking his brain, he had a brilliant idea: go fishing. There was a small river less than 1,000 meters away, but the villagers apparently hated fish and, of course, had absolutely zero fishing gear. Lasung's current toolkit was a total joke. Aside from the stone knife he'd used for his surgery, all he had was the 3 or 4 meter long skin of his arch nemesis, the very snake that nearly sent him to the great beyond. He muttered a curse under his breath, then hauled himself up to find some materials, planning to gather vines to weave a fish trap. I mean, it made sense in this untouched, pristine ecosystem, eh? The river had to be absolutely loaded with fish. In a flash, he was back with a massive armful of vines and sat in front of the cave to show off his DIY skills. The other little kids saw this weird project and crowded around for a gawk. Their eyes were shining like high beams and their mouths were oohing and awing in some language he'd never heard. Nearby, a few of the aunties were busy drying out thatched grass. That stuff was going to be their limited edition primitive mattresses come winter. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Lasung snapped his head toward the western edge of the forest and was greeted by a real gong show. The scraggly, bearded tribe chief and 2 of his buddies were sprinting for their lives. Each guy was desperately clutching an egg the size of a watermelon, screaming bloody murder as they ran. Behind them, a piercing screech echoed as a giant chicken over 3 meters tall closed in on them. Lasung yelled at the top of his lungs, "Drop the eggs, you hosers!" But thanks to the language barrier, his advice fell on deaf ears. The chief stubbornly held onto his prize, so the enraged bird showed no mercy, speeding up to deliver a devastating peck that sent the old guy flying face first into the ground. What happened next? Let's just gloss over that part. Seeing their boss get totally wrecked, the other 2 goons freaked out, immediately dropped their eggs, and bolted back into the forest, scrambling up trees like absolute monkeys. But the drama wasn't over yet, because Lasung's crew of little kids, a bunch of rookies who'd never seen a hunt before, took one look at the bloody mess and started wailing. The giant bird had just lost its prey when the kids' collective wailing acted like a dinner bell. It immediately whipped around and made a beeline for the cave like a feathered torpedo. The women in the cave totally freaked out, rushing to shove all the kids, Lasung included, deeper inside. Then, they all put their backs into it and pushed a massive round boulder in front of the cave entrance. When the opening was only about 30 centimeters wide, a massive beak suddenly thrust inside. Good thing the cave was a tight squeeze, or the whole group would have ended up on the menu. They were safe for the moment, but the kids were still bawling their heads off. Lassung got ticked off and snarled, "Zip it! Any of you keep crying, and I'll toss you out for that bird to deal with." Even though they didn't understand a word, he said. One look at Lassung's murderous expression scared the kids into dead silence. The giant bird, unable to bust through the boulder, let out a few frustrated squawks and finally took off. Seeing that the coast was clear, Lassung tiptoed to the entrance and peeked through the gap to check things out. The area in front of the cave was now deserted, but that freaky bird wasn't gone completely. It had returned to the crime scene and started to chow down on the chief's corpse. Lassung gritted his teeth, swearing an internal oath. "You and me, buddy, it's on now." Oh, for crying out loud, this bird's got a hankering for humans now, and it's totally GPS locked on our tribe's location. If we let this thing roost here, nobody in the village is going to get any shut-eye, eh? But the kicker was, our boy was pretty much empty-handed. Going at it solo with just a stick would be a total gong show. Just when things were getting super dicey, Lassung suddenly clocked the bird's pair of lanky legs. All of a sudden, a light bulb went off in our main character's noggin, and a truly wicked plan was hatched. No sooner said than done, he got right to work crafting his gear. He grabbed 2 fist-sized rocks, then casually whipped off the fancy snakeskin belt from his waist. Then he tied the 2 rocks to each end of the leather strap. With his handmade weapon all set, Lassung grabbed the limited edition bola and slipped out through a crack in the cave. The folks inside were absolutely gobsmacked. They wanted to bolt out and stop him, but they were spooked the bird would swing by to say howdy, so the whole crew just stood inside the cave, anxiously watching the drama unfold. Meanwhile, our guy, Lassung, had already snuck behind a bush. He crouched down and crept forward, pulling up about 500 or 600 meters shy of the bird. At that moment, the monster bird was still busy hoovering up its meal, completely oblivious. It had no clue a legendary operator had it dead to rights. In the blink of an eye, Lassung slowly got to his feet, grabbed the middle of the snakeskin strap, and started whirling the bola. The 2 rocks began to make a whooshing sound. With all that centrifugal force, the whole strap went tighter than a guitar string. The giant bird finally clued in that something was up. It snapped its head up, let out a screech, and made a beeline right for him. The gap was closing in a heartbeat. The peanut gallery in the cave was screaming their lungs out. "Lassung, get out of there, bud." But our hero stood as still as a frozen poutine. When the bird was only about 30 meters away, Lassung suddenly made his move, launching the bola straight at it. The strap spun like a top through the air, and the second it grazed the bird's legs, it instantly wrapped around them tighter than a toque in January. The bird was just 10 meters away from him when it suddenly lost its footing and did a massive faceplant on the ground. Its puny wings flapped like crazy, but getting up was a definite no-go. The people in the cave had their jaws on the floor once again. They couldn't believe this plot twist. Lassung immediately hollered at his 2 little sidekicks in the cave, signaling for them to pin down the bird's neck. As for himself, our guy hoisted up a ridiculously massive rock and brought it down right on the bird's noggin. Ketchup went everywhere, and the bird's frantic dance came to a full stop. The 2 kids, probably buzzing from the wind, also grabbed rocks and started giving the giant bird's head a serious percussion solo. After a few dull thunks, the beastie was officially toast. The 2 kids looked at Lassung, their eyes just sparkling with adoration, as if to say, "Buddy, you're an absolute beauty," completely lost for words. Lassung untied his snakeskin souvenir from the bird's legs, wrapped it back around his waist, and then gave his 2 apprentices the nod to help him haul their prize back to the cave. This time, they were as keen as mustard. They looked just like 2 little bros escorting their big boss. The 3 of them teamed up to drag the massive carcass towards the cave. Seeing the 3 kids lugging back such a monstrous catch, the people in the cave couldn't just sit on the Chesterfield and watch anymore. They shouted as they shoved aside the boulder, blocking the entrance, and poured out to give him a hand. The 2 heroes who'd been hiding in a tree from afar also scrambled down. They had watched the entire live stream of Lassung taking on the giant bird all by his lonesome, and a massive wave of admiration just washed right over them. This was the first time in the tribe's history that they had hunted prey of this extra large size. Back at the cave, Lassung told the ladies to save the bird's feathers for him, and everyone could do whatever they wanted with the rest. The kerfuffle was over, and now it was time for him to get back to his unfinished weaving. About 1 hour later, 2 baskets were done. Lassung put some of the bird's guts into a basket as bait and headed straight for the riverbank. Along the way, a woman saw him and tagged along, worried her idol might get into a jam if he went alone. She thought to herself, a treasure of the tribe like him needs to be protected 24/7, eh? The 2 boys who had just signed on with Lassung saw their chief whip up another strange contraption and take off. so they immediately booked it to follow and be his escort. The team of 4 quickly made it to the riverbank. Lassung stood on the shore and scoped out the river, and the more he looked, the more a shiver ran down his spine. In just a few short minutes, he had already seen several live-action scenes of big fish eats little fish. Turns out this river had some real hosers in it, but you couldn't deny the ecosystem here was absolutely top-notch. The river water was crystal clear, you could see right to the bottom, and fish and shrimp were zipping around like it was a long weekend. After picking a prime spot, Lassung tossed a few pieces of innards into the basket. He gripped the rope, tied to the basket tightly, and slowly lowered it into the river. The aroma of the fresh bait spread out right away, and schools of fish within a 20-meter radius swarmed over, fighting to get into the basket to tear apart the tasty snack. Lassung gave the basket a mighty yank out of the water. Except for a few that were quick enough to bail, there were still 4 massive fish left inside. The fish still in the river weren't spooked at all. In fact, they swarmed underneath to scrap for the leftovers, making him feel like he was tossing timbits to the geese at the park. He couldn't help but let out a chuffed laugh. These fish were seriously gullible, eh? They couldn't even spot such a simple trap. The 2 kids and the woman with him were wide-eyed with pure amazement. You just plunk that weird thingamajig in the water and hoist it up to catch those legless underwater critters? But as for what they would do with them, they still couldn't figure it out for the life of them. The rising star, Lassung, just slapped down 4 fish with a thud, putting on a total. Seeing their hometown hero chowing down, the villagers' brains finally fired up. Oh, so you can eat this stuff, eh? The whole village quickly jumped on the bandwagon, everyone grabbing a piece. One woman's eyes lit up like the CN Tower, having a total brainwave. That lady was sharp as a tack, instantly realizing this was a new food goldmine. After her aha moment, she was practically begging Lassung to be her fishing mentor. But Boss's son played it cool as a cucumber and said no, turning to hand out performance targets to 3 other employees. The team-building retreat kicked off. The lady and one rookie were on fish, gutting duty. The other intern was in shipping and receiving, skewering the cleaned fish with grass, prepping the order for the tribe. Meanwhile, CEO Lassung was casually scooping up fish. The fish swarmed him like he was a Timmy's on Roll Up the Rim Day, so all he had to do was swing his net for an autofill, making this item farm a total cakewalk. The 4-person team hustled all afternoon, closing the deal on over 200 fish. The biggest final boss was almost 10 kilograms, a truly legendary haul, eh? But the loot was too heavy. The 3 of them couldn't carry it all, so they had to send a kid courier back to the main base to call for backup. A bit later, a crew of absolute units showed up, and everyone huffed and puffed, carrying the haul back to the village like they'd just won the Stanley Cup. At the same time, the hunter and gatherer teams were also heading home from their shift. But thanks to their garbage gear, the seniors only managed to snag a few measly rabbits and chickens. What a total buzzkill. Just then, Lassung's fishing team returned, flexing their wicked catch. The whole village's mood was in the dumps because their chief had just cashed in his chips, but seeing Lassung's insane numbers, the mood flipped faster than a pancake at a stampede breakfast, and everyone was absolutely buzzing. The chief kicking the bucket was instantly yesterday's news. After the battlefield was tidied up, the whole tribe gathered for the drama, they assembled at the stadium in front of the cave. A funeral pyre the size of a mountain was set up. The guest of honor for the ceremony, the former chief, was placed right on top. An old fellow rocking some goat horns, looking pretty gnarly, sparked it up with a torch. The flames went up like a Canada Day firework, neatly sending him off in style. The flickering light on everyone's faces made for a super artsy scene, you know? The kids caught a whiff of barbecue, and their mouths started watering. None of them looked the least bit sad, and the adults couldn't have cared less. Why be sad when your idol Lassung just brought home an all-you-can-eat seafood feast, right? Lassung used this chance to do a quick head count of the tribe's roster. The total population was 52. Team Sausage had 8 dudes, Team Taco had 15 women, and the rest were a cast of kid extras. The goat horn cosplayer from earlier was the Big Cheese. Scratch that, the Elder, who was supposed to be the village's brainiac. But it looked like the server's top-ranked genius was about to get knocked off his perch. Lassung was totally stealing his spotlight with the local fandom. Anyway, continuing the rundown, there's a dude named Six Fingers, with a 6-fingered hand, whose weapon was a sad-looking twig. Rumor is his genetics are a bit off, so his face is always buffering. Next to 6 Fingers was a fashionista sporting a feather necklace. This dude looked pretty slick, but his taste in weapons was identical to his buddy's, also just a stick. What a letdown. Behind the fashionista was The Rock, showing off a bone necklace. His signature weapon was exactly what you'd expect, a rock. Standing apart from the stick in the mud crew was a 15-year-old kid with a pretty intense vibe. His left ear was permanently offline, and his left face had a bonus of 4 scars. His weapon was a sharpened thigh bone shiv. Next to one ear was Beast Fang, a 17-year-old certified hoser. His cred was pretty solid. He was the crown prince of the chief from 2 generations ago. He was packing a pair of saber-toothed tiger fangs over a meter long, looking absolutely deadly. Then came Mighty, the tribe's resident strongman, with a totally jacked six-pack. This guy's weapon was simple but effective, a ginormous thigh bone. Last up was Willow, leaning on a staff, who was the crew's navigator and security detail for the gathering team. He had a wild passion for grinding stones to make new gadgets. The rumor is his biggest life dream is to successfully craft a stone pot. Dream big, eh? So basically, on this whole server, only Beast Fang, One Ear, and Mighty were the real heavy hitters carrying the team. After the chief's send-off was done, night fell. Under the elder's artistic direction, the whole village headed into the cave to start the grub handout segment. Since the entire village was a bunch of noobs at eating fish, Idol Lassung got a special gig tonight as the food blogger, holding up a grilled fish to review it and give a masterclass on deboning. The villagers jumped right on that bandwagon, scarfing it down like it was their last meal. It was probably their first time being properly full, so everyone was totally stoked, feasting and having a real kitchen party. Seeing this, Lassung suddenly felt a shiver, he got all sentimental like he was watching a Heritage Minute. He silently vowed to carry this crew to the next level. After the big feed was over, the goat-horned elder grabbed some charcoal and started drawing some cave art on the wall, documenting Lassung's legendary moment. Meanwhile, Master Sung opened a workshop to teach the ladies how to weave baskets. He even upgraded the design to a slick new backpack. Now the ladies wouldn't have to haul around clumsy animal skins while gathering, and their productivity was about to go through the roof. The women's eyes lit up, looking at the new gear, fighting to try it on like it was the last toque at Roots on Boxing Day. They were never taking it off. The whole crew agreed to go forage for materials the next day to DIY their own. To pay for the class, the ladies gifted Lassung 2 limited edition deer hides. And just like that, Lassung became the tribe's first fashion icon with a slick animal hide outfit. But our guy was a good sport about it, only keeping one of the hides for himself. The other piece he tore up for the new mums with kids who were 2 or 3 years old. These mothers immediately used the hide to stitch together some duds for their little tykes. You gotta know that kids back then had super weak immune systems and there was absolutely zero medical care. Just a wee sniffle or a bit of a fever was enough to do them in, so this deer hide was a total game changer. Lassung was pretty sure that if he ever needed a favor down the road, these folks would be too polite to say no. The next morning, Lassung was up with the birds, as per usual. After popping off a few military-style katas to get the kinks out, his throat felt drier than a 2-day-old Timbits. Glancing at the stone basin holding the communal drinking water for the whole village, he felt a bit sketched out. Well, time to take matters into his own hands and fire up some personal pottery jars, to get a little fancy. Before long, the villagers started to trickle out of their caves, but the vibe was super weird today. Nobody was rushing to go hunt, and the elder gathered all the able-bodied guys in an open clearing. The elder was holding the wicked bright green feathered headdress that belonged to the old chief, and you just knew it was election time for the new head honcho. Lassung saw this and honestly couldn't have cared less. He turned and made a beeline for the riverbank. He wasn't even a teen yet, so what were the odds he could join this grassroots democratic election? Who would have thought that after just 2 steps? Dockney hollered for him to get back here and dragged him over to the elder. While he was standing there completely baffled, the elder gestured and spoke up. Turns out, the god of war Lassung had his skills recognized by, everyone. They were making a special exception to invite him to run for chief, which was totally wild. This was a sweet deal, and Lassung wasn't about to pass it up, buddy. Only by becoming the top dog could he run the show and lead the entire tribe. The rules were simple and pretty savage. A bare-knuckle one-on-one scrap, no items allowed. Seriously, injuring your opponent was a definite no-no, and the last one standing would be the new boss. Real quick, Doknai, Thuna, and Dai Luke sent the other challengers packing one by one, proudly making it to the final round. Cause of his smaller build, though. Lassung wasn't up first. The opening match was Doknai versus Thunya. The 2 guys circled each other like a couple of chickens with absolutely zero technique, just using brute strength to smash into one another. Doknai wasn't as strong, but geez, could he ever take a hit? Before long, he saw his opening and charged in, tackling Thunya to the ground. Thunya thrashed around a few times, but it was no use. He was left completely winded. In the end, he had no choice but to tap out. Ni stared intensely at that green-feathered headdress in the elder's hand. He couldn't help but let out a massive victory roar. It was both a celebration of his win and a challenge to the final boss, Luke. Luke immediately stepped forward, standing at a solid 6'3". The guy was built like a moving tower, a real unit. For a second, Ni was a bit intimidated, not even knowing where to start his attack, but he still puffed out his chest and roared. He charged in first, just to put on a show, but as soon as he got close, Luke's massive mitts grabbed him tight by the shoulders. Before he even knew what was going on, a massive roar exploded right next to his ear, and then Ni went flying like a broken kite for a good 10 meters. Bam! He landed with his whole body flattened on the ground and couldn't get back up for the life of him. Luke excitedly pounded his chest and turned to accept the feathered headdress from the elder. The villagers roared with approval, acknowledging their new chief. Just then, a challenging voice cut through the noise. Hang on a minute. Right as the big ceremony was about to go down and Luke was preparing to put on the feathered crown to officially become the new leader, Lassung casually sauntered up in front of him and, in the blink of an eye, quick as anything, he yoinked the feathered crown right out of Luke's hands. A few feathers drifted down. Luke was totally cheesed off, pounding his chest and letting out an earth-shattering roar, but Lassung didn't even flinch. In fact, he just gripped the crown even tighter. He turned to the crowd and, using his limited tribal vocabulary, he declared, "You want this? Then you gotta beat me. I'll be the chief." The villagers around them immediately went absolutely nuts. Everyone started hooting and hollering, even though they didn't totally get it, but it looked like nobody was against this sudden plot twist. So, under the shocked stares of the entire tribe, Lassung and Luke stood in the center of the arena. Luke looked down at Lassung, who barely reached his chest, his eyes full of confidence and disdain, while his best buds were screaming their heads off, cheering for Lassung. Lassung didn't waste any time. He dashed straight for Luke planted his left foot on the giant's thigh, launched himself up with his right leg, and slammed a wicked knee right into Luke's chin. Before anyone could even process what the heck just happened, Luke was already on the ground, his eyes rolled back in his head. The entire village was completely gobsmacked. You gotta remember, Luke was the tribe's #1 warrior, so even if he lost, it shouldn't have been this sorry. Especially when the one who laid him out was a kid who wasn't even a teen. The elder was suddenly over the moon with excitement. He had a powerful gut feeling that this entire tribe was about to flourish, all thanks to the kid right in front of him. Before he could even give the signal, Lassung was already being tossed in the air by the ecstatic villagers, celebrating the arrival of their new leader, a bit of a reluctant king, eh? In just 2 days, this guy has already pulled off a whole whack of miracles. Honestly, the villagers pretty much saw it coming, eh? And the drama's about to pop off. The trembling elder picked up the fluffy crown that our boy just launched, glancing at Lassung super awkwardly. A family heirloom passed down for generations just got trashed like this. How's the new head honcho supposed to keep his street cred now? But little did the old-timer know, Lassung trashed it on purpose. Are you serious? Forcing him to wear some neon green feather duster thing on his head? Yeah, right. Totally not his vibe. Meanwhile, the giant Luke had got his mojo back. His face was all scrunched up, clearly cheesed off. Amidst the crowd's roars, he went full send and made a beeline for Lassung. Seeing the trouble coming, Lassung leaned back and dodged the attack, slicker than a greased-up goose. Waiting for the guy to get close, he instantly snagged his 2 fingers and then gave him a good yank back. Right after, a quick slide brought him behind Luke. He delivered a finishing move right to his tender bits, making the giant eat dirt, and the more he squirmed, the worse it got. Not even 2 minutes later, the tough guy Luke was already blubbering and begging for a timeout. Only then did Lassung dust off his hands, letting the big baby go, who was crying a river like it was the end of the world. Then he spun around and walked straight into the cave, looking like a total beauty. This time, the crowd went absolutely bananas, and the little kids were screaming like he'd just scored the winning goal in overtime. It was the first time the kids' team finally got to school. The grown-ups, the gals were all huddled up, just dying to know where to find those vines. Tonight, they absolutely had to get Boss Law to show them the ropes for weaving those couture baskets. Meanwhile, the old boys club stared at the cave with a can't-quite-place-it look, their gears turning, crunching all the numbers. And right at that moment, Lassung made his big comeback with a whole new look. Today's outfit was a simple deerskin getup, his long black hair pulled up high with a wicked-looking snakeskin tie. He looked fresh to death, while also giving off some serious rebel without a cause's vibes. Seriously, this character build was the result of some deep dive research. Rumor has it, this trend goes way back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The original farmers found their mops were getting in their eyes, so they came up with tying it back to keep it tidy. And just like that, It automatically became one of the signature symbols of the Han people, the people of the field. Amidst eyes sparkling like it was a meet and greet, he walked into the crowd to start the huddle and assign tasks. First up was shaking up the logistics crew. The entire tribe currently has 15 women who are all grown up. Among them are 6 ladies expecting, so that leaves 9 people, and if you toss in this old timer, you get a solid 10. But today, he only slotted in 8 of the women for foraging duty. Now that the ladies have the deluxe version of the 3-compartment bag, why would they need this old fella as a chaperone? Each of them gets a "don't mess with me" stick, so protecting themselves is a walk in the park. The 6 mama bears stay home to watch the crew of 2- and 3-year-old terrors. The older kids got put on weed duty. The last woman took 2 little apprentices with her to go fishing down by the river. Now, everyone has a target to hit, but this old guy was suddenly out of a job, so he was looking pretty down in the dumps. For the fella whose whole life's work was grinding one stone basin, he had already pegged him as the resident expert pottery maker. But this craft is no small potatoes, it takes a heck of a lot of prep, so for now, he gave him a new gig. The haul of fish from yesterday was still super fresh, but in this heat, without salt to cure it, it would all just be a total write-off. But if you smoke it, it'll be good for ages. So Lassung showed him a few basic moves, and then handed the whole operation over to the old guy to handle. With that sorted, he went and found a decent empty spot in front of the cave and began the project of building a proper kiln. This kiln was designed with 3 whole levels. The bottom level was for ash and airflow. The main floor was the area to feed the fire, and the top floor was for showcasing the pottery. After a solid 3 or 4 hours of hard work, the kiln was finally starting to look like something, but you can't use it when it's still sopping wet, can you? So he called over the 2 fishing kids from yesterday, giving them the job of stacking firewood on each level and lighting a fire to cure it. At this rate, they could have the grand opening this afternoon. Once all the jobs were dished out, Lassung went for a chill solo mission to the riverbank to scout out some clay and lug back a big, smooth river rock to use as a workbench. He took the clay, he dug up and pounded it, kneaded it, and worked it over till it was completely broken down. The method was, first, shape a round base, kind of like a pizza. After that, roll the clay into long snakes, coil them on top of each other in a circle, and then smooth out the seams till they're perfectly flat. Next thing you know, his first masterpiece was done, a little water jug with a small bottom and a flared top. Once he got into the groove, he banged out 4 more just like it, easy peasy. He carted them all out beside the cave to sun dry, putting the 2 little Kailine watchers on guard duty. Anyone who got too close was going to have a chat. Next on the list was mass-producing pots and pans. 2 pots with handles and a dozen bowls, plus a bunch of other bits and bobs. This batch didn't need to be all fancy pants. As long as it was tough and did the job, it was good to go. Still, Lassung was pretty worried, wondering what the dud rate would be for this batch. As evening rolled in and the sun started to dip, Lassung started to carefully load all the half-baked pieces into the kiln. The 2 keeners and the wrinkly old-timer just stood there gawking, eh? Their eyes were glued to the new chief who'd been in charge for, like, a single day and had already pumped out a whole kitchen's worth of pots and pans. But on the inside, they were pretty sure this whole batch would be a total write-off, especially the old dude. He was having a full-on crisis, kind of hoping the clay pots would be a beauty, but also secretly wishing they'd just shatter into a million tiny pieces. I mean, if they didn't, wouldn't his entire life's work of grinding stone bowls look like a complete joke to everyone? But Lassung just coolly ignored all the side-eye, chilling by the fire and casually chucking more wood in. Then he grabbed an animal hide and started fanning the flames like he was born for it. This whole scene went on till dusk, right when the villagers started trickling back to the tribe. The gathering crew returned, their baskets overflowing with loot, all just delicious wild fruits. They were also lugging a bunch of ridiculously huge vines, looking like they were about to start their own basket weaving business or something. The guys weren't slacking today either, eh? They bagged 2 massive Jurassic-sized turkeys. Plus, they scored some bird eggs, a few chubby field mice, and get this, over 100 freshly caught fish. All in all, the whole village totally cleaned up today. If they stockpiled all this grub, they could feast for days on end. The expecting moms in the village were probably breathing a little easier, knowing they wouldn't be short on nutritious snacks. Just then, peeking through a crack in the kiln, he saw the ceramic bowls on top starting to have a major glow up, turning a porcelain white color. Lassung figured it was go time, so he let the fire in the kiln just die out on its own. He planned to let the pottery just chill out overnight, figuring a morning unboxing would have the most dramatic flair. After a super long day, everyone was completely wiped, but they still crowded around the campfire for the tea. Everyone looked as happy as if they'd just won the lottery, for real. The days of scraping by were pretty much ancient history, and the best part? Lassung flexed his cooking skills and whipped up a steamed dish with the two giant birds. The whole tribe was chowing down, going on about how amazing it was, like it was the best meal of their lives. But Lassung, he thought it was kind of meh because the food only had a tiny sprinkle of rock salt on it. You could barely taste any saltiness at all. Back in these days, rock salt was worth more than its weight in gold, and the gossip was you had to trade with other tribes to get your hands on any. Lassung started plotting, wondering if this whole pottery for salt mission was even going to work. After they finished the feast, the gals all headed back to the cave to get a start on their weaving empire. Everyone had to admit these backpack baskets were a genius idea, like super handy. The proof was in the poutine. Today's gathering team was smaller, but their haul was way bigger. And Lassung, being the ultimate model chief, had already dished out all the animal hides. So now all the little kids had warm blankets to snuggle under. The next morning, the second his eyes snapped open, Lassung bolted straight to the kiln to check on his masterpiece. Seeing this, that Fuzi character immediately dragged a few of the elders over for a front row seat. He was whispering some serious drama to the other elders, his face all tense. To be honest, Lassung was nervous as heck too, since his entire plan to trade for salt and his dream of a decent pot of meat soup hinged on this one batch of pottery. He'd been eating nothing but dry, crusty, grilled meat for days and was so over it. Feeling like he was unboxing a limited edition drop, Lassung slowly lifted the kiln's lid. He peeked inside, and the first thing he saw was the brilliant, earthy red of the whole set of ceramic bowls. Their surfaces had started to melt a little from the crazy heat, but surprise, it actually created a smooth, shiny layer, like it had some fancy high-end glaze on it. Seeing this, Luzi snatched a bowl faster than a flash of lightning, feeling it all over like he'd just found a winning lottery ticket, and even tossed his trusty old walking stick aside. He scrambled back to the cave on all fours like a madman. Next thing you know, the old guy is back holding a bowl of water, running and yelling his head off, showing the whole village this super fancy water cup. Lassung just smiled and continued with his big reveal. 4 clay pots and 4 water jugs came out perfectly. Their surfaces were super smooth without a single crack. The 8 spoons were kind of a flop. Though only 2 of them were decent, the rest just melted into a big sad blob. Out of over 20 bowls, he managed to salvage 12 that were still totally usable. As each bright red piece of pottery was pulled from the kiln, the entire tribe went from being completely shook to absolutely losing their minds with joy. Thu Nya and Dai Luke too were the quickest on their feet, each grabbing a jug and booking it towards the river. Before you could even blink, they were back, hauling 2 jugs filled right to the brim with water. The village elder, even though his heart was pounding, tried to play it cool and pointed, asking Lassung what in the world this stuff was. Before Lassung could even get a word in, his 2 followers from yesterday jumped in to spill the beans for him. This stuff is made from dirt after you give it a good bake, eh? But the only thing the old man really cared about was, can we trade it for salt? Lassung gave the elder a subtle nod, but unexpectedly, the elder just shot him a look of pure disbelief. It was a total, you're about to blow our entire budget kind of look. The old man pointed at the pile of pottery, then at the crowd of villagers, from the little kids to the seniors. Then, in their own language, he regretfully explained to Lassung just how ridiculously valuable this stuff was. It wasn't until Minbok came over to translate that Lassung was left completely speechless, like totally floored. Just 1 single bowl? That could be traded for a teenage guy or 2 girls. Never mind this entire collection of pots and jugs. In this era, anything that could hold water was as rare as a diamond. It was totally normal for someone to spend their entire life just to grind out 1 single stone basin. Getting more water containers was basically like winning the freaking jackpot. While the neighboring tribes were busy, downsizing the team to save on groceries, our boy Lassung was playing 4D chess. His logic was pretty straightforward, eh? More people means more hands for farming, and a bigger crew for any kerfuffles. Plus, it was time to hit refresh on the family tree, get that gene pool to legendary status. At the very least, they could avoid the whole everyone being born with 6 fingers situation. So, without wasting a second, Lassung kicked off the great population swap of the era. The starting lineup was stacked, the elder and 7 warriors from the hunting party. The trade goods were primo stuff, 1 water jug, 1 clay pot, and 3 ceramic bowls, all packed up nice and snug in a back basket. The deal was laid out like this. The water jug would get them 2 adult women, and the clay pot was worth 2 preteen boys. As for the 3 ceramic bowls, those were earmarked for salt. If the other crew was fresh out of salt, they'd just flash the fancy bowls to bring back some more beauties. The plan was solid. The team was out the door in a flash, while the big cheese Sung stayed back to manage the home team. The meeting spot was a tribe out west, just a quick hop over a mountain and a skip through a valley. The gang basically teleported there, arriving in what felt like no time at all. Word on the trail was this tribe was a bit bigger than their Han crew, with about 80 to 90 folks. The two groups had a history of swapping stuff back in the day. Seeing the elder roll up with the goods, a bald-headed fella from the other side hustled out to say hi. After a bit of chit-chat, the elder whipped a ceramic bowl from the basket to start the product demo. This bowl's for trading salt, eh? The second the bald guy laid eyes on it, his peepers lit up like the northern lights. What kind of magic bowl was this? Slick as ice, inside and out. And get this, it was light as a dandelion puff compared to the clunky stone tubs his tribe was using. Absolutely chuffed, he had his people haul it away on the spot. A measly little pouch of salt was passed to the elder. The elder took one look at the bag of salt and shook his head so hard it's a wonder it stayed on. Sorry, but that's a bit of a low ball, buddy. We're going to need more. Oh, and speaking of more, we're also looking to trade for 2 adult women. And with that, he gave Datu the nod to heave out the massive water jug. The bald guy just stood there, gobsmacked for a solid 5 seconds. Holy doodle, what a massive basin. They could store a boatload of water in that thing. But then he got real thoughtful. 2 women for a basin that size was an absolute steal, like winning the 6 over 49. But it was harvest time, and losing workers meant losing food on the table. But then he just figured, what the heck? And agreed. I mean, one less mouth to feed means the grocery bill goes down, right? A total win-win. What a beaut of a deal. A minute later, 2 women, looking like they hadn't seen a square meal in a month of Sundays and wearing nothing but their skin, were brought forward. The kid's eyes were shut. He wasn't moving a muscle. You could just tell he was out of commission. I'll trade these 2 for your big stone basin. This little unit is a throw-in. The bald dude's face puckered up like he'd bitten a lemon, waving his hands frantically like he was shooing away a black fly. Just get on with it. The elder glanced at the 2 sorry-looking women, but kept a straight face, and then had Stone pull out the clay pot from his pack, plus the rest of the bowls. If you're interested, you can trade the kids for these. Chief C. Ding had just landed the huge jug, and now, seeing the smaller one, he was digging it too, but still gave it a hard no. Seeing the deal was about to go south, the elder had to unleash the secret weapon. Boss Sung had briefed him on that morning. The old-timer immediately fired up a live-action cooking show, making meat soup in the clay pot right then and there. Before long, the incredible smell of cooking meat was wafting all over the place, the ultimate flex. The folks on the other side were basically drooling on their feet, so you can turn meat into a soup like that, eh? Chief Shiding couldn't take it anymore and swiped the clay bowl right out of the elder's hand, which had a few pieces of piping hot stewed meat swimming in a fragrant broth. Shiding took a careful sip, and then, boom, he was frozen again. Take 2. Holy cow, this stuff was unbelievably good. The broth was rich and savory with a beautiful shimmer of fat, and the meat was so tender it just fell apart. One bite and he was in heaven. The kids? Yeah, take 'em. Take all of them. Now, Shi Ding was going for broke. With a big, dramatic wave of his hand, he even told his crew to bring out a gigantic bag of rock salt, enough to fill Dolly's entire basket. Seeing what a killer deal they'd made, the elder was nodding like a bobblehead. Right after that, the whole gang headed for home, feeling pretty pleased with themselves. They'd left as a party of 7, plus the 9 new recruits, and were coming back as a full squad of 16. You had to admit, this little shopping trip was way more productive than a whole day out hunting. The elder led the triumphant crew back home, but the sight waiting for them made everyone's jaws hit the floor. The cave was absolutely covered in pottery. We're talking 4 brand new water urns, 4 pots, and a bowl the size of a small tub. Lousy was standing next to this pile of loot, grinning like he'd won the Stanley Cup. And out in the distance, on a cleared patch of land, 100 massive fish were hanging up to dry. The women nearby were absolutely beaming. You could feel the good vibes from a mile away. It was meat, meat, and more meat. Looks like the whole crew finally had a chance to hunt for themselves. The new merchandise that had just been traded, both adults and children, were totally floored, their souls practically leaving their bodies. You gotta get this, eh? A single stone pot was enough to trade for 2 full-grown adults. But this crew had a whole boatload of them, probably enough to acquire their entire old tribe, no sweat. Those massive slabs of meat hanging around were definitely for chowing down on. Seemed like jumping ship to this tribe wasn't a bad call after all. The old elder hustled the new hires over to meet the big cheese, Lassung, a lineup of 8 completely buck-naked angels and 1 little angel to match. Lassung squinted, checking out the goods and circling them like a judge at the fall fair. Whoa, buddy, skinny as a rake like this? These guys are totally factory seconds. But no worries. Once you're on my team, you'll be swimming in meat just one winter and you'll have packed on the pounds, eh? Finally, the big boss's eyes landed on a woman holding her kid. The little fellow was lying completely still, his face red as a beet, and when Lassung touched his forehead, he flinched back. It was hot as a $2 pistol, so he quickly yanked the woman into the cave. First order of business was to grab an animal hide and wrap the mum and son up like a giant poutine curd, then he had them sit by the fire. Meanwhile, Boss Lassung was pacing back and forth anxiously, totally stressed out. Holy smokes! Where am I supposed to find Tylenol in this day and age? How am I going to get his fever down? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lassung's head. Aha! Scraping therapy, my Nan's secret remedy. No sooner said than done, he got right down to it. First, he put a massive pot of fish soup on the go. Then he went to find a medical instrument, which was a shard of bone. The beak of that monster bird from before was half a meter long, after all, so he just had to snap off a small piece to use. The young mum looked completely baffled, having no idea what kind of hocus-pocus Dr. Lassung was about to pull. When she saw him touch her son and frown just a moment ago, her heart had already dropped into her boots. She was terrified Lassung would reject the damaged goods and send her son away for repairs somewhere far off. Just the thought of it made tears stream down her face. Right as the drama hit its peak, Lassung approached, brandishing his weapon, the beak shard. Give the little, I know how to save him. The woman was still speechless and confused, but her gut was telling her this new boss was 1,000,000 times better than her old one. So, shaken like a leaf, she handed her little treasure over to him. Lassung immediately used his sacred tool to scrape the little fella's body all over, leaving a heck of a lot of bright red marks. The kid, who'd been out like a light, scrunched up his face in pain and then started wailing his little lungs out. Seeing that, the mum's heart just about broke, and she tried to jump in to get her treasure back, but she was held back tight by two other women acting as security. In a flash, Lassung had treated the boy's whole body, handing a certified strawberry kid back to his mum. All done, he immediately ladled a bowl of the miracle fish soup and slowly fed it to the kid. The little guy must have been starving, because he started slurping it down the second it touched his lips. Lassung finally let out a big ol' sigh of relief, thinking to himself, all right, if he's eaten, there's still a chance, eh? As long as the kid broke a sweat soon, his little life would be saved. The mother was also relieved for the time being, even though she still had no clue what kind of ritual Shaman Lassung had just pulled off, but she was sure he didn't have any bad intentions for her son. Just as the weight was lifted from her shoulders, her stomach, which had been empty for 2 whole days, started protesting something fierce. Staring at the incredibly fragrant pot of fish soup, she was practically drooling buckets. Like a proper gent, Lassung immediately ladled her a bowl filled right to the brim, complete with a massive piece of fish. He handed her the bowl, then took over baby duty, holding the kid and wrapping him in the animal hide like a total pro. At that moment, the mind of the people's chief, Lassung, was going a mile a minute. Just a dumb old fever could take a life. The issue of basic necessities was fine on the food front, but what about clothing? To get enough animal hides to kit out the whole village, they needed to hunt a massive boss. But with their current set of crummy weapons, they didn't stand a snowball's chance in July. For the next few hunts, Lassung decided he had to get in on the action himself to personally find materials for crafting new toys, or at the very least, set up some top-notch traps. In his head, he secretly set a KPI for himself. Before winter hit, every single villager had to have a decent getup. After the whole village had eaten their fill, the little fellow woke up, soaked in sweat. Lassung handed the patient back to his mother, and even personally acted as a stylist, tying up the little guy's hair. While he was at it, he gave the kid the wicked name Ku Bing. The mother was over the moon and started calling him Ku Bing too. The new chief wasn't just a lifesaver, he even styled her son to join the boys. This gesture was basically a declaration saying, "Welcome to the team, buddy." Today, the rest of the newbies also got their hairstyles updated by the old elder, so everyone would be rocking the same look. Just one look and you could tell they were way cooler than the neighboring tribes. Their vibes were off the charts. With all that sorted, Lassung started his crafting session. He grabbed a stick that looked pretty straight and attached a spearhead he'd sharpened from the monster bird's leg bone to the end of it. And just like that, an authentic prehistoric bone spear was born. Next, he sharpened that massive bird beak into a short sword, tossing the leftover scrap material to the old elder, telling him to craft one just like it. For now, the armory only had a grand total of 2 items, both 100% handmade. At the crack of dawn the next day, after all the residents had woken up, Lassung immediately organized a morning huddle. He assigned the old elder a KPI to continue his pottery career, with the immediate goal being one bowl per person. The women were split into two teams. One team went gathering and the other went hunting for fish. The little kids stayed home to be the gophers. Lassung himself took charge of the hunting party, which included all the original warriors, plus his two trusted disciples, Da Chui and Hu Zi, and the pair of rookie brothers, Da Mao and Er Mao, who had just joined yesterday. With a total of 11 hunters, the squad headed straight into the ancient forest under the brilliant morning Sunday. As soon as they hit the forest, the hunting party split up into a few groups, with the veterans being allowed to go solo. Lassung only brought along his four core disciples, Da Chui, Hu Zi, Da Mao, and Er Mao, each lugging a back basket with tools clumsily tied to it with grass ropes. This forest was a real piece of work. Full of trees, hard as a hockey puck, every single one stretching over 30 meters tall and more than a meter thick. Sung felt pretty useless. Not a single bit of iron gear, just a ground covered in chestnuts. And way out yonder, a few seriously massive birds were pecking around for a snack. Just chill. But the sketchiest part? The whole way, he was dead silent, just scoping the place out, his eyes darting everywhere. For a supposed top hunter of the Han crew, he didn't so much as lift a finger for any of the critters they saw. Turns out the big cheese had to scout the turf first. Meanwhile, his posse behind him was getting super antsy, ready to go full-on feral the second they spotted a fat pheasant snacking on some chestnuts. Lassung just straight up ghosted them, his brain already crunching the numbers. If this mountain had a complete food chain with tons of little snacks running around, then there had to be a massive, meat-loving final boss lurking around somewhere, you know? And what do you know? Sherlock Sung's reasoning was bang on. All it took was a quick peek at the tracks and the presents they left behind. In a flash, he'd already clocked the trail of a wild boar. The absolute mess of tracks showed a whole squad had rolled through, but the depth of the prints was just bonkers. Seriously gave him the willies. A quick guess, put him at over 1,000 kilograms. This was a legit Canadian Shield-style jungle, no fooling. The whole crew crept along, real quiet-like, finally getting over this ridiculously steep ridge. All of a sudden, Lassung's eyes lit up like the high beams on a semi, because right in front of them was a whole valley with a little stream sparkling like it was full of gold flakes. The banks were loaded with aloe vera plants as big as hydropoles. And there they were. The main event had arrived. More than a dozen massive tusked wild boars were having a get-together by the stream, looking absolutely brutal. You could tell it was one big family reunion. The old man leading the pack had to be at least 1,500 kilograms, followed by his 3 or 4 wives and a whole herd of princes and princesses, and each one was already the size of a farm pig for Pete's sake. Trying to 1v1 this raid boss, and his crew was just asking for a beatdown, so setting a trap was the smart play. Lassung signaled for a tactical retreat, quietly fading back into the trees. His crew was so freaked out they went white as a ghost, their teeth chattering like a cold day in Winnipeg. These hosers were only brave enough to scrap with some wild chickens or dig up a few rats, but facing a monster this size? Yeah, hard pass. Lassung knew his squad couldn't carry their own weight, so he decided to go solo and just give her himself. He immediately put his crafting skills on display, weaving grass into some massive figure-6 snares right on the path. He tied the other end wicked tight to an old tree, making sure the second a hoof stepped in, the loop would snap shut automatically. The more it thrashed around, the tighter it would get, until it was totally stuck. This quick and dirty trap was the absolute perfect play for this mess. Just to be safe, he made his whole crew climb a tree to watch the drama unfold from a distance. Now it was time for the bait phase. Lassung moved like a total ninja, getting to the other side of the stream and slathering himself in mud to go into stealth mode. He was even holding 2 branches as props. What a keener. Then he just jumps out of nowhere, screaming his head off like a car alarm that won't quit. The herd of boars had never seen a freak show like him before. They completely lost their minds and bolted into the forest, and Lassung was right on their tails, chasing him down. He kept running and yelling, making a huge racket. Pretty soon, he heard some seriously pained squealing up ahead. As he got closer to the trap zone, the pathetic screams just got louder and louder. When he got there, he saw he'd bagged the goods, the big fella himself and a young female. But these janky grass ropes weren't going to hold for long, that's for sure. Lassung gripped his bone spear and slowly moved in, waiting for the perfect moment before landing a beauty of a strike right into the male boar's wide-open mouth. The spear point slid clean through its throat, and blood just gushed out like a broken fire hydrant. A few seconds later, the 1,500-kilogram behemoth officially bought the farm, its body still twitching every now and then. Lassung finally let out a breath of relief. But the drama wasn't over, eh? A whole new, massive problem just popped up. How are five scrawny kids supposed to lug this ridiculously huge carcass all the way back home? But as he glanced at the struggling female boar, a brilliant idea sparked in Lassung's mind, and he decided to go for it right away. He quickly used a grass rope to tie the female boar to a tree to get her to chill out, then muzzled her snout so she wouldn't try to take a chunk out of him. After that, he grabbed two more ropes and tied them to her front legs. Then he hitched the male boar's body to the female's back legs, basically turning her into a very unhappy tow truck. Lassung took the lead, holding the reins, while Dachui and Huzi each grabbed a rope on her front legs, escorting her along like she was royalty or something. Just like that, the crew escorted the female boar, forcing her to drag her hubby all the way back to the village. Demao and Ermao brought up the rear with sticks, playing security, keeping an eye out, and giving the boar a little poke on the backside every so often to get a move on. And so, this completely bizarre convoy made its way through the whole dense forest. Finally, the tribe's cave came into view off in the distance. Some kid pulling weeds was the first one to see this absolutely legendary sight. He screamed his guts out, reporting the hot goss. Right away, the whole village came pouring out to see what the big deal was, but none of them dared to get too close. They'd never seen prey this friggin' huge before. Lassung yelled for the bald kid to go grab a crock and some salt. The kid limped off and brought it back, lickety-split. Once the crock was there, Lassung dug a hole and buried it so only the rim was sticking out of the ground. All the villagers piled on to hold the female boar still right next to the crock. Without even blinking, Lassung finished her off with a quick slice to the throat, and the fresh blood poured straight into the crock. Not a single drop was wasted. In no time, the crock was filled right to the top. He poured the blood into a bowl of salt water and gave it a good stir. And just like that, they had a super fragrant blood pudding ready to go. The soup tonight was going to be an absolute beauty. The pig hide could be turned into a whole bunch of designer boots and backpacks. The hide from these two could probably make a dozen pairs easy. The layer of fat under the skin was wicked thick, like 4 fingers deep. If they rendered it down, they'd have enough lard to last a whole year. Basically, they used every single part of the animal, nose to tail, except for the lungs, which they used for fish bait. Everything else was on the menu. Even the huge bones were scraped totally clean and then ground down to make all sorts of hardware and weapons. The whole afternoon, the crew wrestled with 2 behemoth pigs that must have weighed a ton. They were beat, but holy smokes, the payoff was epic. An entire smoking rack was just dangling there, loaded with all sorts of cuts, big and small. They had this massive, steaming pot of blood sausage and tofu, plus 3 huge jars of pure white lard, eh? The kids were absolutely losing their minds, just cracking jokes and scarfing down pork rinds like there was no tomorrow. Even their hero, Ku Bing, was going to town on the stuff. Just as the sun was dipping and the old fella cracked open the pottery kiln, the villagers who'd been out all day started to wander back. The fishing crew absolutely killed it today, eh? Hauled in about 100 fish and packed a massive basket right to the brim. They even snagged 2 giant jars of fish roe as a bonus. And the hunting party? Oh, they weren't fooling around either. They brought back 3 wild chickens, 2 of those earth pythons, over a dozen bird eggs, a few chunky field mice, and even a basket of chestnuts just for kicks. But the real shocker came from the gathering team. Ku Bing's aunt was running the show today, and somehow they found this brand new thing you could eat a crazy sweet type of root. You just gotta peel off the gnarly outer bark, and you hit this layer of shiny, amber-colored sap. Get enough of it, and you can apparently turn it into white sugar. Seriously, Luo Song had to give her a proper public shout out for that discovery. The whole village was having a wicked feast when, of course, someone had to show up and ruin the fun. The elder's face was an absolute storm cloud, eh? He's waving this bright red thorny whip, chasing Ku Bing's aunt all over the village. From what the body's original owner remembered, Luo Song knew this was the tribe's version of family justice, which they only busted out for major screw-ups. Seeing this whole domestic kerfuffle go down, he jumped in to stop the fuming old guy and figure out what the heck was going on. But then the elder drops a total bombshell. He claims the root is bait from a demon tree, and anyone who nicks it gets eaten. Well, after hearing that, Luo Song immediately starts yelling for everyone to stop eating the root. Not because he believed the old fella, but he was worried this weird new grub might be poisonous or make everyone start seeing things, which would be a total gong show. Because of this whole mess, Luo Song barely got any sleep all night. He had to be on high alert for any weird twitch or anything. The result? A surprisingly chill night. Go figure. Once morning finally rolled around, the villagers all headed out to work again, and Luo Song started dishing out the day's chores. Everything was pretty much business as usual, except for one little plot twist. Hu Bing and his mom were heading out with the fishing crew today, while Luo Song took his 4 core disciples to tag along with the gathering team. He needed to see for himself what the heck this demon tree the elder was going on about actually was. The tree was way out there, deep in the mountains. You didn't see a lot of big trees on this mountain, but man, the bush was absolutely everywhere. There were plenty of fruit trees too, for sure. While they were trekking along, holy smokes, Luo Song spotted them. The tongue-scorching chili peppers he'd been dreaming of, just a flash of bright red peeking out from behind some shrubs. The villagers had never touched the stuff. The crazy heat just made them assume it was poison. So Luo Song gave his 4 little buddies just one job for the day: pick every single last one of those peppers. He, meanwhile, kept heading deeper into the mountains with the rest of the gathering crew. After they got over a small set of hills, this basin opened up in front of them, just littered with grayish-green animal bones. It looked exactly like a boneyard, eh? Right in the center of it all, this freaky-looking tree, about 60 meters tall, was just standing there. Its roots were all over the place, covering a 500 square meter area. The closer you got to the middle, the knobby bumps on the roots got way thicker, almost like they were trying to bait you in. Luo Song's spidey sense was screaming that getting any closer was a terrible idea. But since he was all guts and not much else, he decided to give her and check it out anyway. He figured with his skills, he could probably bail pretty quick if things went south. With every step, he'd poke the ground with his spear, testing the path as he crept his way towards the center. But the second the tip of his spear touched the ground under the tree, his finely tuned danger sense went into full-on red alert. Trouble was close. Without even thinking about it for a second, Luo Song yanked his spear back and booked it the way he came. Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and over 10 spikes, each one almost 1.2 meters long, slammed into the dirt right where his spear had just been. These spikes looked absolutely bizarre. Each one was almost a centimeter thick, and even the shortest one was over a meter long. The back end even had a white flower on it, about the size of a cereal bowl. Holy cow, wasn't this pretty much an organic version of an arrow? Luo Song was suddenly stoked. That whole story about Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with straw boats popped into his head, and he immediately yanked the basket off his back to use as a target. He tied a long rope to it and just chucked it right under the tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before you could even blink, more than a dozen sharp spikes were sticking out of the basket. He'd just pull the basket back, yank out the spikes, and then do the whole thing all over again. It wasn't until he'd collected 2 huge bundles that he slung them over his shoulder with his spear and booked it out of there. On his way out, he made sure to tell the women that the roots were still okay to eat, but they should probably just stick to digging around the edges to be safe. On the way back, he also managed to loot about 100 saplings from this weirdo tree. These things were already 3 centimeters thick with perfectly straight trunks, which was some primo material for making long spears. He called over his 4 disciples, who were busy picking chilies at the 4 bridges, and the 5 of them, master and crew, hauled the bundle of saplings back to the village. The second they showed up, the village kids were all over them, staring like their leader had just brought back some kind of alien. But to the powerful madams of the village, this whole score was just a pile of junk. The peppers? Can't eat them. Totally useless. And the sticks were so dinky they wouldn't even scratch their prey. But none of their trash talk was going to get Luo Song down, eh? For the rest of the day, he was all in on his equipment upgrade project. Once he stripped the bark off the spikes, the wood underneath was super smooth and hard. Their diameter was only about as thick as a smoke. If you made them into arrows, they'd be like those legendary heavy bolts you hear about in stories. Their range might be a bit shorter, but their piercing power would be absolutely nuts. As for those 3-centimeter saplings, their wood was tough as nails. You just gotta harden them over a fire and sharpen the tips, and boom, you've got some sweet new hunting gear. He tossed the sharpening job over to his 4 lackeys, and now the whole tribe was about to get a serious weapon upgrade. Right, so all he was missing was a bow to complete the look. Since they were flat broke, he could only throw together a kind of chunky longbow, but holy smokes, that thing packed a serious punch. And if you're gonna make one, you gotta go with mulberry wood, eh? That's the good stuff. He'd already cased a spot for it back on the boar hunt. Now he just had to find a tree with the perfect vibe. But the thing really bugging Lassung was that aloe vera bush he'd randomly stumbled upon that day. The fibers from this aloe plant, twist them into rope and their beauty, and weaving them into fabric for clothes would be a total game changer. It wasn't as top shelf as hemp, but it was way better than their animal hide get-ups. Plus, the stuff was tough as nails. But more importantly, the juice from its leaves was basically a first aid kit in a plant, an anti-inflammatory, a detoxifier, and a fever killer. Without a second thought, Lassung booked it right back to the forest where they'd hunted the boar. Talk about a lucky break. He found 2 fallen fir trees just lying there, probably got bodied by some beast. Both of them were perfectly seasoned by the sun and wind, totally mint condition. So he burned a whole day prepping his toolkit of stone axes and knives, then another full day just grinding away, carving and splitting that wood like a champ. Finally, a 1.5-meter long longbow started to look like something. Lassung spent another entire day meticulously sanding and polishing it before he was happy with it. The bowstring was expertly braided from fibers of the ghost sword plant. For arrows, he just used sharp thorns he found lying around the forest. And for the fletching, he went full bougie, using the bright blue feathers of some massive bird. In what felt like a hot minute, he whipped up over 200 arrows. 3 days later, as evening rolled in, Lassung called the entire tribe to an open field for a little show and tell. 30 meters away, a straw target was set up with a few freshly caught moles hanging off it. Lassung stepped up first to flex his spear-throwing skills, nailing it from 30 meters out with every single toss. Next up was his close combat spear routine, which left the villagers totally floored and cheering like they were at a hockey game. It was only then that they realized their chief had been secretly whipping up new weapons these past few days. Except for the little kids, Lassung handed out a spear to everyone. As for the hunting crew, each of them got a sweet deal with 3 spears. 2 were for yeeting from a distance, and the last one was for getting up close and personal. As for the teens, on top of pulling weeds, they now had daily spear-throwing practice to master. The pure white spears were slick and looked absolutely deadly. The villagers were totally geeking out over these flawless new weapons and didn't want to let them go. This was also the only ranged weapon they had, if you don't count chucking rocks like a bunch of hosers. Holding the white spears made everyone feel a whole lot more confident. Lassung was positive that it wouldn't be long before the whole village was taking down much bigger game. If the spears got everyone hyped, then the bow and arrow was basically a divine weapon sent from the heavens. From 100 paces away, he drew the bow for a test shot, and the arrow zipped through the air, sinking right into the moles. The entire village was completely frozen, their jaws on the floor. It turned into a total gong show with everyone pushing and shoving just to get a chance to touch the bow. But Lassung was just putting on a show for now. He had no plans to mass produce them yet. Simply because crafting the bow was a massive pain in the arse. After successfully teaching the long spear-making skills, Lassung jumped into a new project, crafting leather runners. After a ton of processing, 2 dark wild boar hides had become both flexible and tough, to make sure everyone got a pair of kicks. Aside from Lassung's own pair made from full boar hide, the rest of the villagers got boar hide soles, with the uppers patched together from the skins of smaller animals. As for little Kuben, his pair was custom made by the boss himself. They were knee-high boots lined with soft, smooth fur, and they were wicked warm. Ever since he got his new shoes, the little buddy ran all over the village, showing them off every single day. The tribe's measly supply of animal hides had now been completely used up by Lassung, down to the last scrap. Meanwhile, the weather was getting bone-chillingly cold, making the need for more hides more urgent than ever. If it wasn't for the hot soup they were slurping down every day, the whole village probably would have gotten sick from the cold. Right now, everyone in the village had 3 pottery bowls, and the storage cave was packed with other kinds of pottery. So, pottery making was put on the back burner for now. Lassung gave them a brand new task: firing bricks. Once they had enough bricks, they were going to build a massive kiln and maybe even use them to build walls and houses. The kids on weed-pulling duty were also just about to crush their quotas. 10 acres of open land outside the cave had been cleared, spotless, making it the perfect spot for building houses or farming. Too bad they didn't have any decent seeds yet, so for now, they could only plant chili peppers. The ghost sword plant was a pretty hardy species, so Lassung planned to grow it behind the mountain. 1 harvest a year would be more than enough. After laying out all his long-term plans, he got ready to head out on a much longer expedition. This time, the goal was to find 7 species of migrating herbivores. Basically, if it was furry, he was grabbing it, because the more hides, the better, eh? Lassung had already prepped all the gear for this trip ages ago, from weapons and dried rations to his personal stuff. Everything was packed and ready to go. Down to the very last detail, he went through his checklist, like, super carefully, but Luosung still felt this weird void, you know? And then, his super dramatic eyes locked onto this little troublemaker, just kind of shuffling about in a pair of boots. He was totally rocking this boar tusk necklace that looked sick, eh? But the little dude kept hiding like he was dodging someone he owed a loony to. "Ku Bing!" Luosung cleared his throat. Gimme back my precious snakeskin water flask. But the little keener stubbornly stayed put behind his mom, his hands tucked all sneaky-like behind his back, clutching the flask for dear life. Wah! Don't go! Please don't go! So Luosung had to switch to full-on sweet talk mode, patting Kubing's head with a voice smoother than maple syrup. Be a good little buddy, my dear Kubing. Just wait for me at home, okay? I'm just heading out to hunt for some new skins for the fam. I'll be back in a jiffy. This kid was actually wicked smart, having been personally trained by Luo Sung, so he could already string together a few words. Kubing pouted, his chubby little face scrunching up with like maximum level drama, and finally gave back the water flask. Come back, or I'll get ya. Luo Sung just chuckled, pinching the kid's chubby cheek before passing the little terror back to his mom. His eyes scanned over all the people just like living out in the open. They already voted for me to be their chief, so I guess I gotta carry this whole team and make sure one day they'll have full bellies and like actual warm clothes, he thought to himself. Under the super dramatic goodbyes from the entire tribe, Luo Sung's silhouette slowly faded into the morning mist. The elder watched him go, a massive frown creasing his face. A seriously worrying thought was buzzing in his head. Literally no one who'd ever spent a night outside the cave had ever come back. Meanwhile, our main character Luo Sung was just casually strolling upstream along a little creek. The game plan was to find a narrow spot to, illegally cross the river. The herbivores usually chilled on the plains, so job one was to clear this dense forest. After a solid morning of grinding, the trees finally started to thin out. This got Luo Sung super stoked. It was a sign he was about to bust out of this maze, but then, plot twist, the sky suddenly went all dark and gloomy. The trees around him suddenly got crazy dense, completely blocking out the sky and throwing a dark shadow over the river, making this natural bridge that looked both epic and super creepy. It was dead quiet everywhere. Something's not right. Luo Sung went into full-on alert mode. It's totally sus for a legit ancient forest like this to not have a single bird making a peep. And just like that, he grabbed a dry branch and slathered some pork fat on it to get it lit. He whipped out some embers and gave him a good blow. Poof. The torch lit up, finally giving our boy a bit of a security blanket. The pork fat on the torch started to crackle and sizzle away, adding some noise and light to the deathly silent forest. After sorting out his gear, Luo Sung held the torch up high and started to climb onto the unique natural bridge. He grabbed onto a big tree trunk and slowly shimmied his way forward. Just as our guy got to the middle of the river, a drop of hot grease from the torch fell right into the water below. With a massive boom, the river's surface suddenly started to boil like crazy, like some kind of leviathan had just woken up on the riverbed. The sudden racket made Luo Sung just about jump out of his skin. Holy cow, he muttered. Good thing I didn't try to swim across, eh? Chill, just gotta chill, he thought, inching his way forward. But when he got to the part where the two tree trunks met, the branches suddenly got twice as gnarly. With no other option, he jammed his torch to the side and whipped out his stone axe to clear a path. The axe smacking the trunk sent a shockwave that made his whole arm go numb, and then, in a classic what could possibly go wrong moment, the torch slipped out of his hand and plopped right into the water. Right before Lassung's horrified eyes, a gigantic mouth full of razor-sharp teeth shot out of the water like a shark snatching bait. It swallowed the flaming torch in one gulp. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the whole forest. Whatever owned that mouth was now thrashing around like a maniac underwater. A huge wave exploded upwards, knocking Lassung off the branch like he was a rag doll. The monster immediately lunged to turn him into a quick snack, but Lassung dodged the attack in a flash. Its jaws snapped shut on the pack on his back. The irony? The pack got totally wedged in its mouth. It couldn't swallow it, couldn't spit it out, and couldn't even crush it. All the monster could do was whip its head back and forth like a crazy person. Lassung was dragged through the water like he was on a wild toboggan ride, thrashing the whole time. In that do-or-die moment, he scrambled to pull the birdbeak knife from his boot. He sliced through one of the pack's straps and the waist belt, finally getting himself some breathing room. In the murky water, you couldn't see the monster's shape at all. He clung to the last strap with one hand for dear life, while using the other to just go to town, stabbing its head over and over. The monster just started thrashing around even harder, chucking Lassung into the air, then slamming him back down onto the water and dragging him at a wicked speed. When he saw a boulder on the riverbank just rip past him, Lassung went into full-on parkour mode, twisting his body to launch himself right onto the monster's back. He totally gave her, summoning every last ounce of strength and plunging the blade straight into its eyes. Fresh blood and brains just gushed out of the two empty sockets. A huge section of the river was stained bright red. The water monster's fight got weaker and weaker until it was just twitching. Lassung, now completely gassed, dragged himself to shore, sucking wind. At this point, it was totally game over for the water monster. It was floating belly up on the river, its pale white stomach facing the sky. And wouldn't you know it, his indestructible pack was still wedged tight in its jaws. Lassung had no choice but to find a heavy-duty vine, thread it through the monster's empty eye sockets, and haul the massive carcass onto the shore. Only then did he get a second to check out his prize. Turns out, it was just a jumbo-sized fish with a red head and a silver body, about 5 meters long. After catching his breath, Lassung grabbed his stone axe and started to harvest its fangs, and each one was the size of a kid's hand. Over 50 triangular teeth got added to his shopping cart. Once that was sorted, he finally got his god-tier pack back to see if any of his stuff inside was wrecked. So crazy lucky, eh? The tinder tube didn't get soaked, and while the other gear was a little soggy, it was still good to go. Just as he was about to start a fire to dry everything out, he heard this super sketchy rustling sound coming from the forest. He whipped his head around and saw something totally bizarre. A woman with skin as pale as a ghost was leading a little girl. The mom and daughter duo were just gawking at him like he'd just landed in a UFO. All of a sudden, they let out a massive scream and booked it, dropping something round that went rolling across the ground. Lassung, being a bit nosy, went over to check it out and saw it was a wooden bucket, the real deal handmade kind carved from a hollowed out log. Oh, so those two were just out getting water, but they totally freaked and ditched their stuff to make a run for it. Lassung had a feeling something was about to go down, like they were 100% going to bring the whole village back to deal with him. And what do you know? It wasn't long before. The woman from before came back, and this time she brought the whole posse with her. Everyone was decked out in pure white animal hides, and their skin was snow white. They formed a big arc surrounding Lassung, and the vibe was super tense, eh? Their eyes were glued to the massive fish behind him, and everyone looked completely shook. A fella who looked like the village's head honcho stepped forward to face Lassung, nodding his head toward the wooden bucket. Lassung got the hint right away, and used his long spear to nudge the wooden bucket back to its rightful owner. The chief took it, mumbled something in some language he'd never heard, and then jutted his chin towards the monster fish behind Lassung. Even with the language barrier, body language was saying it all. Our guy stepped aside, basically saying, "Have at er." Instantly, the other crew went all in. They all swarmed in and started wailing on the fish. Some of the women were even bawling their eyes out, so they must have had some serious beef with this thing. The chief, meanwhile, was grinning from ear to ear, clearly loving it. The guy pounded his chest like he was king of the castle, then held out his fist towards Lassung. Lassung looked totally confused, but seeing the guy's friendly smile, he figured he wanted to connect, not start a kerfuffle. After pausing for a second, he gave him a fist bump just to be polite. The chief just cracked up laughing, gave him a huge bear hug, and started chattering away while waving his hands and feet all over the place. It's true that languages can be different, but body language is universal, eh? Lassung also gestured, explaining that he'd crossed the river to hunt some horned beast. The chief nodded, looking like he totally got it. Turns out the village's public enemy number one was this water monster, which had already taken out who knows how many of their people. To thank their hero, Lassung, for taking out the threat, the chief enthusiastically invited him back to their village. It was getting late anyway, and their settlement was close by, so Lassung thought, you never know, maybe I can team up with these folks in the future. With that thought, Lassung gave a solid nod. He signaled for them to haul the fish back, adding the pro tip that this thing is edible and crazy delicious. The chief was completely floored by this news. In their experience, the only option was being fish food, never eating the fish. But they eventually came around to the idea, except the fish was a real unit, so they had to carve it up right there just to carry it. So, Lassung had to roll up his sleeves and play butcher. The fish skin was a shimmering silver, a full 4 meters long and 3.5 meters wide, and felt both smooth and stretchy. More importantly, its waterproofing was A+. Without another word, Lassung yoinked that sweet skin for his collection. The rest of the fish meat was carved up into massive slabs for the whole village to haul back. Their tribe lived deep inside the forest. After just a 10-minute walk, Lassung spotted an absolutely massive ancient tree. A real beauty, eh? The inside was hollowed out, about 100 square meters, which wasn't huge, but was enough for them to live in since their population was kinda, let's say, cozy. The adult men and women combined came to a grand total of 14 people. Tossing in the whole gaggle of little kids, their total population was 32. Lassung went ahead and gave this tree-dwelling tribe a cool-sounding stage name, the Great Tree Tribe. The reason their skin was so pasty was from living deep in the forest all year, away from the sun. But don't you go thinking they're just a bunch of hosers? The elder, the village's wise old man, led Lassung and the Great Tree Chief up to a lookout point. This spot had a killer view, towering over the rest of the gloomy forest. From here, you could see for kilometers. He pointed to the east and told Lassung, just keep heading that way to get out of the dark forest, and you'll see a mountain that looks like it's just chilling in the clouds. Up there's a beast with a pair of super sharp horns that looks totally fierce. Its fur is the exact color of the sky, and it runs like a bat out of hell, making it impossible to catch. Just from the description, Lassung immediately figured it was some kind of king-sized antelope. Trying to outrun it would be a total waste of time, but setting up a whole network of traps, now that was a whole nother story. Lassung looked confident, like it was no big deal, but the Great Tree Chief and the Elder were giving him some serious side-eye. Sensing the awkward vibe, the chief quickly changed the subject, showing off the leather clothes he was wearing. Turns out, it was the hide of a giant rabbit, over half a meter long. Their favorite munchies were moss and forest mushrooms, which were all over the place in this forest. Hearing this, Lassung's eyes lit up like the CN Tower. Oh my gosh, rabbits. This was a total gold mine, eh? Everyone knows rabbits multiply like crazy, and popping out litters of 5 or more is just a regular Tuesday for them. The little kits are ready to join the breeding brigade at just 4 months old. They pop out a new litter every 2 months on average, so by a rough estimate, if he brought back just 2 pairs, in 1 year, he'd have an empire of a few hundred rabbits. By then, the whole village could be decked out in rabbit fur, toques, and parkas, and they'd be swimming in so much rabbit meat they'd never go hungry again. Lassung got so lost in this beautiful dream of a rabbit farm that he started drooling without even noticing. After everyone was gassed up and hydrated, Elder Big Tree dragged Lassung along for a night hunt with the tribe. Our boy was a bit thrown, but then he remembered that rabbits are straight up nocturnal. So a night hunt was a total no-brainer. So he was on board faster than a puck in the net. After that, every warrior in Elder Big Tree's crew was rocking these gnarly, blacked-out branches, covered in some wicked-looking thorns that were sketchy as all get out. The whole squad rolled up to the spot, but our boy Lassung was basically just there for the vibes, arms crossed and all. He quietly found a corner to scope out how these backwoods pros wrangle rabbits. Elder Big Tree led them to snag some mushrooms. Then they posted up at the base of this massive ironwood tree. The whole crew hunkered down nearby, dead, silent, just waiting for the drop. Before long, this chunky little bunny bounced on over, its head whipping around like it was trying to cross a Toronto street. Seeing that no one was going to chirp at it, it tiptoed closer to the mushrooms. Just then, Elder Big Tree gave the signal, and the whole crew poured out of the bushes. They used the thorny branches to box in the poor little critter, leaving it with nowhere to bolt. Then they used a wooden thorn to send the little rabbit to meet its maker. Talk about an organized hunt, they could even catch them alive. Lassung's brain went into overdrive. This was a golden opportunity. If he could just get this squad to help him with his rabbit ranching scheme, it would be unreal. They packed up and found a new spot, setting another mushroom trap. This time, Lassung decided it was time for the main event to take the stage. He whipped out his longbow and knocked an arrow that looked absolutely wicked. Elder Big Tree's jaw was on the floor. He had no clue what in the name of Don Cherry this thing was. Just then, another rabbit poked its head out and started creeping closer, still a good 10 meters from the bait. Elder Big Tree quickly gave Lassung's sleeve a yank, signaling for him to get ready to go full send with him. But Lassung wasn't having any of it. He drew his bow, aimed, and let her rip. The arrow whistled through the air and planted itself right in the rabbit's throat, a one-shot wonder. Buddy. Elder Big Tree was absolutely gobsmacked for a solid 5 seconds. His eyes were practically welded to the bow. Lassung just cracked a little smirk, handed the longbow to the elder, gave him an arrow, and then walked him through it like he was teaching a kid to skate, aiming at the bunny that was already out for the count. The elder fired another shot. The meter-long arrow drilled into the dirt, sinking in more than halfway. The villagers lost their minds like they were at a concert, staring at this absolute beauty of a weapon. Everyone was totally shook, but also super impressed. Seeing Elder Big Tree holding onto the bow and arrow like it was the Stanley Cup, his eyes lit up, so Lassung sweetened the pot by giving him a fletched arrow as a little diplomatic gift. The rest of the hunt basically became his own personal highlight reel. In just half the night, he totally cleared the zone of over 10 little bunnies. This number was something the villagers couldn't even fathom. Usually, on a good run, they'd be crying happy tears if they bagged just 3 or 4. This whole spectacle had Elder Big Tree's entire tribe spilling all the tea, wondering how ridiculously stacked Lassung's crew must be. After they got back, just like they agreed, the rabbits they caught this time were all Lassung's to keep, while the meat was for Elder Big Tree's crew, and of course, the villagers were all for it. I mean, who's going to say no to a free meal, eh? Now, if he just chilled here for a bit longer, he was sure he could wrangle up enough mascots for his own squad. The goal for this little road trip was pretty much in the bag, but our boy was thinking bigger. He wanted to get out there and explore, see what was what. Plus, he was dying to know about those other animals. Elder Big Tree dropped spoilers on. Who knows? If he could score some wicked new rides, that would be absolutely legendary. The next morning, just as the sun came up, Lassung gassed himself up and was ready to rock before saying his goodbyes to Elder Big Tree. While he was at it, he pawned off the whole rabbit ranching job onto the Elder. All they needed was a bit of grass and some shrooms to snack on each day, and when he returned, he'd trade for them with other loot. Elder Big Tree was pretty bummed to see his hero take off. After all, with a walking, talking meat wagon like Lassung around, his tribe would be eating good and staying warm all winter. But the Elder got that the kid had bigger fish to fry, so he gave a nod, even though he was gutted. After saying his goodbyes to Elder Big Tree's tribe, Lassung walked on, basically leaving breadcrumbs by sticking branches in the ground. After hoofing it for 2 solid days, he finally broke out of the spooky forest, and suddenly things opened right up. It turned out to be this massive, endless grassland like the prairies. There were just a couple of lonely-looking trees here and there, and the ground was covered in tracks from what looked like a 4-legged buffet. Lassung got his bow and arrow ready and crept forward real quiet-like. Right now, Lassung was posted up in the middle of this massive field. He drew his bow, taking it slow and steady. Before long, the sight in front of him made him break into a massive grin. There was a whole herd of bright green gazelles, each one the size of a donkey, just chillin', munching on some grass, using them as delivery drivers instead of donkeys. Now that would be a serious upgrade. Lassung's inner business mogul was screaming, and he was dead set on catching them live. But these green gazelles didn't look like a bunch of hosers. One look at the pointy horns on their heads told you that if he just sent it without a plan, the whole herd of over 10 of them would turn him into Swiss cheese. Taking a closer look, Lassung figured out that it was basically their cuffing season. In the green gazelle herd, there was just one dude leading the pack, while the rest were 8 ladies and 8 little ones. Seeing this, a beauty of a plan started cooking in his head. He just had to pull the same classic move he used on the giant birds. Take out the head honcho first, and his whole fan club would just follow along. He immediately backed off to a safe spot. Lassung started whipping up his legendary sling. Not long after, he brought his brand new toy back near the herd. He ducked behind a bush, lying in wait for his shot. Very quickly, he saw his opening, a real beaut. The main man of the herd was getting a little friendly with one of the females. Lassung went for it, whipping the sling around, the cord spinning like crazy as it zipped right towards the two of them while they were getting acquainted. Like, out of nowhere, a freaking rope zips out and wraps around the couple's back legs, and oh my god, they started bugging out like they just got a "we need to talk" text. Thump. Both of them did a full-on faceplant, screaming like their favorite show just got canceled. But wait, there's more. Our boy Lassung was slinging a lasso like some pro from the Calgary Stampede. He launched it with a perfect auto aim and snagged the horns of the 2 hotties who were having their little moment. And just like that, the entire Blue Antelope fam went into absolute chaos. They started a messy round of let's just headbutt everyone. Before you knew it, a few of them were a tangled up hot mess of rope, screaming and flailing like crazy. The other 2 gals smelled the drama from a kilometer away and bolted, taking 8 little ones with them. Lassung just froze for a solid 5 seconds, watching the 10 of them dip, probably thinking, excuse me? Seriously, what was he supposed to do? He had no choice but to use the rope to cuff the rest of the antelope crew. Taming these wild ones was a total gong show, especially with the major attitude problem of the blue antelope species. Lassung figured he had to school them a bit first, just to crush their massive egos. He had a bunch of options, but he went with the most extra and straightforward way to get it done quick. So Lassung grabbed his stone axe and gave them a little style adjustment, snapping off all their bougie horns, then casually used hot coals to make sure they couldn't start any more family drama, if you know what I mean. The 7 antelopes went from thrashing around like they were in a mosh pit to going limp like overcooked spaghetti. Finally, Lassung tied a rope around the big boss's neck, stringing the rest of them together into one long besties forever chain. By the time he was done with this whole disaster, it was already dark out. He herded the whole gang to a small stream and, while he was at it, whipped up a pot of dried rabbit to deal with his hanger. To the northeast of the stream was a five-colored stone mountain that was giving off major rich kid vibes. Under the sunset, it was sparkling like some kind of designer fabric. Just from a quick look at that vibe, Lassung was 100% sure it was a massive, multi-mineral ore vein. This discovery made him as stoked as if he'd won the Lotto Max. He wanted to book it over there and check it out right away, but it was already pitch black, so he had to chill out. Who would have thought that the next morning, at the crack of dawn, Lassung would be woken up by this super annoying hack sound? The scene in front of him legit almost gave the guy a heart attack. In the thicket he'd used to ground the antelope herd yesterday, the two runaway hotties had come back with their 8 little ones to turn themselves in. Not only that, but the two of them had also peer pressured some six-pack having doodleope to join their clique. Lassung sneakily hid in a bush and decided to replay yesterday's drama. After a bit of a kerfuffle, the antelope herd's follower count blew up from 7 to 18. When the sun was fully up, Lassung just casually hopped on the lead antelope and cruised straight towards 8 Treasures Mountain. This place was the real deal, the jackpot where all the good stuff gathers. After scoping it out for a bit, he found out it was a copper mine with a bonkers amount of reserves. All that other colorful stuff was just, like, bonus loot. With this ore in his hands, his dream of crafting bronze tools was finally about to become a reality. The freebie minerals were pretty mint too. The orangey one was realgar, which you could use as a plaster for snake or centipede love bites, or drink it to cleanse out any gross parasites. The white one was kaolin, perfect for making crucibles for smelting that were absolutely fire. As for those huge red mounds, he thought they were something insane, but turns out they were just giant white termite nests, though the dirt inside was A+ material for firing pottery. So, unbelievably lucky, eh? It was only a 3-day hike from 8 Treasures Mountain back to the tribe, but with a whole fleet of blue antelope ubers pulling, it would be quicker than a puck drop at a Leafs game. All he had to do was go back and build a bridge. After planning out the future, Lassung was finally in the mood to just vibe and take in the scenery. To the east of 8 Treasures Mountain, a complicated river system formed a massive, sprawling wetland. At the foot of the mountain, the plants were thriving. It was a total 5-star resort for all the flora and fauna. There was black oak grass that came up to his knees, and kogon grass that reached his waist, and sweet elephant grass as tall as a baby tree. It was basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for herbivores. The empty space in front of the tribe's cave was more than enough to start a farm to grow these types of grass. Lassung's epic rabbit-herding career, along with his blue antelope posse, was about to get a major glow-up, since they all depended on this grass to live. There was also celery and broadleaf veggies, perfect for grabbing a few for some extra vitamins. Just as he was totally stressing about what to use to haul the grass seeds, a massive snakeskin just hanging out on a mangrove tree caught his eye. The guy was immediately like, "Yep, add to cart," and in just half an afternoon, he'd scored a full bag of grass seeds, chucked it onto the back of one of the antelope gals, and then started the hunt for some grub. Before long, an absolute unit of a goose with a 5-meter wingspan got yeeted out of the sky by 2 of Lassung's wind-slicing arrows. He plucked all the feathers to save for making more arrows. He planned to make some pot roast goose to replace the dried rabbit meat that was all gone from his basket, but while he was chilling by the water's edge, dealing with the goose, a mind-blowing discovery made Lassung so shook he wanted to scream. He realized that inside the goose's stomach were a few undigested grains of rice. He'd never seen this type of rice before. Each grain was bigger than a green bean. This was the first ever drop of this grain Lassung had found in this world. The first thought in his head was, I gotta find where this came from, no matter what. He was way too wired to sleep that night and got busy crafting some branches, prepping his gear to explore deep into the swamp. He had to harvest the rice before the wild animals finished the buffet. At the crack of dawn the next day, Lassung carried his DIY dugout canoe, found a spot with just enough deep water, and paddled right into the sketchy-looking swamp. At the same time, in some other spooky forest, Daishu was leading his crew on a snow rabbit hunt to hit the deadline for Lassung and the entire tribe. The whole crew was basically on the grind 24/7, leaving just the grandparents and the little tykes under 6 back at the pad. To hit his quotas, our boy Dai Thu started giving big time. He was just barreling in, digging up any rabbit warren he spotted, and if some stubborn little buggers wouldn't pop out, he'd smoke 'em out. This move was a total game changer, scoring him a boatload of rabbits, plus a bonus round of some fresh out the oven kits. But, life's not all poutine and maple syrup. Yeah, it was this go big or go home hunting strategy that kicked off a total gong show. This season, every crew was hustling hard to stock the pantry, and you better believe that squad with a particular palate was no different. Their 5-star menu, let's just say it was very locally sourced. Once you got nabbed, the guys became the featured dish while the ladies were stuck on baby duty or became like personal assistants. So on the exact day Lassung was trekking deep into the swamp, that crew with a craving for the long pork special got tipped off by the smoke from Daithu's rabbit roast. Their posse was stacked with absolute units. We're talking up to 40 dudes. And their gear was legit, eh? We're talking stone axes and wooden spears. Honestly, their power level was completely off the scale. To make things even more extra, the two head honchos were riding a couple of junior saber-toothed elephants. Compared to that, Daithu's crew, even if they rounded up everyone from the grandparents to the toddlers, wouldn't even be a proper appetizer. Facing these absolute tanks, Daithu could only scream for his squad to book it and get the heck out of there. The other team was right on their tail. Luckily, he knew the area like the back of his hand and totally juked them through some sketchy trails to lose them. The other guys were left in the dust for a minute, but sadly, not everyone made it out. This poor little kiddo who was out grabbing mushrooms totally freaked, caught her foot on a root, and took a massive digger. Just as she was trying to get up, an axe just flies out of nowhere and plants itself right in her back. Right after, those hosers caught up and, without even blinking, turned her into a shish kebab with a spear. The brutes were hooting and hollering, gathering around to enjoy their freshly delivered meal right then and there. Daithu was grinding his teeth so hard you could hear it, but he had to suck it up, buttercup, and keep running. He knew for a fact that if his whole crew charged in, they'd just be serving themselves up as a side dish. Thanks to the poor girl's sacrifice, the chasers decided to take a snack break. Daithu booked it back to the village like his hair was on fire to give the elder the 411 on the emergency. The other team was way too OP. There was 0 point in trying to fight. The only play was to pack up their stuff and find a new spot. So, the elder decided to put Daithu in charge of leading the whole village on a trek to the East Black Forest to find Lassung. I mean, just from a glance at his gear, you could tell Lassung's crew were not the ones to mess with. While he, the elder, would stay back to run interference since his old bones weren't exactly built for a marathon anymore. Daithu choked back his tears, gave a solid nod, and told everyone to grab their gear and make a beeline east. But on the inside, Daithu was having a full-blown meltdown. Lassung had been MIA for days. Like, where on earth was he? Was he still kicking, or had he already bought the farm? He had no clue. But if they didn't bounce, like right now, they were basically toast. There was literally no other option. It didn't take long for the enemy crew to track them to the village. The tree houses, built by, like, their great-great-great-grandparents, were now a total inferno. A blaze started by the elder himself, hoping to barbecue a few of the bad guys and buy his people a bit more time. After this whole kerfuffle, Daithu's crew, which used to be 32 strong, was now down to just 30 people. The whole gang, looking super bummed out, headed for the East Black Forest, running for their lives without even a coffee break. At first, Daithu wasn't even letting himself hope he'd find Lassung, but then he spotted some fresh branches stuck along the trail, and suddenly, hope was back on the menu. It only took them a day and a half to get to the edge of the East Black Forest. Just as they came out of the forest, it was late afternoon, and the whole sky was lit up, all brilliant red from the sunset. Daithu's people were totally gobsmacked by the view. This was the first time they had ever laid eyes on the world outside their hood, but Daithu was still looking pretty stressed. The trail of breadcrumbs Lassung left ended right here, and he had no clue where to look next. Just when he was about to lose it, he suddenly clocked the remains of a campfire by the creek. Getting closer for a squiz, he saw the mud was a mess of animal tracks, and smack dab in the middle was a footprint from Lassung's weirdly patterned kicks. Daithu let out a huge sigh of relief, knowing for sure his hero was somewhere close, so he told the crew to set up camp for the night. So while Daithu was busy leading the great escape, Lassung was still slogging through the swamp, his eyes scanning every centimeter of land like a high-tech drone. In this massive, foggy sea of reeds, finding wild rice was like looking for a needle in a haystack, eh? Then all of a sudden, his eyes lit up as a genius idea popped into his head. Waterbirds are obsessed with this rice, so if he could just find where they were all hanging out, he'd for sure find a lead. No sooner said than done, Sung got right on it. He paddled his dugout canoe, smacking a stick against the water as he went. Then, bam! Out of a nearby patch of reeds, a whole flock of spooked waterbirds just blasted into the sky. Lassung immediately changed direction, paddling like a maniac towards the flock. As he got closer, a patch of wild rice peeking out from behind the reeds slowly appeared. Lassung's eyes were bugging out like high beam. And buddy, he was stoked. That was it. the exact wild rice he'd been hunting for this whole time. He paddled with everything he had towards that shallow bank. Just as his boat was about to hit the shore, he suddenly heard some serious screaming from behind him. He whipped his head around and saw a few prehistoric guys in their birthday suits clinging to a log and getting tossed around by the current. They were screaming their lungs out and waving their arms like crazy in his direction, every last one of them looking absolutely terrified. Okay, so get this. You've got the swamp tribe, a population of like just over 50 people, tops. The whole village is out there giving her, stocking up on water chestnuts for the winter, when they get a massive whiff of some serious drama. Some dude they think is one of their own is just casually floating down the river on some mystery contraption, and the real kicker? This joker is floating right towards the forbidden zone, the one place the elders swear is a one-way trip to being absolutely hooped. So, the crew's boss, Lin Thao, being a total beauty, just starts screaming her face off to warn Lassung, "Hey buddy, turn her around. Turn back, right now." Problem was, the dude had zero idea what she was even saying in their dialect. He just stared back at these total strangers like a moose caught on the Trans, Canada. Seeing him completely zoned out, Lin Thao knew she had to make a move. So she just bolts. Goes full torpedo mode in the water, right for him. Okay, so seeing she wasn't about to shank him, Lassung chilled out a bit. The way she was blocking him, he totally got the vibe. She was warning him that place was a major death. Lin Thao was like, "Nuh-uh, genius." She pointed at him, then back at the forbidden zone. Then she put her hand in the water and did this dramatic sinking motion, basically miming, "You'll go down faster than a lead balloon if you go over there." Lassung finally got the hint and let out a huge sigh of relief. Seriously, he was super grateful for the heads up. But please, this dude came prepared, and there was no way he was chickening out now. So he just grabbed his paddle and without a single hesitation, full sent it straight for the reed beds. Lin Thao was totally freaking out, screaming after him, but she wasn't about to swim any closer. I mean, come on, she had a whole tribe and a kid to worry about. But the very next second, her jaw literally hit the floor. She watched as Lassung strapped two plank-looking things to his feet and grabbed this massive, man-sized shield made of reeds. The audacity. He just casually steps onto that forbidden marsh of doom, and he doesn't sink at all. The entire crowd let out a collective gasp. They had never, ever seen anyone walk on that marsh without becoming fish food, and this guy was making it look like a total cakewalk. But let's be real, it was anything but easy for Lassung. Under all those reeds was just a pit of thick, nasty sludge. Every single step with his DIY snowshoes was a total workout just to pull his foot back out. After a seriously epic struggle, he finally made it to the grain patch. Each stalk was like 2 meters tall, dripping with these fat, golden grains. Lassung whipped out a snakeskin bag he'd prepped so extra and just went to town, stripping the stalks clean like a human vacuum. He literally didn't stop until every last grain was gone. Then he dragged 2 ridiculously full bags of grain back to his little raft, totally pumped to paddle his way to victory. It was time to launch his agricultural revolution. But, plot twist, he barely got anywhere before he was completely surrounded by the Lin tribe. The crowd totally clocked the 2 sacks, weighing his raft down, but it was still floating, and you could practically see the light bulbs go off over their heads. They were like, "Hold up, this floaty majig can carry stuff? Not just people?" The smart ones were already daydreaming about cruising around on their own little rafts, picking water lilies. Lassung took one look at the mob in front of him, and you could just feel the rage O-meter start to climb. But they didn't seem like they were about to start a riot, so he decided to keep his cool. Lin Thao saw he was about to blow a gasket and immediately started doing some frantic charades while basically asking, "Oh my God, can you teach us how to make one of those?" He glanced at all the people treading water, their skin looking like giant raisins, and also they did try to save his butt earlier. So Lassung was like, "Yeah, whatever, fine." He motioned for them to round up all their floating logs, line them up, and then grab some reeds to use as rope. It was DIY time. He tied the logs together super tight and then told Lin Thao to hop on and test it out. And just like he figured, when she climbed on, the raft just floated there, all stable and everything. Lin Thao was instantly obsessed and started waving her people over to try it with her. Too bad for them, the raft was strictly a 2-person ride. Any more, and it would have been a total Titanic moment. Everyone who got left out was just staring with major FOMO, but Lin Thao was on cloud 9 because she realized this raft thing was stupidly easy to build. Plus, all the materials were like right there in their backyard. She could already see herself paddling back and the entire tribe going absolutely bonkers with a raft-building frenzy. Thinking about this, Lin Tao gave Lassung a look that was pure gratitude. She gave him a super warm invite to come hang out with the Lin tribe. But Lassung politely hit her with a no thanks. He still had his herd of blue antelopes waiting for him, and you can't just ghost your crew. Lin Tao didn't press the issue. Instead, she handed him this giant, egg-sized water caltrop as a peace offering. She promised that if he ever got into some drama, he could flash this thing and the Lin tribe would have his back. Lassung grinned and pocketed it, then immediately heaved the 2 bags of grain seeds and bounced without even taking a breath. Back at the meadow near Bat Bao Mountain, after a totally insane day of harvesting, Lassung had somehow managed to score about 60 kilograms of grain. He wouldn't even let himself eat a single piece, wanting only to get this treasure home as soon as possible to plant next spring. But you can't farm without tools, so now he had to go on a side quest to find copper and tin ore to make some. Meanwhile, on the exact same evening that Dai Thu made his dramatic escape from the dark forest, Lassung was just chilling in a meadow on the other side of Bat Bao Mountain, munching on some bomb-roasted beaver meat and weaving a huge basket for his mining trip the next day. But things were looking super grim for Dai Thu's squad over on the west side of Bat Bao Mountain. They fled without any fire. For the past 2 days, their entire diet consisted of a few sad pieces of dried meat. At night, they were freezing and starving, forced into a giant group huddle just to stay alive. The next morning, bright and early, a totally refreshed Lassung was leading his herd of blue antelopes straight for the west side of Bat Bao Mountain. At the exact same time, at the base of that very mountain, Dai Thu was passing out some freshly picked fruit, probably to stop his tribe from completely losing it. And then, out of nowhere, a few of the tribe members started freaking out. They were all screaming and pointing up at Bat Bao Mountain, where they spotted some guy on a crazy high, rocky peak. He was casually leading a whole herd of these 4-legged spirit beasts. Lassung heard all the commotion from down below, and when he looked, he totally saw the tree tribe just chilling by the creek. He was super confused, what are times doing here? About 10 minutes later, Dai Thu drags the whole crew up the mountain, and when Lassung saw the state they were in, Lassung just scrunched up his face seriously? You brought the kids? You guys look like you wrestled a mud puddle. But Dai Thu, seeing Lassung again, was basically staring at him like he was some kind of rock star god. He knew Lassung was on the hunt for those horned beasts, but he never in a million years thought he'd actually bag them. And so many. I mean, those people eaters on their prehistoric elephants, they had nothing times on this. At that moment, Lassung was basically a legend in his eyes. Then he noticed that every single one of them was clutching one measly piece of wild fruit, which was a dead giveaway they hadn't had a real meal in days. So Lassung immediately whipped out his leftover wild goose and roasted beaver to share. Dai Thu just plopped down by the fire, spilling all the tea about the last few days while he chowed down. The rest of the tribe started jumping in, adding all the juicy details. Once Lassung put the whole crazy story together, he literally gasped. He had no idea that lurking around here was a tribe of actual people eaters. Suddenly, a totally horrifying thought hit him, and Dai Thu's news just sent an ice-cold chill straight down his spine. He couldn't believe a tribe with questionable taste in food was so close. The horrifying thought that slammed into him was that his own Han tribe was practically neighbors with the Tree tribe. And if those freaks had already hit Dai Thu's crew, then his own people were definitely next on the menu. Just thinking about it, Lassung made a snap decision. They were mining all the ore times today, and bouncing tomorrow. He was just praying that River would buy them a few days. He looked Dai Thu dead in the eye and asked, "So, what's the plan for you guys now?" At that question, the whole Tree tribe just stared at the ground, totally clueless. I mean, winter was coming, and their home had literally just been torched. Plus, they were being hunted by a bunch of crazies. They had absolutely zero clue where to go. Seeing their pathetic state, Lassung just laid it out there. "Look, why don't you just roll with my Han tribe? We've got enough food stashed away to keep your whole crew fed through the entire winter." Hearing that, Dai Thu's eyes practically lit up like a Christmas tree. He was totally sold. I mean, that herd of 4-legged beasts was basically a walking buffet for the entire Tree tribe. The other members were all for it too. They'd seen what Lassung could do with that bow and arrow. With a piece like that, getting food would be a total cakewalk, and they wouldn't have to worry about getting punked by their enemies anymore. The entire tribe was just laser focused on Dai Thu, praying their chief would say yes. Dai Thu was already leaning towards a yes, but being the chief, he had to play it cool. After, forever, he finally asked, "So, you want us to join you? But what about your chief? Is he going to be cool with it?" Lassung just laughed. Oh, you don't have to worry about him. Because, surprise, I'm the chief. Daithu's face was a picture of pure shock. Like, asterisk this kid times is the chief. But he pulled himself together real quick. He'd seen Lassung's skills firsthand, and the stuff this kid had pulled off was stuff most grown-ups couldn't even dream of doing. Thinking about that, Daithu didn't hesitate for another second and gave a solid nod. And just to erase any lingering doubt, Lassung straight up handed his long spear to Daithu, tossed the stone axe to some guy named Mu Tong, and the vine-woven shield to another dude named Thu Trang. He knew this was a total power move. Giving away his best weapons was the ultimate way to show he was for real. I mean, who just hands over killer weapons to someone who could turn on you? And just like he planned, the guys who got the gear were grinning from ear to ear. Daithu even showed off the live rabbits Lassung had asked for earlier. There were more than 30 of them, all sizes, but mostly little ones. Lassung was totally geeking out. He was already thinking about how fast rabbits multiply, like a new batch every 2 months, and he realized his people were about to be set for life on the livestock front. After they ate, Daithu figured they'd be hitting the road. But, plot twist, Lassung started digging up rocks on the mountain. Daithu was like, why are you grabbing all these rocks? With these, Lassung said, I can make even sicker weapons. Then we'll be hunting so much food we'll have more than enough for 3 meals a day, and we'll be stuffed 24/7. Daithu and his crew were just speechless. They couldn't even comprehend a life that awesome. And without Lassung even having to ask, everyone just jumped in and started helping him dig. With dozens of people working together, they started flying through the work. By noon, they had every single giant basket packed to the brim. This time, they mostly went for copper and tin ore since there was a ton of it. On top of that, they also stuffed baskets with red termite soil and kaolin clay. Apparently, that's the secret sauce for making pots and molds. So, once everything was packed, Lassung, our fearless leader, corralled his crew of like a few dozen people, and they bounced. They weren't exactly breaking any land speed records, okay? As they moseyed along, Lassung decided it was the perfect time for a weapons tutorial with Big Tree in the squad, and the whole gang just kept trucking until it was super late. They finally picked this big open spot to crash and grab some dinner, and the first half of the night was like totally chill, just the crackle of the campfire and good vibes. But then, plot twist. In the middle of the night, Lassung, who was trying to get some beauty sleep, felt the ground start shaking major bad vibes, like some kaiju was on the prowl. And oh my god, it clicked. He totally remembered the nightmare fuel creature Big Tree had been gossiping about, so he shot up, woke everyone up, and was like, "Kill the lights, people! Now!" Then we hear these two, like, super high-pitched, baby elephant-sounding squeals, and BAM! 2 massive shadows show up in the distance, followed by dozens of randos charging with torches and weapons. And their fashion choice? Necklaces made of actual human bones. So chic. The main dude, riding this elephant thing, just waves his hand, and his whole mob of savages rushes them like it's Black Friday. Okay, but Lassung? Total pro. Apparently, he's done this before because he was freakishly calm, and he starts barking orders, telling some guy named Mu Thun to take the group and book it north. Meanwhile, Big Tree, Mu Thong, and Juju got stuck on decoy duty with him. So it's just the 4 of them, but Lassung instantly cooked up a battle plan based on everyone's gear. True strategist king. The other team, led by 2 clowns on giant beasts, were kind of slow and clumsy, not gonna lie. And their weapons? Literally just stone axes and bone spears. So last season, their best throws could only make it like 50 or 60 meters, but Lassung's bow, he could nail a target from 100 meters out, making it a total mismatch. He was basically like, as long as we keep our distance, I can literally snipe every last one of these fools. But seeing those elephant riders stampeding, even Big Tree was starting to sweat. His hand holding the spear was doing this little shaky thing, but then he glanced at Lassung, who was cool as a cucumber, and was like, okay, get it together. Lassung was just silently counting down the distance, 200 meters. Then, bam, he draws his bow and lets one fly. A whoosh, and the dude in the front just face plants. The arrow having gone straight through his chest. Savage. The other guys saw this giant wooden stick poking out of their friend's back and just, like, froze. And in that hot second of them being totally shook, whoosh, whoosh, 2 more arrows, 2 more guys down for the count. That's when the head honcho on the elephant finally spotted Lassung, let out this primal scream, and ordered his crew to just charge and yeet a volley of stone axes at them. Lassung saw that coming and immediately yanked Big Tree behind a tree for cover, and Mu Thong scrambled to hide too, while Juju just squared up, bent over, and used his rattan shield to protect his back. You just hear this thud 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 as a bunch of axes and spears smack right into the shield, and thank God that thing was woven from some tough as nails vines. So Juju was fine, but let's be real, that shield was not going to last. From behind the tree, Mu Thong sees all the stone axes just littered on the ground. So he just scoops up 2 of them and hurls them right back, and you won't believe it. 2 guys in the enemy mob get clocked and drop. Though we don't know if they're okay, Big Tree, the ex-leader, was not about to get shown up. He grabs a bone spear and just launches it, and boom, 1 guy gets pinned to the ground, instantly deleted, and Lassung immediately starts yelling. All right, guys, move it! Keep your distance and fight. And they just kept doing that. Rinse and repeat. The enemy crew, which started with 40 people, was now down to a pathetic 7, with the rest either taking a dirt nap or seriously messed up. Then, out of nowhere, Lassung tells his squad, who are literally running for their lives, to just stop. And about 80 meters away from the enemy, he stands there ready for a showdown. The elephant boss sees them stop and is like totally confused. I mean, his team is down to just a few guys and every single one of them is totally out of breath. He was so mad, he immediately starts whipping his elephant's back with his spear and just charges. Lassung just chills, fixes his breathing, and draws his bow. And when the guy gets to about 70 meters away, the arrow just flies. It went straight into the leader's right eye. Ah! He screams, tumbles off the elephant's back, and then get this, his own ride tramples his leg, smashing it into like ground beef. I mean, it was completely pulverized. The elephant felt something squishy underfoot, looked back, all confused, and then just froze, solid as if it had been struck by lightning. His little minions were just standing there, jaws on the floor, like, how did our boss just spontaneously combust? But their charge didn't stop, because, Lassung was like, counterattack, now! And in an instant, 3 thrown spears and an arrow are flying through the air, and 3 more enemies hit the deck, leaving only 3 survivors. Terrified, the last 3 quickly turned to bail. The remaining elephant rider tried to get his giant beast to turn around, but seeing it was too slow, he just leaped right off its back. Not even skipping a beat, Lassung yanked back his bow and let another one fly, and the dude caught an arrow to the chest before his face could even say hello to the dirt. After a few steps, he totally face-planted, right as Dai Thu and 2 others came charging in from the back. A stone axe came whistling through the air, doing a cleanup job on the last 2 stragglers. And just like that, the world's most chaotic game of tag in the jungle was officially over. Dai Thu and the other 3 were just standing there, jaws on the floor. Like, did the 4 of them seriously just take out a whole squad of 40 guys and 2 baby giant elephants? Now that their babysitters were gone, the 2 elephants just stood there looking totally clueless. Lassung, ever the leader, immediately started barking out new orders. Thu Tru was on stay here and look pretty duty. Mok Thong's mission, go round up the rest of our chaotic family. And Dai Thu got the glorious job of going with him to make sure anyone who was playing possum was taking a permanent nap. The 3 of them were all in and immediately split up to handle their business. Lassung went to collect his arrows, and they also scooped up all the good bone spears and stone axes. But then, plot twist, the 2 newly orphaned giant elephants started following him like he was their new mom. They even kept booping him in the back with their trunks. Ugh, so needy. It was obvious they were determined to be his new shadow. He shoved their trunks away and was like, yo, back off, stop following me. I can't afford you guys. You're literal giant elephants. When you're all grown up, you'll be like 15-ton beasts. Do you have any idea what your grocery bill would even look like? Just then, Dai Thu came back with a major frown, reporting they'd only found 36 bodies, meaning 4 were still MIA from the original 40. Lassung's stomach totally dropped, but trying to find them in this massive, creepy forest at night, yeah, hard pass. He decided to just table that drama for now. By sunrise, Thu Tru and Mok Thong had brought the whole crew back, and everyone crashed for a much-needed snack break. Lassung had Dai Thu pass out the leftover stone spears and axes to the whole squad. Now, pretty much everyone, except the actual toddlers, had something pointy for self-defense. The blue antelopes and bunnies were just chilling, eating their hay, when suddenly 2 giant, uninvited guests decided to crash the buffet. There was only enough food for 2 more meals, and poof, it was gone in 60 seconds flat. Lassung was seeing red, and he raised his fist, fully intending to kick out these 2 freeloaders, but the second his hand went up, one of the mastodons hit him with the saddest, most pathetic look ever. For real, its eyes were all glistening like it was about to start bawling. The other one even used its trunk to offer him a little bit of hay, basically saying, "Here, have some of our yummy food, just please don't kick us out." Seeing that, Lassung cracked a smile so fake it looked like he was in pain. He reluctantly took the hay and just stuffed it right back in its mouth. Then he caved and brought them 2 more giant bundles of hay. After that, he frantically signaled for everyone to pack up and book it. Once they were a safe distance away and saw the 2 elephants were still chowing down, Lassung let out a massive sigh of relief. They were finally free. The group trekked west all morning, eventually ending up right back at the spot of his legendary throwdown with that psycho lungfish. And of course, now they had a new crisis to deal with. How in the world were the blue antelopes loaded down with all this ore supposed to get across the river? Suddenly, a light bulb went off over his head, and he told everyone to start grabbing long branches right in front of their totally shocked faces. A full-on wooden raft started coming together. After they moved all the ore onto it, he had everyone else cross on a log bridge to unload it. In the end, all that was left on the first side was just him and the 18 blue antelopes. To keep them from totally freaking out, Lassung literally jumped into the water and personally escorted each one across. Once that whole ordeal was finally over, the squad kept moving along the riverbank. And let me tell you, it was a total vibe change from that dark, spooky forest. The west bank of this little river was a whole different world, with sunlight pouring through the leaves. It was dappling all over the ground and felt amazing. Daithu and the others, who had apparently never seen the sun before, completely lost their minds, running and jumping all over the place like maniacs. Along the way, they scared up a zillion pheasants just chilling on the ground. Lassung, ever the show-off, just casually raised his hand and nailed one with an arrow. By dusk, the group had scored some serious dinner. Meanwhile, Tuku Ben was with his mom by the river, packing up. The kid kept peeking north, which is where his mom said their fearless leader had disappeared. Ever since Lassung bounced, the kid had come down to the river with his mom to fish every single day, which was really just his excuse to wait for him. Seeing his mom start to pack up their catch, he realized the chief was still a no-show. Tuku Ben was majorly bummed out. His mom gave him a reassuring smile and a pat on the head, but deep down, she was totally panicking too, not sure if Lassung would ever make it back in one piece. I mean, he was still just a kid, after all. The thought made her shoot a worried look to the north, but as she looked up, she was shocked to see a bunch of figures in the distance. "There are people over there. Grab your weapons," she shrieked. The rest of the fishing moms instantly dropped their day's haul. Every single one of them whipped out a long white spear, ready for a fight. But Tuku Ben, with his eagle eyes, immediately recognized the person in the lead as their chief. He started jumping up and down like he'd just won the lottery, screaming, "Mom, the chief's back!" Lassung heard all the commotion from way off and got just as hyped, waving his arm and yelling back, "I'm back, people!" And just when you thought things couldn't get crazier, 2 massive roars echoed from across the river, making everyone whip their heads around. Lassung felt like 10,000 alpacas were having a rave in his brain. He could not believe that after all that, he still couldn't ditch these 2 giant elephants. He was silently begging, "Please, please, don't come over here." But you know how it is. The universe loves drama. With 2 epic splashes, the elephants cannonballed into the river. Less than 30 seconds later, they were standing right in his face, dripping everywhere. Apparently, these 2 had absolutely zero manners. The second they arrived, they blasted him with their trunks until he was completely drenched. Their message was basically, "You really thought you could ghost us?" Lassung, looking like a drowned rat, wiped his face and said, "Look, if you want my 5-star snacks, you gotta work for it. I'm not running a charity." At that, the 2 elephants gave his head a little pat with their trunks, though who knows what that was supposed to mean. The women from the fishing team were totally freaking out over the 2 giant beasts, but when they saw them acting like besties with the chief, their terror flipped to total admiration. "Oh my god, our leader is insane. He can even tame monsters that huge." Cubing zoomed over in a blur and latched onto Lassung's leg with a massive hug, completely unfazed by the giant standing right there. He then announced to the whole world that the newcomers were all joining their tribe. After that, he led the whole crew back to the cave. Kubing scored a ride on an elephant's back, looking like a total king for the entire trip. On the way, the tree tribe and the fishing team were totally checking each other out. The fishing team's eyes were practically glued to the 18 blue antelopes, while Big Tree and his people were scoping out the Han tribe women, from their hairstyles and their cool leather boots to the fish baskets and white-shafted long spears every single one of them was carrying. Those white-shafted long spears were Big Tree's new obsession, and literally every woman had one. The jealousy was real. But then he remembered he was part of the Han tribe now, and a little thrill of excitement started bubbling up inside him. The cave entrance was just as wild. The entire tribe had shown up. The moment they spotted Lassung, they all screamed, "Chief!" Together. The sound totally snapped the tree tribe to attention, and when they saw the scene, their jaws just dropped. Honestly, Lassung himself was pretty impressed, too. The tree tribe trailed Lassung to the clearing outside the cave and were immediately stunned silent. There were beautiful pots and jars laid out everywhere, all stuff they had never seen in their lives. It made them so self-conscious they didn't even dare show off their own wooden buckets. The entrance to the cave was piled high with more fish than they could even count, and there was a bristly boar with over a dozen stab wounds that had to weigh over 1,000 pounds. It looked like the hunting party had seriously leveled up their spear game. Lassung couldn't stop the wave of pride from hitting him. Big Tree was finally getting the picture of how powerful the Han tribe really was, and he was sold on the fact that he'd never have to worry about being hangry again. The kids were all standing on a huge pile of grass nearby, staring down the newly arrived four-legged beasts. This was the grass they'd spent the last few days ripping up. Judging by the size of the mountain, it was enough to keep the blue spirit horse and the two giant elephants fed for the whole winter. Before he left, Lassung had put them on lawn duty. The kids had totally crushed it. Aside from a few new sprouts, all the nasty overgrown bushes were completely gone. Lassung quickly made an announcement. These four-legged beasts were all tamed by yours truly, and they'll be helping you all with chores from now on. Little Kubing stood right next to him, hanging on every word and chirping out the translation. Lassung was pleased and gave each kid 2 rabbit pelts as a reward. The kids immediately went nuts, cheering and running to find their moms to demand new clothes. In a nearby clearing, a huge pile of red bricks was stacked high. Luzai reported that they were firing 4 kilns worth a day, and he'd even invented a new tool for the kids. As he spoke, Luzai proudly showed it to Lassung. When he saw the tool, he was absolutely blown away. It was a simple wooden rake for gathering grass. This guy seriously had the potential to be an inventor. Lassung gassed him up a bit, then told him to put the brick making on pause tomorrow and instead fire a batch of pottery so the new members would have stuff to use. Speaking of pottery, a nearby elder jumped in. A few days ago, the Bald tribe from the west showed up to trade for pottery again. This time they paid with a massive haul of salt rocks, enough for the Han tribe to feast for a whole year and still have some left over. After getting the rundown from everyone, Lassung started to organize the zoo he'd brought back. The rabbits were put in a corner of the cave, fenced in with a ring of stones and clay. They'd be chilling there for the winter. Out of the more than 30 of them, 3 were already pregnant. The second they were in the pen, they started pulling out their own fur to make nests. The other rabbits, even at just a month or 2 old, were already as big as cantaloupes. Come springtime, they were going to turn into non-stop baby-making machines. As for the baby giant elephants, there were no problems there. They were just standing there, completely mesmerized by the pile of grass. The blue antelopes were tied to a tree near the cave's entrance. I'll totally throw together some grass huts for them tomorrow. And just like that, problem solved, dinner was ready. But first, Lassung, our fearless leader, insisted on throwing a massive welcome rager for the new kids. And about the whole man bun situation, the Tang tribe was so on board. Seriously, they thought the new do was way sleeker and more intimidating than their old shaggy bedhead look. They'd taken down this absolute unit of a wild boar today, so obviously a super rich blood stew was on the menu. There were also these giant pots of wild veggie and meat stew, plus the chickens Lassung bagged this afternoon were simmering with chestnuts. The smell was insane, and it was served with like a dozen freshly grilled fish. Everyone even got a sweet and sour fruit, a feast so epic it completely killed all the awkward drama between the OGs and the newbies. The whole meal was just a chaos of chatter and laughter. Afterwards, Lassung made the elders host a mandatory DIY leather boot making class for the new members, so everyone had to learn together. As for him, he just grabbed a piece of burnt charcoal. He started getting all artistic and moody, sketching on the cave wall. A map of our whole neighborhood started showing up. The cave, the stream, the forest, but with a bunch of stuff that totally doesn't exist yet. Turns out, Lassung was basically playing city planner with the land out front. We're talking nearly 900 acres. His big idea is that if we plant it all with rice, the tribe will be set for generations. But, plot twist, you can't just plant rice everywhere. The place is a dry, barren dust bowl right now, and rice needs super soggy paddy fields. Just the job of transforming this wasteland into rice paddies was a massive project on its own. Next on the drama list was housing. With the new members and all the new babies who've shown up recently, the Han tribe's population has exploded to 97 people. This cave is starting to feel seriously cramped. They absolutely had to get a solid plan together. First problem to tackle, developing those paddy fields. The simple plan was to build a little square-shaped town right in the middle of the open space. It would have the residential zone and pens for the animals. Warehouses, a metal shop, and a wood shop would all be inside this little town. The whole place was planned to provide housing for at least 5,000 people, with enough room to cram in 8,000 if we all get real friendly. He thinks the whole project can be done in stages over a few years. No big deal. Next, they're going to dig a moat around this town, 400 meters on each side. The dirt they dig up will be used with mud bricks to build city walls, to keep out giant monsters and other rival crews. Then, using the moat as the main hub, they'll dig a canal, completely rerouting the 89-meter wide stream from the east. He also wants to dig a few winding side channels so the moat water can flow back into the stream. This whole thing will create a massive water network. By digging smaller irrigation ditches off this network, they can get water to the entire plot of land. The plan is for the moat and the man-made river to be 4 meters wide. The little river to the east is 89 meters wide. The water volume will be the same, but its channel is getting squeezed by half. This means the new river's flow speed is going to more than double. That'll make it super easy to install cool water-powered stuff like water mills. The specific battle plan was to use the cave as ground zero and mark out 200 meters on each side for the town site. To make sure we don't miss next year's spring planting, Phase 1 is digging the waterway from the little river to the future moat. After crunching the numbers, the distance came out to 700 meters. The dirt they dig up will be fired directly into bricks, getting them ready to build the city later. Phase 2 is digging the actual city moat, but that wasn't a huge rush, since the cave is still big enough for now. Phase 3 is building the city wall. The design is for it to be 4 meters wide at the bottom. It'll be 2 meters wide at the top and 5 meters high, shaped like a trapezoid. Each side of the wall will have 4 gates, and it's all surrounded by a 4-meter deep and wide moat. In this era, that's basically impenetrable. The project for Phase 4 is the 700-meter-long canal. That dirt will be fired into smaller bricks for building houses and other stuff inside the city. This entire insane project is supposed to be finished within 3 years. If not, Lassung is literally going to run out of room for people in the cave. The next morning, once the whole tribe was assembled, he started dishing out the assignment. There was a ton to get done today, so all food gathering missions were officially canceled. The newbies still needed bowls, so Lucy once again got stuck with pottery firing duty. The kids kept cutting grass and had to bundle it up to Lassung's exact specs. To make storage and transport easier, Daku, Huzi, Demao, and Mao, plus 4 other guys, headed to the back mountain to chop down all the soul tree saplings to make long spears. The women were split into 2 squads. The bigger group went to that valley Lassung found to gather sword hemp. Mu Dun was in charge of transport, leading 6 blue spirit horses loaded with huge baskets, while the smaller team went into the forest to scrape bark off the bila tree. On the bark was the gunk secreted by the bila insect, which is apparently amazing for making wax. Lassung's planning to use this bug wax for casting bronze molds. All the other guys were sent off by him to chop wood. They started by taking down trees as thick as a leg. The trunks were saved for building livestock pens, and all the branches got split into firewood. Lassung's plan is to turn all of it into charcoal. The more the merrier when it came to smelting bronze. Lin Ma Lam was still on transport duty, and if he couldn't haul it all, the baby ancient elephant was his trusty sidekick. The rest of the tribe was totally clueless about these new arrangements. They were all stressing about stocking up for autumn, but Lassung was like, chill, we have enough food to last till next spring, especially since their recent fishing trip was a massive haul. I mean, literally every fish was pregnant, and if they kept that up, they'd basically wipe out the entire river population. So yeah, they needed to let the fish, have some privacy to repopulate. While the tribe was out doing their thing, Lassung was deep in his own little side quest. First, he used the firewood. They had to whip up some charcoal, then went and grabbed some kaolin clay. He dragged it back, mixed it with some dirt from a termite mound, and sculpted a few crucibles and stirring spoons for refining and mixing metals. Then he used a special heat-proof clay mix to make square molds. His master plan? To cast copper and tin plates as thin as chocolate bars. When the time came, he could just tweak the copper to tin ratio to create custom tools for different jobs. With the charcoal and molds ready to go, Lassung started building the furnace. He mixed regular clay with a bunch of crushed up pottery bits. He threw in some chopped dry grass, mashed it all into mud, and built a cylinder-shaped earth furnace over 40 centimeters wide. He made 4 of them, because firing them up all at once was a total time saver. Next up, He made some basic bellows out of snakeskin. Fuzi had absolutely no idea what Lassung was plotting, but he was buzzing with excitement, dying to see what insane new gadget their chief was about to invent. And just like that, with all the prep work done, the world's most primitive metalworking kit was officially born, just waiting for its debut tomorrow. Once the charcoal was burning perfectly and the furnaces were totally dry, it was go time. He also had them bring over several hundred poles that could be turned into spears. But honestly, the lumberjack crew was in a seriously pathetic state. They'd spent all day chopping and only brought down less than 10 fir trees, shattering 3 stone axes in the process. Lassung, cool as a cucumber, just told them they had to do it all again tomorrow. But he promised that whoever crushed it would get some brand new gear. Everyone was completely baffled. Like, they just didn't get it. The stone axe was already the sickest tool they had ever laid eyes on. What could possibly be better than a stone axe? This just made them even more hyped. After dinner, everyone kicked back for some downtime. Lassung, however, was posted up by the fire, starting to melt wax. Once the wax got hard, he used a bone knife to carve it into the shapes of a bunch of different tools. Then he slathered these wax models in clay, leaving just one tiny hole. Once the clay was bone dry, he heated it over the fire and poured out all the melted wax, leaving behind a perfect hollow clay mold. The super thin layer of wax left inside would make it a breeze to pop the final product out. It was kind of a hassle, but this method was super precise and didn't waste any materials since the melted wax could just be used again. It all collected into a big block for later. First thing the next morning, the tribesmen led the whole herd of lamlin horses away. After Lassung's non-stop lectures, they finally understood animals weren't just for dinner, they could actually help people get stuff done. Dachu and the other 3 stayed behind. Their job for the day was to be Lassung's personal bellows crew. Fuzi's pottery from yesterday was all fired up. Today, his main gig was being Lassung's right-hand man. Budao was a sharp cookie, so Lassung decided to teach him the secret art of bronze smelting. This kind of gig was too much for one person to handle forever. It was way smarter to get an apprentice and pass down the knowledge. Now that the 4 furnaces were dry, he lit up 2 of them at the same time. Demao and Ermao were pumping the bellows like their lives depended on it, while Dachu and the monkey were busy loading in charcoal and crushed copper ore. The bellows made the flames roar out of the furnaces like crazy. It didn't take long for the ore inside to start melting. The liquid copper dripped down through an opening at the bottom, pooling into a lumpy mess mixed with slag. The tin furnace right next to it was also going full blast. That whole process was way faster. The intense heat turned the tin to liquid in just a few minutes. Using a branch from the embers under the furnace, Lassung raked out 2 nasty-looking chunks of metal, then did it all over again. About 3 to 4 hours later, he had a whole pile of crude metal that was probably mixed with some gold and silver. Then he fired up the other 2 furnaces. He waited for the temperature to get crazy high, then put the crude copper and tin into separate crucibles. Once they both turned into liquid, he used a clay ladle to skim all the gross stuff off the top. Then, using a ceramic rod he'd made earlier, he scooped out the pure copper and poured it into the checkerboard patterned clay mold to cool. He gave the molten tin the exact same treatment. Budao and the 4 little ones were all there, just staring in total shock as the liquid metal slowly hardened. They had zero clue about the science behind it, so to them, it was straight up magic. Once the copper and tin plates had cooled down a bit, an impatient Lassung just dumped all the metal plates out. It was the middle of the day, and the plates caught the sunlight, flashing with this insane gleam. Everyone's jaws literally dropped as they stared at the metal. They had never in their entire lives seen anything so beautiful and shiny. The look on their faces was the same as a modern person seeing a solid gold bar for the first time, and yeah, that included the monkey. Hu Bing, who was just messing around nearby, totally crashed the party, poking at everything and being all, "Chief, what even is this stuff?" Luo Chung just ruffled the kid's hair. "This, my friend, is called copper, and that over there is tin. You just hang out here and be security. I gotta go grab some things." Ku Bing nodded like his life depended on it, whispering copper and tin to himself, while Luo Chung hauled over a massive pile of casting molds and tools and immediately kicked off the great bronze making project. He started chucking blocks of copper and tin into the new furnace, following some secret recipe, and waited for it all to get melty. Then he stirred the glowing goo with a ceramic rod until it was perfect, and then it was showtime. First up were axes and hammers. He poured the fiery red metal into the molds, and poof, gray smoke shot out of the air vents. As soon as the temperature dropped a little, Luo Chung, having zero patience, just smashed the clay mold open with a rock. Out of the busted pottery shards, a huge axe head with a pale golden glow appeared, just lying there like it was taking a nap. This thing was way bigger than a fire axe. Luo Cheng passed off the grunt work of sharpening it to Lu Zi while he got busy casting even more tools: a ruler, a plank saw, a carving knife, a chisel, a wood plane, and a hand drill. Oh, and a totally extra four-sided spearhead. By late afternoon, when the rest of the tribe finally dragged themselves home, the whole project was a wrap. The golden axe head was polished to a blinding shine and hooked up with a wooden handle. The world's very first bronze axe was officially a thing, along with two plank saws that also got handles, one for solo jobs and a bigger one for a two-person team. The second Deshu and the guys saw that sparkling axe, they swarmed it. An axe! Oh my god, it's gorgeous! Their eyes were literally glued to it. And that's not all. Luo Cheng, totally loving the attention, whipped out a long spear with a bronze tip. The tribe's eyes went wide. No way, that's a spear too? It's insanely beautiful. Shou, Ya, and Du Er, especially, were practically drooling over the bronze spear, begging, "Chief, are we going to get one too?" The whole tribe started chiming in. It was a full-on riot. Luo Cheng just laughed and handed Da Shu a chunk of the golden copper rock. They're made from this stuff. But plot twist, we're all out for now. The Tang tribesmen were all completely floored. They'd helped dig this rock up before, but had no clue the weapons made from it would be this epic. Tuo Tan, who has no filter, just blurted out, "If it's that rare, then we just need to go dig for more. We totally know where to find it." Luo Cheng nodded, but then he had to break it to them that their current digging skills were way too slow. They had to make some gear first, and after this winter, they could go mine a ton of it, and then everybody would get a sick long spear like that one. The crowd finally chilled out, since their chief's word was basically gospel, and if he promised everyone would get one, it was a done deal. Then Luo Cheng led them over to a pile of freshly cut wood to teach them how to use the new bench saw and hand saw. The bench saw was a two-person job. You had to pull it back and forth at the end of a log, and it sliced off a round piece of wood in no time, while the handsaw was for trimming branches. A branch as thick as your wrist was sawed clean through in under a minute. That 1 meter long great axe was also a total dream to use. You could just swing it with everything you had. If a big, strong Han dude used it, a huge tree as thick as a guy's leg would be, down for the count in seconds. Once everyone got the hang of the new tools, a Chung told them to go eat and take a break. After dinner, the tribe gathered round to hear Yu Bu spill all the tea on the bronze smelting drama. Luo Cheng, on the other hand, started getting all official, trying to standardize units of measurement. I mean, as long as they had standard rules, they could slowly level up their civilization in the future. The hemp plants had all been harvested. The women were in their crafting era, totally focused on weaving ropes. The kids were sprawled on the ground outside the rabbit hutch, obsessively watching the mama rabbits give birth. All three pregnant does had their litters, and get this, each one had like 6 or 7 kits. The rabbit population of 30 had pretty much doubled overnight. With his years of pottery XP, helping carve wax molds was also no big deal. Yu Bu, this round-headed bronze shovel can be used for digging rivers or farming. With the sample Luo Cheng had whipped up, it was a piece of cake for Yu Bu to copy it. When Luo Cheng finally finished his own checklist, he started working on the most important item of all. He planned to make the plow in 2 sizes, large and small, with the large one being for the terror elephant and the small one for the Ma Ling. They were multi-purpose, perfect for both plowing fields and digging rivers. The next day, one group of women sat splitting hemp fibers while another crew cleared the ground. Luo Cheng had just marked out a zone and told them to clear it because they were about to start building pens. The whole bronze smelting operation was now run by Yu Bu and his 4 apprentices. The 5 of them just kept cranking out bronze plates and tin plates, and whenever they had no clue what they were doing, they'd run over and ask Luo Cheng. When the women finished clearing the area, he led them in building a fence, chopping the fallen trees into 13-foot-long posts, driving a post every 6 feet to make a big rectangular enclosure, tying 2 crossbeams in the empty spots to make it sturdy, and then using tree branches to weave these panels that they attached to the wooden fence, finally slathering it with a layer of mud. Inside the pen was a wooden shelter with a roof 13 feet high, which was basically a mansion for the baby terror elephant. When the whole thing was done, the pile of grass outside was tied into bundles and stacked neatly inside the pen, to stop wild animals or any randoms from messing with it. The whole Han tribe was in their hustle era, just grinding away, completely clueless that some major drama was about to drop. For a minute now, Shay Ding had been having a full-on meltdown. The weather was getting brutal, and the spring that was their life life source was about to go ghost. When that happened, they'd have to trek a whole 3 kilometers to a dinky little river. This whole situation meant they needed a boatload of containers for the water. That's the real tea on why Shiding personally went to negotiate with the Han tribe, trying to score more of their pottery. Too bad for him, he got totally shut down. From that moment on, his new plan was basically a hostile takeover. In his head, the Han tribe was this tiny crew with like less than 10 adults. Meanwhile, his own tribe was rolling 15 deep. On top of that, after he left the Han's turf, he went all DIY and crafted these wicked, sharp, stone-tipped spears. He was so sure he could crush the Han tribe. He figured snatching their pottery and all their snacks would be a total cakewalk. So that morning, Shiding rounded up all his boys, each armed with a bunch of long spears, and they straight up stormed the Han tribe's territory. The master plan was to ambush the Han hunting party, then just waltz into their camp and loot the place blind. But, plot twist, over in the pine forest on the mountainside, Da Shu and Shoya were still busy chopping wood. They were on fire today with 3 massive axes and 2 long saws. They could take down a perfectly round log in about half an hour. And get this, that was just one of their teams. The whole logging squad had 10 people, split into 3 groups. So, like, every 30 minutes, they were dropping 3 trees at once. The last guy, Mu Kun, was on transportation duty, and he was just letting the wild horses graze near the work zone. Then, out of nowhere, a whole squad of people materializes on the mountain across the valley. Every single one of them was clutching a long spear. Mu Kun immediately screamed a warning from the mountainside, then yanked the herd of wild horses and started booking it back. Hearing the shout, everyone dropped what they were doing, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to throw down. Mu Kun was in a dead sprint with the 6 wild horses, while Jiding and his goons were right on his tail. As the chaos reached the mountain peak, a few whooshing sounds sliced through the air, and the last 2 blue antelopes got totally speared, collapsing with these awful cries. The remaining 4 were already tied up, and they kept running for their lives, dragging the bodies of their 2 fallen friends straight for the Han tribe's mountain camp. Seeing this tragedy, the Han tribesmen, hiding behind a huge tree, all whipped out the stone axes from their backs and just started yeeting them. A few sick thwacks later, 3 of the enemies dropped instantly, 2 more were seriously messed up, leaving only 10 guys still charging. This was definitely not in Shading's playbook. He seriously thought bringing a huge crew would make the other side just panic and run. Who knew they'd actually have the nerve to fight back? Shiding was absolutely furious and ordered another spear storm. But just as the 10 spears went flying, Da Shu and his crew had already ducked behind the tree trunks. All the pointy sticks just face-planted into the dirt. Seeing their opening, Da Shu and his boys charged out from behind the trees again. 9 white wood long spears flew out at once, and just like that, Shading's tribe was down another 4 members. Luckily, the rest of them managed to dive behind some trees, while Da Shu's team also took cover, bracing for the next wave. But they waited and waited and got nothing. What they didn't know was that Shading was scared out of his mind by now. This enemy was legit terrifying, and he finally realized the Han tribe had way more backup than he'd calculated, while his side was down to just 8 guys, 2 of them injured. There was absolutely no way they could win this. He scrambled to get his remaining forces back to their cave. At the exact same time, Xiao Kubing was dragging Luo Sung over to the 2 giant elephants to give them names. The bigger one was officially Hui Shan, and the smaller one was Ru Bao. Just as Luo Sung was about to say something, Hui Shan suddenly threw its head back and let out a massive trumpet blast toward the west. Xiao Kubing was so not ready for that and literally jumped. Luo Sung's head snapped to the west, only to see 4 blue antelopes dragging the bodies of 2 of their own, stampeding right toward them. The antelopes were basically pincushions with all the spears sticking out of them, but the logging team was completely MIA. A super bad feeling started creeping into Luo Sung's gut. He immediately ordered the entire tribe to hide in the caves. Nobody is allowed to come out until I get back. After making sure everyone was safe, Luo Sung grabbed his bow, arrows, and his legendary golden-tipped spear and vaulted onto Hui Shan's back and charged straight to the west. Seeing all the action, Ru Bao immediately took off after them. The trail of the blue antelope's blood was still fresh on the ground. Hui Shan was a blur, carrying its master forward like the wind, and they soon disappeared into the dense forest. Suddenly, a group of people blocked the path ahead, and the guys in the lead were carrying these flashy golden axes. It was clearly Da Shu and his crew. Luo Sung was floored and was like, "What's going on? Why is everyone just hanging out here?" and nobody's even hurt, Shoya immediately stepped up with the hunting party and gave him the full, juicy recap. After hearing the report, Luo Sung couldn't help but get suspicious. The absolute nerve of that Shi Ding to attack their tribe. But honestly, the reason didn't matter. Anyone who dared to mess with his people was going to pay. He wasn't even going to let the death of a single antelope slide. Luo Sung raised his spear, so with his posse of lumberjacks, he rolled up on Xie Ding's crew. It took them till like 2 in the afternoon to finally get there, and get this, the whole place was a total ghost town. They'd blocked the entrance with this huge rock, but left a tiny crack, and you could totally see a bunch of eyeballs peeking out, and guess who was one of them? Shi Ding himself. Major cringe. The dude was literally shaking in his boots, terrified of a comeback, and whelp, his nightmare just came true. His rival was right on his doorstep, and he did not come to play. I mean, the guy had a freaking glowing gold spear and was riding some kind of long-nosed monster that was taller than a person. At that moment, Jae Ding was having some serious regrets, like, oops, maybe I shouldn't have messed with a guy who has a battle lizard. He totally would have kept his mouth shut if he'd known. Meanwhile, Luo Sung spotted the peeping toms in the crack, and without even hesitating, he just knocked an arrow and let it rip. Next thing you know, there's this blood-curdling scream as the arrow goes straight through Xie Ding's eyeball and out the back of his skull. Yikes. Then Luo Sung's just like, Dali, Shi Tu, Lu Ji, you three, go move that rock. Luo Sung just pointed at the giant rock like he was ordering takeout and gave the command. The 3 dudes charged it, giving it everything they had, but yeah, that thing wasn't budging. In fact, they were actually getting pushed back, which is just sad. Luo Sung literally scoffed, like, you really think this rock is going to stop me? Dream on. He strolled up to the crack and pulled out his bow again, and right then, some dude's shadow pops up behind the boulder, straining with all his might to hold it steady, his face all scrunched up, and then whoosh! Luo Sung let another arrow fly. That thing skewered 2 guys standing behind the rock door in one shot. Seeing that, the rest of them totally freaked and ran for their lives, not wanting to be anywhere near that entrance. Dali and his buddies noticed the pushing suddenly stopped. So they gave the boulder one last heave-ho and shoved it aside. The 3 dudes behind it, who weren't quite gone yet, got completely pancaked by the rock. We're talking crush bones. Mangled everything. And just like that, the screaming stopped. With the entrance wide open, you could see this sad little fire flickering inside. A bunch of women and kids were huddled in a pile of hay, totally terrified. Only 5 guys were left standing, and 3 of them were trying to look tough with their long spears. 2 other wounded guys were moaning in the hay pile. Then Luo Sung strolled in, spear over his shoulder like a total boss, with Deshu and a few of his golden axe crew right behind him, and those 3 guys with the rock spears? Yeah, they saw the vibe of the new arrivals, and their knees started knocking like crazy, and they just started begging for their lives. Luo Sung was like, what the heck? You're holding weapons and you're already begging? Then he just casually swung his Kangfang spear. All 3 of their spears just clattered to the floor. Then some injured dude in the back thought he was being slick and picked up a rock, ready to be a hero. But the spear flashed swish, and suddenly it was sticking out of the guy's chest. And cue everyone dropping to their knees. Anyone else feeling brave? You die, Luo Sung roared, giving them the death stare. The whole crowd basically melted to the floor. Da Shu, go check out their pantry. Grab all their snacks and let's bounce. His eyes scanned the new prisoners. Hey, your own chief started this mess, so don't go blaming me for being harsh. He shouldn't have poked the bear. I totally wouldn't have even bothered. See, Luo Sung's original plan was to just take over, but he spun the whole thing to make their dead chief the bad guy so nobody would hate him. Turns out he needn't have bothered. They had 0 loyalty. Like, they could not have cared less about their chief being dead. They were just freaking out about their jerky stash being raided. The women just watched in horror as Da Shu and his boys started hauling away all their dried meat. They were literally on the verge of tears, begging Luo Sung, please sir, don't take our food. We'll totally starve this winter. Luo Sung just gave them this ice-cold look. Join my tribe, and you'll have all the food you can eat. Plus, nobody freezes to death on my watch. Anyone who wants in, follow me. Get behind me now. The words were barely out of his mouth before one person shot up and scrambled behind him. Then came a second, a third, a fourth, and pretty soon, the floodgates opened. The only one left was that super injured guy who wasn't moving anyway. Looking at him, you could tell he was a goner. And Luo Sung wasn't about to play doctor. He just led his new recruits right out of the cave. And then he told his monster to torch the place. A second later, the whole cave went up in flames, and just like that, Shading and his entire tribe were basically erased from history. Back at the Han tribe, getting the new people settled in was surprisingly chill. Turns out, a few of their own people had done business with Shading's crew before, so it wasn't a total stranger danger situation. In no time, everyone was basically one big, chaotic family. And Lassung wasn't kidding about the food either. The Han tribe's pantry was stacked, and with all the loot from the raid, feeding 200 people through the winter was going to be a piece of cake. The only problem was the cave was now packed to the gills. But hey, winter's coming, so more bodies means more body heat, right? But what really blew everyone's minds was that the Han tribe had actual pet monsters, especially giant beasts like Ru Bao and Hui Shan. That gave them a whole new level of respect for the Han tribe's power. For real. Now, they were super proud to be part of the Han tribe. Lately, the women were on a total rope-making binge, with huge bundles piling up, while the guys just kept on chopping down trees. The big logs were being saved for construction, and the branches were getting tossed in the kiln for firewood. And Lassung wasn't just sitting around looking pretty. Either he was busy making all the woodworking tools they'd ever need. So, of course, he just had to forge another 50 bronze shovels. With the tools finally ready, it was go time for phase 1 of the canal project, and you'll never guess what they used for a measuring tape, a super long hemp rope the girls wove. Low tech, but it works. Now, they were super proud to be part of the Han tribe. Lately, the women were on a total rope-making binge, with huge bundles piling up, while the guys just kept on chopping down trees. This whole mapping thing was to find the perfect, most aesthetic route for the canal. Next on the agenda, building a brick kiln, obviously. The canal project had barely started and was already making a colossal mess of dirt and rock, so Lassung was like, okay, new plan to tackle digging the canal and making mud bricks at the same time. Total chaos, right? He was aiming for those trendy blue bricks, which, for your information, are super thirsty and need a ton of water. So, to make getting water a breeze, the kiln got prime real estate right on the riverbank. I mean, talk about waterfront property. They'd already made a bunch of red bricks before, so they just recycled those to build the new kiln. Sustainable kings. Building this giant tube of a kiln was an all-hands-on-deck disaster that took a solid 5 days to finish, making the brick molds took even longer. And with that, the prep work was basically over. And right on cue, like he planned the dramatic entrance, the mega plow Lassung had been slaving over was finally revealed. Get this. It had a 2-meter wide wooden frame with 4 huge bronze blades underneath. An absolute unit. Just by dragging this monster, they could tear up a 2-meter wide strip of land, like 40 centimeters deep, all in one shot. And as for who had the biceps for the job, well, obviously it was going to be Nuke Bao and Hoi Sun, duh. So the two of them, with their plows side by side, just ripped through the ground, carving out a 4-meter wide channel like it was nothing. In less than a couple of hours, believe it or not, those two jocks had already dug a trench 700 meters long and 40 centimeters deep. Lassung was totally losing his mind with excitement. At this rate, he was thinking the whole city building thing might not even take 3 years. Talk about ambitious. The work crew jumped right on it, scooping all that dirt from the canal into molds, packing it down to make adobe bricks, and just leaving them out to air dry. Lassung's grand plan was to wait until winter to actually fire the bricks. His logic? Everyone would be bored with nothing to do then. Plus, hanging out by a giant oven in the winter would be super cozy. A pretty sweet gig, right? But, of course, a new problem just had to pop up. Drama alert. See, because these bricks were for the times outside times of the rammed earth walls, they were absolutely massive. Lugging around all that wet mud and these ridiculously heavy bricks was turning into a total workout and a huge waste of time. So, Lassung immediately decided to build some simple wheelbarrows. And since this was a brand new project, his top priority was finding some assistants, to train them up to be the tribe's official woodworking crew. The most obvious choice was Mak Thong, the Han tribe's resident woodworking prodigy. Get this, back when he was with the Tang tribe, he figured out how to use hot coals to hollow out a log into a barrel. A total genius. Then there was this other guy, Mak Don, who was like super simple and honest. He didn't say much, but his work was always on point. So next, tapping into those weird memories of horse-drawn carriages from his past life, Lassung added his own little upgrades. The three of them grinded all day, and bam, the very first pushcart was born. It was immediately snatched up by the construction crew, and let me tell you, the rest of the tribe was totally obsessed with this new gadget. I mean, compared to hauling everything on their backs, it was a total game changer. But our boy Lassung wasn't sold. Not yet. He noticed that every time the cart tried to turn, it wobbled like a baby deer on ice. It was totally going to fall apart any second. So, having pinpointed the fatal flaw, Lassung immediately went into upgrade mode. The big fix was just to make the axle longer. He broke it all down for his two new apprentices, and from then on, the three of them divided and conquered. This upgrade went way faster than building the first one from scratch. Like 2 hours later, the wheelbarrow 2 rolled off the assembly line. This time, it was perfectly stable, no wobble whatsoever. Everyone's productivity basically exploded. So, version 2 became the official model for mass production. The first order was for 30 carts. Right now, they had more than 10 adults on the labor squad, guys and girls included. These things were basically just for hauling dirt, so they were going to need a whole fleet of them eventually. For the next little while, the woodworking trio was cranking them out at a rate of 3 carts every 2 days, keeping the construction team constantly supplied with new wheels. Phase 1 of the canal project was now moving at, like, light speed. Even the brick making, which had totally hit a wall, suddenly picked up the pace, all thanks to the wheelbarrow brigade. The whole project was just flying. Finally, on day 18 of work, a 698-meter-long, 4-meter-deep canal was just sitting there, staring back at Lassung. He then told everyone to stop digging. The last 2 meters would be for the grand finale, when they were actually ready to let the water in. So, the tribe went back to their normal routine, with the guys going back to chopping down trees, to prep for whatever crazy project was next. The women went back to gathering food, because, let's be real, you can never have too many snacks. All 30 pushcarts were done too, just waiting for the future, when they could finally start that massive copper mining operation. Meanwhile, with Lassung as their manager, Mok Thong and Mok Don were trying to build a huge horse-drawn cart, and these two were basically pros after the last couple of projects. Lassung just handed them the blueprint for a 4-wheeled cart and let them figure it out, while he went back to his forge to make more plowshares for farming. Everyone was just vibing, busy, doing their own thing. Then one morning, Lassung steps out of the cave, and the first thing he sees is just an insane, endless blanket of white. Cliffhanger. Just then, Lassung finally emerged from his man cave, and bam, a total whiteout. The winter everyone was dreading had officially made its dramatic entrance. The sky was just dumping these massive, goose feather-sized snowflakes, with zero end in sight. The guys totally bailed on chopping wood and were just huddled up in the cave, while the women were officially on a gathering hiatus. The only sign of life was someone occasionally ducking out to toss some dry grass to the 7 sable antelopes. But Meatbun and Huishan, they were a whole other story. Lassung was convinced those two psychos would tear their pen to shreds, so he just unleashed them. The two of them shot out like rockets, immediately starting a wild brawl in the snow. Yeah, trying to fire bricks in this mess? Not gonna happen. Which meant they were all stuck until the snow decided to chill. So, Lassung unleashed his master plan. Operation Make Everyone Talk Like Me. I mean, the Han tribe peeps had already picked up a few words, to be fair, especially Ku Bing, the little prodigy. The kid was already spitting out a few simple sentences, which was a huge help. Now Lassung just had to level them up with more vocab and, actual grammar. When it came to the actual writing, he knew teaching the modern stuff was a lost cause. So he went old school with the clerical script, which was basically just fancy pictures. It wasn't like he needed them to write novels or anything. The main goal was just getting them to recognize the characters. And to light a fire under them, Lassung made a new house rule, a pop quiz before every single dinner. Fail the test, say goodbye to part of your meal. But the star students got rewards, like chestnuts or that sweet river sugar. And you know what? This totally savage tactic actually worked. The whole tribe was suddenly super into school, especially the kids. They were so extra they even started their own study cliques. A few days later, the snowpocalypse ended and the brick-making project was back on. After Lassung gave a personal demo on how to build 2 kilns, he totally delegated the rest to the tribe members. It wasn't even a daily grind, just mostly heavy lifting when it was time to load the kilns or pull out the finished bricks. The rest was just waiting for stuff to bake and cool. So yeah, that became the new normal. A little bit of school, and every few days, hauling a fresh batch of super basic, but like meaningful bricks. In their downtime, everyone got really into making jewelry to flex on each other. And plot twist, it was mostly the guys crafting these intense animal bone necklaces. They were also rocking all kinds of feathers. Lassung was just watching this, completely baffled. It took the elder pulling him aside later to spill the tea. It was all to avoid, keeping it in the family, because that apparently leads to some serious drama with the bloodline. So a bunch of tribes get together in the spring for a massive matchmaking festival. If a girl vibes with a guy, she literally just follows him home to his tribe. The whole selection process came down to the guy's skills, how stacked his tribe was, and if they had enough food to go around. And you could apparently tell all of that just by checking out their bone jewelry. For example, if you're casually carrying a huge thigh bone as a weapon, it's a major flex that your tribe takes down big, scary monsters for fun, which obviously also meant the tribe was rolling in food. Hearing all this, Lassung was like, okay, that actually makes sense, and you could just see the gears start turning in his head. He realized his accessory game was seriously lacking. Those basic bone bead strings weren't going to cut it. After some deep thought, he decided to invent a whole new thing called a fagu, basically. A hair crown. Usually, a fagu would be made of gold, silver, jade, or leather. The key was that everyone's was different. I mean, since the dawn of time, gold has been the ultimate status symbol. The Han tribe was fresh out of gold, so his crown was cast in bronze, super intricately carved, with a custom Han character engraved right on top. Lassung couldn't just let his crew walk around with naked heads, obviously, so he whipped up a silver-colored iron one for Deshu with a cool tree design. Deshu was absolutely living for it. Then, with his expert guidance, all the other grown-up dudes started making their own crowns from whatever they could find. We're talking animal hide, wood, and bone. Some even had hairpins. And just like that, the Han tribe had a new, super strict rule. Kids could rock a bun or a crown, but hairpins, totally off limits. Grown men, however, could wear a top knot wrap, and times had times to use a hairpin. It was all about telling the adults from the kids. The women also got a major style update. They were no longer stuck with basic ponytails. All the adult women had to wear their hair up in a bun, accessorized with wooden combs or these horseshoe-shaped things. But girls who weren't yet officially adults could still do ponytails, wear their hair down, or rock braids, and they could use the horseshoe ornaments too. But metal? That was a whole other level of exclusive. It couldn't just be used for anyone's random jewelry project. So, Lassung turned metal ornaments into the ultimate prize. You had to do something amazing for the tribe to even have a shot at getting one. After this whole makeover montage, you could literally get a person's entire resume, their status, their age, whether they were a tribal hero just by looking at their hair. And of course, Kubing's top knot wrap was a custom Lassung original. It was wood wrapped in python skin with a bronze cloud clasp, basically a trophy for being the fastest to learn his characters. Talk about teacher's pet. Kubing was the first dude in the crew to score some metal bling, and you'd think he won the lottery. He was totally obsessed, constantly fiddling with a bronze stud on his head. But get this. Gung didn't go through all that trouble with the jewelry just to flex on everyone's social status. The real tea is it was all for the big upcoming mixer, and not to find his one true love or whatever. Now, it was to network with other crews and see if they could cut some deals. See, the Han tribe used to get all their salt from the Bald Head crew, but the Bald Head tribe totally ghosted. So before they could find their own salt hookup, Luo Sung needed a new supplier. And you gotta know, the Han tribe's pottery was basically designer level stuff, a super hot commodity. He wasn't just looking to trade pots for salt, he was on a major recruitment drive. I mean, if they were banking on their current squad of less than 200 people to grow the tribe, they'd be waiting forever. Like, they wouldn't even be able to fill one of his planned cities. But let's be real, not every crew was living the high life like the Han tribe, totally chill about food and having the time to map out their 5-year plan. Take the Black Rat crew to the east, for example. They were a decent-sized squad with over 150 members, and they had one major thing setting them apart from the Han tribe. The Black Rats were super into their own beliefs. Yeah, they literally worshipped a black rat and even had a shaman who was supposedly on a direct line to their god. So this winter, the Black Rat shaman drops a bombshell, claiming he got a message from the big guy upstairs. The memo said this winter was going to be extra long. He was totally freaking out that their snack stash wouldn't last till spring, so he basically ordered the chief to get a hunting party together and find more grub, like yesterday. So, Shu Dai, the Black Rat tribe's chief, rounded up 19 of his guys and went on a food run. It wasn't long before they spotted something totally weird. On the west side of the forest, near their turf, this huge column of black smoke would just appear every few days. Definitely not natural. But like, since when did anyone live out west? Ages ago, they tried to explore the west side. But this massive river, like 25 to 30 feet wide, was a total dead end. They never bothered going back. But now, seeing where the smoke was coming from, it was obviously right near the riverbank. So Shudai immediately ran to tell the Black Rat shaman. The shaman, though, wasn't even shocked. In fact, he was super curious about whoever was making those fires. See, in the shaman's book, fire equals cooking. So lots of fire must mean they were rolling in food. I mean, if they were just trying to stay warm, wouldn't the fire be going 24/7? The shaman was getting suspicious, so he told Shudai to grab some guys and go investigate. If the vibe was right, maybe they could work out a trade. Who knows? They might even pick up some cool new tricks. So Shudai and his posse headed out on their little diplomatic mission. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe's headquarters, Mutong and Luji were stuck on kiln duty, basically staring at flames and tossing in firewood every now and then. These two had been babysitting this fire since last night, all the way into the afternoon. By now, the bricks inside were glowing crazy red hot. It was finally time for the big finale, dousing it with water and sealing it up. So, Mutong gave Luji a tap on the shoulder. He told him to run back to the cave and get some backup for the heavy lifting. Luji just nodded, scrambled up the hill, and took off for the cave, not even glancing back. And the second Mutong was all by himself. Rubao's roar suddenly ripped through the air, followed by the sound of it totally freaking out and stampeding, and then people screaming. Mutong shot up out of that underground kiln entrance like a rocket. The second his head cleared the ground, he saw over a dozen spears fly right past Rubao's face, scaring the poor thing so bad it made a beeline straight for the cave. Luo Sung was literally just rallying the troops to go deal with the kiln. The moment he stepped out of the cave, he saw Rubao getting chased. Shudai was just about to order his guys to go after it when he spotted Luo Sung marching out with his entire squad and just froze. "Oh, hell no! Who the heck messes with our Rubao? Get your weapons!" The second their chief gave the order, the whole tribe let out a battle cry as 70 dudes stormed out, armed to the teeth, and totally surrounded Shudai and his little group. Shudai's jaw hit the floor. Every single person staring him down looked like they just walked out of a nightmare. Their leader was some young guy with an ice-cold stare, decked out in a golden crown and matching armor, and holding a white-handled golden spear aimed right at his face. The crew behind him was even more extra, with everyone flashing shiny bronze weapons. Dali, Shitu, and Luji were posted up right behind Luo Sung, looking like his personal bodyguards. Each of them was flexing a bronze battle axe, and even the guys who didn't get the fancy metal gear had matching long, white-handled spears. Like, forget whether they could actually fight. Just the sheer vibe they were giving off was enough to make Shudai shake in his boots, too terrified to even breathe. And Rubao, seeing its dad had everything under control, trotted right back to hide behind Luo Sung. It let out this super smug roar at Shudai. Luo Sung just gently patted its trunk, telling it to chill, then looked at Shudai and was like, "This elephant's with us. Why'd you jump it?" Shudai was completely floored. Seeing how tight Luo Sung was with this absolute unit of a beast, he just couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a neighboring crew could actually tame a monster that huge. But just when he thought things couldn't get any crazier, Stinky Evil Mountain, a beast a full size larger than Flesh Pouch, trotted over to see what all the drama was about. It just stood there next to its buddy, giving the surrounded crew a curious look. Rat Chief and his posse were so freaked out they nearly had a collective meltdown. Oh great, another one. Seeing them losing their minds, Luo Sung just frowned, totally unimpressed. He nodded to the elder next to him to go play bouncer. "Who are you guys? And who said you could crash our party?" The elder stepped up, using a whole lot of hand gestures to translate Luo Sung's vibe check for Rat Chief. He also made sure to drop who his boss was. The second the elder finished, Rat Chief started apologizing, like his life depended on it. He swore he had no idea the big guy already had a crew. He just wanted to hunt it to survive the winter, and then the waterworks started as he spilled his entire tragic backstory. Luo Sung was like, "Wait, all this drama was because you guys wanted to barter for some food? Look, if you've actually got something I want, maybe we can make a deal. So, what's on the table?" Rat Chief paused, then nervously offered, how about a stone bowl? I mean, my tribe has a few of them, and they're like super essential, totally rare, hard to find. This time, before Luo Sung could even react, the elder totally cut him off. "Stone bowls? Honey, we have countless stone bowls. You want one? Trade us something real for it. Salt, people, we're not picky." And with that, it was Rat Chief's turn to have his jaw hit the floor. This crew had times many bowls, and they were just trading them away. Seeing Rat Chief's total disbelief, the elder sent a few kids to go grab the goods, and in less than 2 minutes, they were back. The kids hauled out a water vat, a pot, and a bunch of bowls. Some little troublemakers even brought out bowls of meat soup and started obnoxiously slurping it down right at the entrance. The absolute flex. That whole scene left Rat Chief speechless. He'd never smelled anything that amazing in his life. Luo Sung, ever the showman, ordered someone to ladle him a bowl. How are you supposed to get how awesome pottery is if you don't even try the soup? Rat Chief gingerly took the bowl, copied the kids, and took a sip. Instantly, a wave of warmth shot from his throat straight to his stomach. A second later, his whole body was toasty. It was one of Luo Sung's special cold buster soups, not much meat, but simmered with pork bones and spicy peppers. A few sips of that stuff on a chilly day was pure magic. At that point, Rat Chief was completely sold. He was ready to trade his own people for a clay pot. Also, what's salt? He'd literally never heard of it. The elder repeated the going rate. 1 clay pot for 2 kids, or 1 adult woman. A price Rat Chief could totally get behind. But, slight problem, he hadn't brought any women or kids with him. Still, he was desperate to take a pot home. He licked his lips and asked, "So, can I maybe take the pot now and, pay you later? I'll totally bring the people next time, I swear." Hearing that, Luo Sung's face went sour. Credit? Not happening. Not in this lifetime. You think I'm going to let you ghost me on this deal? I'd look like a total idiot who got scammed. Seeing that Luo Sung wasn't buying it, Rat Chief frantically told his minion to pull out a bulging animal skin bag and hand it over. "Here, it's food. I know it's not much, but maybe it's enough for a down payment on 1 bowl. We'll use people to pay for it next time, for real." "As if I need your sad little bag of snacks," Luo Sung scoffed, casually opening it up for a look. But the next second, his eyes were practically glued to what was inside, unable to look away. His mind was suddenly racing with a million delicious thoughts. Peanuts. Salted peanuts. Fried peanuts. Peanut butter! This was a straight-up treasure. Besides being super nutritious, the real prize was that you could press it for oil. If he planted a whole field of these, he'd never have to worry about cooking oil again. Plus, with oil, he could make soap, candles, even things that go boom. Calling peanuts a strategic resource wasn't even an exaggeration. Luo Sung fought to keep his poker face, trying to act casual. "So, where'd you guys score these?" Rat Chief just mumbled something and made a bunch of weird hand gestures. Luo Sung eventually figured it out. Their tribe worshipped some kind of black-furred rat god, and they got the peanuts by literally raiding rat holes. Since they knew how to find the rats' secret stashes, peanuts were no big deal to them. Luo Sung just nodded to himself. He nonchalantly grabbed a big basket. A basket this size full of peanuts gets you your pottery. But here's the catch. The shells have to be perfect. Rat Chief couldn't believe his luck. The deal was insane. He quickly promised to bring way more next time. In the end, Rat Chief walked away with his big basket, a clay pot, a ceramic bowl, and a spoon that Luo Sung tossed in as a freebie. Watching them leave, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, like maybe he'd been a little too generous. After all, a whole other tribe had just tried to jump them at their front door. Luckily, it was a small crew. If they had shown up for a real fight, even if the Han tribe won, it would have been a mess with a lot of people getting hurt. Luo Sung had been thinking about a defense plan before this whole mess, but you can't just build a massive wall overnight. During this super vulnerable period, he knew he had to get some solid defenses up, immediately. He sent Da Shu to lead a team to the brick kiln to douse the fires and seal it up, while he just stood at the cave entrance, lost in thought. That kiln had been burning nonstop for 2 whole months. Okay, so the brick pile was literally a mountain. But the real times wall couldn't start till spring, so were these things just gonna, chill and get dusty? And then, bam, a totally genius defense plan just hits Lassung. So, the next morning, he gets all the grown-ups together and drops the bomb. They're building 3 walls to completely block off the cave. They'd leave a gate, 6.5 feet wide on the east side. And get this, the main gate would be this gnarly 10-foot tall spiky thing with 4 rows of long spears just jutting out. This basic wall was basically just stacked mud bricks. But here's the hack. In this insane cold, they just had to splash some water on it and boom, instant frozen wall. And when the ice melted next spring, those same bricks would be perfect for the real city wall, totally undamaged. So for the next few days, the whole tribe went into overdrive. And with their wheelbarrows and all their cool new gadgets, that wall went up crazy fast. Meanwhile, over at the Black Rat tribe's place, Shu Dai is stirring up some meat stew, spilling all the tea to the elders about his little diplomatic trip and the loot they scored. The Black Rat shaman was getting more and more hyped listening to all this, with this seriously creepy, greedy look in his eyes. So yeah, as Shu Dai was dishing about the trip over his stew and spilling every last detail he'd seen and heard, the shaman was practically vibrating with excitement, this wild gleam in his eyes that just screamed trouble, and he basically decided right then and there he was crashing Shu Dai's next visit. Back with the Han tribe though, their temporary wall was officially done, standing almost 10 feet tall and a solid 1.5 feet thick. Basically, it was strong enough to shut down any uninvited guests, and with the ice brick wall up, they got their defensive arsenal ready to go too. See, last time the tribe was mostly fighting with bronze shovels. Like, really? Those are only good if you want to get up close and personal, which is a great way to get someone hurt. That's why getting some long distance firepower was the new obsession. After a ton of brainstorming, javelins were still the obvious MVP. I mean, as long as your aim is on point, it's pretty much game over for the other guy. This way, they could totally thin out the enemy herd before they even got near the gate. Before, the Han tribe's javelins were all wood, which meant they had, like, zero piercing power and snapped all the time. But now, Lassung was sitting on several hundred pounds of metal. We're talking copper and tin, so all he had to do was slap some metal tips on those wooden shafts. Making the spearheads was ridiculously easy. Lassung cranked out the first one himself, to set the vibe, then passed the rest of the work off to Mutong and Mudun, while the rest of the tribe pitched in with assembly. By day 4, they'd churned out 260 of these new soup-head-up javelins. So now, with the wall and the javelins, Lassung was finally feeling a little bit of swagger. This time, as long as the enemy crew wasn't bigger than, say, 20 people, the Han tribe's 60-plus adults could literally erase them with one single epic volley of javelins. So, that day just happened to be when they were cooling down the brick kiln, and it was dead silent outside the wall. And right on cue, Shu Dai leads his people across the creek, but he totally can't find the Han tribe's cave. All they could see was this massive bluish-white ice wall that had just materialized out of nowhere. Like, a few days ago, it was an empty field. Shu Dai immediately sprinted up to the wall. He's thinking, this wall was times not times here a few days ago. Did it just, grow out of the ground? The shaman, Shu Wu, who was lagging behind, rushed to catch up. Staring at the huge, bluish bricks in the wall, he just had to say it. This is an actual miracle. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Rubao was just minding its own business when the noise caught its ear. It darted behind the barricade at the gate and poked its head out to see what was up. The second it saw the same losers who jabbed it with spears last time, it just let out this massive roar. That's when Shu Dai finally spotted the gate in the wall, with its wooden frame covered in sharp spears. He had no clue what it was, but he could definitely imagine some poor schmuck getting skewered on those things. He couldn't help but mumble about how messed up, but also kinda awesome it was. Meanwhile, the woman and the kid with him were whispering why didn't the Han tribe eat that four-legged thing from before? That's so much good meat. They're just letting walk around. Just then, Lassung heard Ru Bao's roar and rolled out of the cave with a dozen or so of his crew, and in each of their hands was one of those brand new upgraded javelins. Shu Dai immediately started backpedaling, explaining they were just there to trade for some pottery, and he even shoved the woman and kid forward as proof. Lassung just nodded and told his guys to move the barricade. The second they walked through that gate, Shu Dai's crew was completely shell-shocked. Over by the animal pen were 30 identical wheelbarrows, all lined up in a perfect, neat row. Closer to the cave, there were 50 bronze shovels and over 200 javelins with these shiny golden tips just gleaming. And at the cave entrance, the gate to the livestock pen was wide open, and the blue antelope inside spotted the strangers and totally freaked out. Ba ba ba! Shu Dai's people jumped out of their skins. Why were there so many of these things? And were they seriously keeping them times inside Asterisk? And as they went deeper into the cave, the shock just kept coming. There were people everywhere, just as many as the entire Black Rat tribe. All the Han tribe members were giving Shu Dai's group some serious side-eye, while Shu Dai's eyes were practically popping out of his head at the sight of over 80 clay pots sitting around the fire pit. That was an insane amount. You could probably trade their whole tribe for that, I'm not even kidding. Then the women from the Black Rat tribe started noticing how the Han women all had these glowing, healthy-looking faces. Okay, so these guys had clearly never missed a meal in their lives. They were all decked out in animal hides, but the shaman, Shu Wu, was the only one with a few brain cells to rub together. He was just zoning out, staring at the hundreds of Han squiggles carved into the cliff. Seeing the old dude was intrigued, Luo Sung was like, all right, let's make a deal. This time, Shu Dai brought 7 women, 6 tween boys between 11 and 12, and 4 whole baskets of peanuts, hoping to trade them for 10 clay pots and 4 ceramic bowls. When Shu Dai got the pottery, he was absolutely losing his mind. Finally, our tribe can have some real hot soup for once. But the teenagers who got traded, they were basically throwing a party, dreaming of a future Han tribe style, where being hungry wasn't a thing. The excitement was real. As soon as the deal was sealed, Shu Wu scrambled over to Luo Sung, dying to know about the Han characters. He had this gut feeling they were the key to some next level secrets. Seeing his interest, Luo Sung grabbed a stick and basically gave him the whole TED talk. Shu Wu had a total light bulb moment like, oh, these are just fancy texts. If everyone learned them, they could literally just write stuff down and everyone would get the memo. Luo Sung just let him cook, seeing him so deep in thought. I mean, the Han crew only learned this stuff because I bribed them with candy, so finding someone this into it was a total unicorn. A light bulb went off in Luo Sung's head, time for some talent scouting. Even though the old guy was from another tribe, he invited Shu Wu and Shu Da for a sleepover. Shu Wu was totally down for it since he had, like, a million questions. To really roll out the red carpet, Luo Sung even announced a pop-up lunch party, but since they were short on sleeping space, he decided it was time to evict the bunnies from the cave. After finding the perfect spot, Luo Sung was like, all right, crew, let's build this thing. He ordered up 4 green brick walls and a paved dirt floor and threw down a layer of hay for that rustic chic vibe. The women moved over 50 fluffy bunnies to their new digs. Shu Wu was confused, asking, dude, why aren't you eating these? They're walking snacks. Before Luo Sung could even get a word in, Shu, like the ultimate hype man, jumped in to spill the tea. He explained how their 30 rabbits turned into over 50, and that raising them was a total breeze compared to hunting. The Black Rat tribe was shook. Their minds were blown. They totally got the whole farming vibe. They just never pictured such a wild way to build a pantry. Shu Wu, though, was getting super sus about all these Han tribe miracles. He cornered Luo Sung and whispered, spill it. Did your gods slide into your DMs or what? Luo Sung was blunt. Nah, fam, my tribe doesn't do gods. I was just born with this big brain energy. Hearing that, the whole look in Shu Wu's eyes shifted. Wait, are times you times the god? Shaking off that seriously weird vibe, Luo Sung led them on a tour of the future rice fields he was planning. He announced with a straight face, next year, we're going to be swimming in food. Shuda was giving him major side-eye. Even if your tribe is bigger, there's no way your crew can eat all that. Luo Sung just smirked, I'm going to build an empire and have other tribes join our squad, so we're going to get bigger and bigger. Shuda was so not convinced. Yeah, right. Like any tribe is just going to bend the knee to you guys. Luo Sung just let out a little laugh and called Dashu over to spill the tea about those people-eating freaks from the Senling tribe. The deets were so gnarly that Shu Da was sweating bullets. He couldn't process that such a terrifying tribe was real. Phew, dodged a major bullet there. Seeing his opening, Luo Sung decided to drop a major truth bomb, saying that Cannibal Crew lived right across the river and they had over 50 crazy strong dudes. They always roll at least that deep, plus they have some freaky long-nosed monster as huge as Hui Shan, and they're probably not too far from you guys. So, watch your back. After dropping that little nugget, Luo Sung gave Shuda a little good luck with that pat on the shoulder and strolled back to the city wall. Shu Wu and Shuda were totally bugging out. A whole cannibal tribe hiding in their backyard. The chill guest vibe was officially dead. They immediately ran to Luo Sung to be like, we gotta bounce. They had to peace out and prep their defenses, like yesterday. Luo Sung didn't try to stop them and even hooked them up with 10 huge fish for the trip. Before they dipped, he told Shu Wu they could hit him up if things got real. Shu Wu and Shu Da were so shook they couldn't even speak, just bowing and saying thank you on repeat. Then they grabbed their people and got out of there. With that drama gone, things finally chilled out in the Han tribe. Then, on the day before the third full moon of winter, it just dumped snow, day and night, without stopping. The snow piled up like a foot high, so brick making was on pause. That day, Luo Sung was just vibing on some hay in the animal pen, peeling chestnuts, while Ru Bao and Hui Shan were totally plotting on either side of him, yoinking a few nuts whenever he wasn't looking. But then, Hui Shan suddenly went on high alert, its massive ears twitching like crazy. Luo Sung instantly got that uh-oh feeling. He froze mid-chestnut. Not even a minute later, the whole ground started shaking like crazy. Luo Sung shot out of there and scrambled up the west wall to see what was up. Out in the western woods, an insane hunting party of like a bajillion terrifying beasts was chasing down a bunch of plant eaters in the snow. Leading the chaos were herds of wild buffalo he'd never seen and some seriously enormous moose. Thrown into the mix were dozens of funky-looking horses and camels that forgot their humps, and trailing the predators, it wasn't just giant birds, but a whole stampede of wild boars. So the real muscle was this pack of over 200 gray wolves. Lassung was hiding behind a wall, barely breathing, just watching it all go down. Meanwhile, Hoi Sun and Nuke Bao were right there with him, basically eating popcorn and enjoying the premium level drama. And just then, the posse chasing them was literally right on their tails. The head buffalo was leading her squad of over 100, just stampeding toward the northeast. The alpha wolf let out this insane howl, and boom, over 100 wolves charged out to totally box in the buffalo clique. The llamas were suddenly booking it like crazy, and their leader completely ditched the buffalo herd. Over 60 moose were hot on their tail, which made the lead buffalo absolutely lose her mind. I mean, if it wasn't for the buffalo squad's protection, they would have been total goners ages ago. Then, at the most critical moment, the lead buffalo realized the llamas up ahead had completely ghosted. Then, poof! Over 20 of the moose just vanished too. Right as she was about to close the gap, the lead buffalo saw this massive ravine and her fur stood straight. So the lead buffaloes were officially ticked off, forced to line up and aim their horns forward like some kind of angry mob. Meanwhile, the wolf pack was creeping closer, their little circle of doom slowly tightening. But right when the ultimate showdown was about to pop off, this massive fart just ripped through the air, leaving both the buffaloes and wolves totally confused. Hundreds of eyes simultaneously snapped toward the western city wall. All they saw was the Golden Crown squad smacking some poor meatbag on the head. "You cheap piece of junk food, you just got us all killed." The buffalo herd's eyes immediately lit up as they glanced over. That whole area had, like, zero moat. The wolves' eyes also lit up when they spotted what looked like a way tastier meal. Lassung suddenly caught the weird vibe and bolted back to the cave. He was full on sprinting and screaming for everyone to grab weapons and guard the cave entrance. The city wall was so not reliable anymore. A 3-meter high brick wall might stop people, but it was basically a welcome mat for a herd of completely unhinged wild buffalo. They had started their breakout charge, and their target was pointed exactly in Lassung's direction. The alpha wolf ordered his pack to give chase, while the wild boars launched the first pathetic counterattack. Even though they were outnumbered, the terror birds were just chilling on the sidelines, waiting for the perfect moment to stir up some drama. The wild buffalo, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than a ton, charged all at once. Their half-meter long horns tore right through the wild boars, basically unzipping them. In a single clash, dozens of boars went flying through the air, crashing hard into the city wall. The frozen green brick wall just couldn't handle all that impact and came crashing down. Meatbag and Stinky Mountain totally freaked out and scrambled for the cave entrance, their butts practically plugging the opening. The terrified wild boars that were left turned tail, trampling their own friends to flee through the brand new hole in the wall. In the middle of all the chaos, more than a dozen buffalo from the back also stormed in. The two sides smashed into an all-out war, and the animal pens were completely wrecked. 2 antelopes in their enclosure got absolutely skewered by buffalo horns, dying instantly. Lassung could only stand there and watch his entire operation get trashed in a hot second. This free-for-all between prehistoric beasts was way above any single person's pay grade. The pens collapsed, burying more than a dozen chained antelopes under the mess, who were then trampled by panicking boars and buffalo. He had no idea how many were even still alive. The scene was a total heartbreaker for Lassung. Outside the wall, more than 100 wild buffalo broke through the wolfpack circle, heading straight northeast. The wolves didn't dare face them head on, so they just nipped at them from the sides, picking off and tearing apart any stray buffalo, managing to take out more than 20. The alpha wolf called off the chase to get ready for a feast, but inside the walls, Lassung was seeing red. "All the horse antelopes I caught are dead. If we don't take advantage of this and get something out of it, this is a total loss." Lassung instantly rallied all the adults. He was getting ready to use javelins to finish off every last wild boar and buffalo inside the walls. I mean, when a buffet literally crashes your party, how can you possibly say no? 70 to 80 people formed a line in front of the cave entrance. A shower of spears instantly rained down. The rampaging boars and buffalo were turned into giant, angry pincushions. More than 20 of them dropped to the ground, each one riddled with 5 to 7. So, like, dozens of wild boars were just flopped on the ground, totally gored and barely hanging on. The guys made a human shield up front while the girls got into position behind them, ready to deliver the final blows. They put the boars out of their misery and dragged them back inside the walls. Lassung, ever the main character, stepped up with his golden spear, giving the wolf pack some serious side-eye. About a dozen of his Han bros flanked him, getting into this perfect single-file line. The women behind them just started plunging bronze spears into the downed boars. The air was filled with this super gross squishing sound, mixed with the boars squealing and the girls' battle cries. All that drama obviously got the wolf pack's attention. A wide open path to freedom had just appeared right in front of them. The buffalo herd was not about to hit the brakes, setting off a collision so epic it was like Mars decided to slam dunk on Earth. We're talking more than 100 buffalo, each one over 2 meters tall, and weighing over a ton, all charging together. Their half-meter long horns just ripped through the wild boars, basically turning them inside out on the spot. The boars, who are usually total tanks, were suddenly as tough as wet paper. In just that one clash, dozens of boars got absolutely yeeted, crashing hard against the Han clan's wall behind them. The frozen green brick wall just couldn't handle the constant pounding. With a massive crash, the whole thing came down, which sent a totally freaked out Meatbag and Stinky Mountain scrambling for the cave entrance. Their butts were pretty much sealing off the doorway. The dozen or so boars that survived were absolutely terrified, even trampling their dead friends to escape through the new hole in the wall. In all the chaos, over a dozen more buffalo charged in from behind, and the two groups immediately started a brutal brawl. In the blink of an eye, the livestock pens were completely annihilated. Two poor antelopes, shaking in their pen, got super unlucky and were skewered by buffalo horns, dying instantly. All Lassung could do was stand there and watch the horror show. The foundation they'd worked their butts off to build was just gone. This insane prehistoric monster mash was way beyond anyone's control. Now it was just about trying to save themselves and their people. In the mess, the pens collapsed, burying over 10 chained antelopes. Then they got trampled by the panicking boars and psycho bison. It's a total mystery how many antelopes actually survived. The whole thing broke Lassung's heart since he'd personally brought every single one of those animals back. Outside, over 100 bison broke through the perimeter and charged across the man-made river. They sprinted straight for the northeast side of the Han tribe's back mountain. Seeing those boars get launched through the air was burned into the wolves' memories, making them way too scared to fight the bison head-on. They just circled them like vultures, picking off the stragglers, and managed to take down over 20 of them. The alpha wolf called a timeout on the chase, getting ready for a massive victory feast. But inside the walls, Lassung's eyes were bloodshot with stress. The horse antelopes I captured are all dead. If we don't get something out of this, it's a total loss. So Lassung immediately rounded up all the adults in the tribe, getting ready to use their throwing spears to take out all the wild boars and bison trapped inside. I mean, free meat delivery? You can't just ignore that. In a flash, 70 to 80 people formed a line, and a wicked rain of spears came pouring down. The rampaging boars and bison were suddenly getting turned into pincushions by bronze spears. Over 20 animals hit the dirt, each one rocking 5 or 6 new spear piercings. Lassung told the elder to take the kids and guard the cave entrance. Everyone else followed him to the collapsed part of the wall, where dozens of boars were barely clinging to life. "Get in formation," Lassung yelled. The guys formed a defensive line, with the women behind them to do the dirty work. The plan was to finish off all the boars and drag the carcasses inside. Lassung stepped forward, his golden spear held at eye level, cautiously watching the wolf pack. About a dozen Han tribe guys immediately formed a defensive line around him. The women behind them were mercilessly stabbing the fallen boars with bronze spears. The whole area echoed with the sound of piercing flesh, the boars' dying squeals, and the women's triumphant shouts. This whole scene immediately got the wolf pack's attention. The leader growled, and the feasting wolves all stopped at once. It was like, "Hey, Lassung is leading a boar hunt over there." The sounds of the action totally piqued the wolves' interest. All around, the wolves, munching on bison, just stopped, their mouths dripping with blood. As they all turned to stare at Lassung, he quickly yelled at his people to tighten their formation. Then he offered a reward. Anyone who takes down a wolf gets a wolf pelt and a longbow. At first, seeing hundreds of wolves had everyone a little nervous, but now their eyes were burning with greed. They looked at the terrifying wolf pack in front of them like it was just a bunch of walking fur coats. A long howl from the alpha wolf echoed, and the entire pack immediately got into a charging formation. They sprinted toward the busted wall. At that exact moment, Lassung was the first to raise his long spear, aiming it right at a super hungry wolf that was leading the charge. And with a totally gross time squelch asterisk, wolf guts went flying, and the big bad wolf just dropped. The guys next to him totally nailed their first round of pokes, too. In front of that pointy stick wall of doom, like over a dozen wolf bodies were already decorating the lawn. And shout out to Meat Bun and Gray Mountain, because thanks to them, over 50 wild boars got totally wrecked. Anyone not busy immediately jumped into the fray, plugging the holes in the front line. The rest of the girls held the second line with their own spears, basically on standby for whatever drama came next, to handle any plot twists. The whole showdown was over in a flash. And get this, in front of their spear squad, the wolf body count hit at least 40, and plot twist. The front line was now like double the girls. On the main stage, the Han tribe was finally chilling. But you know those gray wolves. They were way too extra to just give up. In some shady corner, the alpha wolf was whispering orders to another clique, telling them to sneak around the side of the wall. They were totally planning a sucker punch. But this little scheme didn't get past Lassung, who was basically stalking the alpha wolf's every move. He felt the vibe was off, so he scrambled up the wall next to them. From his new perch, he got a bird's eye view of all the chaos. Over on the main front, right by the busted wall, over 50 wolf bodies were stacked up, making a gnarly new barricade. The alpha totally saw Lassung climbing the wall and freaked out, thinking its whole sneak attack plan was blown. So it let out another dramatic howl, telling the main squad to switch things up. One after another, these huge varsity-level wolves started vaulting over the bodies of their fallen friends. They were trying to totally leapfrog the first line of spears. Their new mission? Go straight for the people in the back. This sudden plot twist definitely got Lassung's attention. He immediately yelled for the front line to take one step forward. The second line lifted their spears, making a spiky roof over the front row guys' heads. And that's when this blood-curdling scream just ripped through the air. It came from the south wall. Lassung's head snapped around so fast he probably got whiplash, his eyes practically popping out. Over there, Meat Bun was just swinging its giant trunk around like a wrecking ball. It was absolutely bodying any wolf that even thought about jumping the wall. Seeing this epic move, Lassung's own gray wolf totally caught the vibe and started throwing down right next to Meat Bun. So yeah, the main front was starting to look stable again. The alpha wolf, realizing its big attack was a total flop, screeched for the pack to retreat. Now, all its hopes and dreams were riding on that secret squad doing their thing. Right then, some beefy wolf used its fallen comrades as a step stool and went airborne. It seriously looked like it was about to clear the 10-foot-high wall, but then an arrow just zipped out of nowhere from below. The arrow tagged the wolf right in the neck, which totally freaked out the next ones in line. Then came the times whoosh, whoosh, whoosh times of a whole storm of arrows. They completely canceled the wolf's little pincer move. The alpha finally got the memo that both of its brilliant plans were epic fails, and it wasn't about to push its luck. It let out this huge, pathetic howl and ordered a full-on retreat. The pack turned to go snack on the dead bison outside. But did you really think Lassung was going to let them have a pity party after they messed with his precious horses? Absolutely not. He immediately started shouting orders like a drill sergeant. The dudes had to stay on watch, while the girls were tasked with dragging all the wolf bodies from outside back into the compound. The ladies started whipping up torches with firewood and pig fat. The elders got the memo to bring out the entire stash of extra arrows. After maybe 10 minutes or so, everyone was geared up and ready to roll. Every rope the tribe owned was piled onto Big Tree's back. Lassung slung his quiver around Big Tree's neck. Then, with Lassung riding high, 30 grown-ups with torches and spears fell in line beside them. They marched right for the fallen bison. As they got close to one of the carcasses, Lassung, from more than 30 yards out, started picking off a few lingering wolves with his arrows like it was nothing. You better believe the other wolves didn't stick around. They bounced immediately. Lassung saw his chance, leading his crew to claim a bison. They roped its head, and then the dynamic duo, Meat Bun and Big Tree, dragged it back home. They kept running this play back and forth like a total pro team. On their way out of the gate, they'd even drag a massive bundle of firewood with them. The wolf pack, having already gotten a taste of their bronze spears and arrows, and seeing every single person carrying a torch, could only sit there and watch in misery as the humans yoinked their dinner. Even some giant vultures trying to crash the party from a distance got sniped by Lassung's arrows. Literally everything became a trophy for the Han tribe. The wolves were completely out of options and could only turn their desperate eyes to the animals that had fallen into the ditch. But before they could even make a play, a huge wall of fire just exploded along the banks of the fake river. The wolves' last tiny spark of hope was snuffed out, and they had no choice but to slink back into the forest, completely defeated. Meanwhile, back at the river, Lassung and his squad were checking out their loot by torchlight. The 700-yard-long trench was packed with 36 grass camels, 28 massive deer, and 47 bison of all sizes. On top of all that, there were like 7 or 8 wolves that got totally stomped in the chaos and a terror bird with a busted leg. So the new drama was, how are they going to get all this stuff out? And save the ones that were still breathing was going to be a massive time suck. But Lassung was still totally bugging about the wolf pack, convinced they could pop out of the woods for a surprise party at any second. So he grabbed some meat, his trusty gray wolf, and basically left a two-boar. We cool? After more than an hour of serious cleanup duty, they finally hauled all the party favors back inside the walls. By then, it was way past midnight, and the whole tribe was totally gassed. So to get the vibe back up, Lassung ordered a victory feast, a whole wild boar for a midnight snack. Everyone scored a massive slab of roasted meat, plus it was all-you-can-slurp soup on the side. I mean, this was the first legit barbecue they'd had in 3 miserable winter months. You've never seen so many happy faces. Of course, the guys were already flexing about their wolf takedown count and daydreaming about the loot they were going to score. By the time the feast was over, the sun was basically doing a walk of shame. So, Lassung split the more than 70 adults into 4 crews. Crew number 1, with 10 people, was on wall duty lookouts and patrols. Another 20-strong crew was on damage control, fixing up the walls and animal pens. The last group, over 40 of them, grabbed their gear and rolled out with Lassung. First up, 6 dudes with those fancy bronze shovels started digging a ramp on the north bank of their man-made river. The catch? This ramp was strictly single file, with absolutely no U-turns allowed. Meanwhile, the other 30-something people, with Lassung leading the charge, were throwing up a wooden fence. The second those animals hit the top of the ramp, they'd be herded right into this super narrow, fenced-in runway. Then Lassung busted out a makeshift charcoal furnace. He jammed 2 bronze hooks into the coals until they were glowing red hot. With everything in place, Lassung had someone wave a bundle of grass to tempt the critters in the ditch over to the ramp. And, those poor, starving, freezing herbivores saw that grass and started climbing that ramp like it was the last snack on Earth. Once they hit the top, the hard part was over. A few people used ropes to guide them inside the walls to get sorted out. When the very last bull finally lumbered up the ramp, a couple of guys totally boxed him in with wooden poles from the front and back. Without skipping a beat, Lassung grabbed a sizzling hot bronze hook and bam, right through its nose. The psycho bull went from total beast mode to a giant puppy, letting the tribe drag it inside. The chaos lasted all afternoon, and by the time they were done, the riverbed was literally spotless, not a single living or expired thing left. The final head count was insane. 97 live animals from 3 different cliques, plus 45 bison who didn't make it. 52 forest deer, 17 massive stags, and a whole 113 gray wolves. Oh, and don't forget the 14 terror birds they took down with arrows, plus all the blue antelopes in the pen that totally freaked out and kicked the bucket. Thank goodness the magic rabbit hutch survived the drama. After a day of pure insanity, by dusk, all the damage was completely repaired. They even stacked another 5 layers of green bricks on the 3 walls, basically telling the gray wolves, "You can't sit with us." Inside the fence, the bonfire was crackling, setting the whole vibe. Amidst the non-stop chatter of the Han tribe, hundreds of people were gathered around the fire, getting work done but mostly gossiping. A few of the women were bragging like, "Oh my god, I'm a total pro at skinning wolves now." So, naturally, they got put in charge of teaching everyone else the ropes. Meanwhile, Mutong was sawing the horns off a dead bull, giving the Lu tribe boys a look that said, "Watch and learn, kids." A little while later, it was their turn for a pop quiz. The little kids were running around with huge pieces of BBQ, singing some song Lassung had never heard before. It was a legit festival because, for once, the food was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Lassung just stood there in the middle of it all, watching his people go hard for a full day and night without even looking tired. But deep down, he was stressing. Winter was only 1 month away, and when the weather warmed back up, what were they going to do with all this leftover meat? You can't just preserve everything. The whole skinning and butchering party went on till midnight, yet the tribe, with totally bloodshot eyes, still refused to crash. They were just so hyped. Seriously, they'd never seen this much food in their entire lives. In the end, Lassung had to play dad and literally forced them to go to bed. The next morning, the second the sun was up, the crew, running on like half a night's sleep, was already up and itching to get back to it. Lassung had to step in and basically assign everyone homework. First, he told Laozi to take Dazui and Monkey and whip up 42 bullnose rings. Next, he had the guys dig 2 small ponds and fill them with some plant concoction to tan over 200 animal hides. The rest of the crew was still on meat duty. Dashu took a few people to sort through the bull horns and sinew. Lassung called over 3 of the grown-ups from the Yuanshi tribe. "Okay, spill. You guys used to trade salt with us. Where did you get it?" "Chief, The salt's in this tiny crack in a cave. We always have to send in like 3 or 4 year old kids to grab it. None of the adults have ever even seen the spot. Lassung replied. Interesting. All right. Next time we go on a salt run, I'm leading the mission. But then he remembered those 7 wolves still lurking in the West Forest and decided to put a pin in the salt trip for now. At least he knew where the hookup was, so he wasn't stressing about running out anymore. He had someone bring out all their reserve salt and started teaching everyone how to make jerky and sausages. Meanwhile, back at the other tribe, Zida and Ziwu were sprinting home. They were taking Lassung's warning, like, super seriously. The two head honchos had a major powwow and finally decided that Zida would take 20 people. The posse was heading west to see if Lassung was spilling tea or just making stuff up. Ziwu stayed behind in the tribe, ordering the women to build a defensive fence, totally copying the Han tribe style with wooden stakes and stone spears. A huge gate blocked the entrance, and the tribe was using the pottery they'd traded for to cook meat soup, whispering among themselves as they ate. To be able to make such high-quality stone bowls, like, how powerful is that tribe even? Ugh, I wish we could get traded into the Han tribe. All this gossip got back to Ziwu, but he didn't even get mad. He just closed his eyes, Lassung's words echoing relentlessly in his mind. Every time he closed his eyes, his brain replayed the promise that joining the Han tribe meant endless food, more livestock than they could even handle, and a totally safe place to live. That voice just kept getting louder in Ziwu's head, making him dizzy. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes wide open, an excited look on his face. No, our tribe is just as big as the Han tribe. Why should we have to join them? Didn't the Han leader say he could give the Mud Warriors endless food? Let's just wait and see. Maybe he's all talk. Just then, Zida returned with the hunting party, dangling a necklace made of human bones as he walked into the tent. Shaman, look at this. We found it on those frozen beast carcasses in the forest, Zida said. Hearing this, Ziwu nodded over and over. So, they were telling the truth. Time just stopped as both of them fell silent, totally clueless about what the right move was. After a moment, Ziwu said to Zida, So, I had the people build a fence today. If those flesh eaters really do attack, do you think it will hold? Not a chance. Zida shot back. A toddler could climb over that thing. Ziwu sighed, completely defeated. Then just post more guards and tell the women and kids to make more weapons. If that day really comes and we can't fight them off, we'll just have to wing it, I guess. Ugh, if only we had a few more people. Zida nodded. He was about to get up and go make the arrangements, but then a light bulb went off over his head. I have an idea that could get us more people. Hearing this, Ziwu's eyes lit up. Quick, what's the idea? Spill it. Okay, so, the Lee tribe over in the Chestnut Forest, right? They've got to be desperate for pottery. So here's the tea. We trade our pots for some of their people, and then we flip them to the Han tribe. The going rate is 1 pottery pot for 2 teens or 1 adult woman. So, get this, we'll offer them double, trading a pot for 2 Lee tribe women or 4 boys. Then we take the new recruits and trade them to the Han tribe. Any extras? They're ours to keep. Shuvu was literally buzzing when he heard this, like, so this is how business works. You're an actual genius. Even that try-hard Luo Song from across the river could never cook up a scheme this good. And just like that, history was made. The world's first hustler was born. Let's do this, Shuvu said, totally on board. You grab some guys and head to the Lee tribe, like, right now. Use the pottery we have to get the ball rolling. Shudai was all for it and rushed off to get ready. Meanwhile, over with the Han tribe, Luo Song was having a major meltdown about the 7 wolves who were basically ghosting them from the forest. His tribe was down to just 200 people with only enough food for a month. A long, drawn-out standoff was not on the agenda. Luo Song was racking his brain, but a head-on attack was a suicide mission. They'd just be wolf chow. Right then, he heard Xiaoku Ping's voice from outside the cave. Just ignore him, be a good boy, and hold still. At that moment, Lao Er and Dali were giving the bison some new nose bling. The poor things were not having it, acting all wild from the pain. Xiaoku Ping was waving a thorny vine around, whacking the bison on the butt. Suddenly, Luo Song's eyes lit up. Ding! An idea hit him. He let out this huge, creepy laugh and ran outside to gather his own thorny vine. These things were as thick as a finger and just covered in nasty thorns, the perfect main ingredient for a death trap. First, he chopped them with an axe into thumb-sized bits, then soaked them in cold water until they were frozen solid. A slick layer of ice formed right over the thorns, hiding them completely. Then, he slathered the outside with a thick coating of pig fat. All the wolf pack had to do was gulp down these little treats, and boom, the ice would melt in their stomachs. The Thorns would then do some serious internal redecorating. It was a guaranteed one-way ticket to the afterlife. That afternoon, Luo Song hopped on his gray horse and trotted to the edge of the forest where he tossed out some animal guts. Just a little appetizer to make them feel safe. As evening rolled in, he served up the main course. Literal gifts of death. Those thorny, ice and fat-covered death balls were packed in a huge barrel and sprinkled all along the western edge of the forest. Now, all he had to do was wait for the wolves to bite. Thinking about all that glorious, fluffy wolf fur, Luo Song couldn't help but crack a wicked smile. By then, Luo Song had filled several huge barrels with his thorny traps, which he chucked all over the western edge of the forest. After that, he didn't dare drop his guard for even a second. He quickly gave the guards on the wall their marching orders. He warned them to watch for any movement near the woods, telling them not to miss a single rustle in the leaves or whisper on the wind. Once that was handled, he dragged his totally exhausted self back to the cave to crash. Seeing that winter was just about over, he knew there was a mountain of work to do for the tribe, and it was all on his shoulders. Spring, farming, and the salt harvest were basically life or death now. Before, the tribe was seriously lacking in the animal department, with only 16 green horses in total, and out of those, only 2 stallions were strong enough to plow. But now, these new bison were way bigger and a whole lot stronger. Okay, so that dinky little plow they were using before, it was so not going to fly anymore. A brilliant new design for a double-bladed monster plow started brewing in my brain. At the same time, I was pouring my heart and soul into designing a slick new bronze plow. And Shu Dai, that total drama king who loves playing all sides, had already bounced on his trading mission. The U Tribe's crew was now over 230 members deep. The tribe's turf was basically one giant, gorgeous chestnut forest. Now, you can't live on chestnuts alone, but when the hunting got rough, they were clutch for keeping everyone from getting hangry. Because of that, the tribe never had to deal with a full-on starvation scandal. Life was pretty chill. Their camp was south of the Black Rat tribe, not exactly next-door neighbors, but not long distance either. We're talking a full day's hike. For these ancient tribes, that kind of trek was totally normal. I mean, in an age without Ubers, you could only count on your own 2 feet to get anywhere. And everyone knew the golden rule: be back home before dark. At night, the wilderness became a horror movie and the dangers were off the charts, so Shu Dai led his squad of 10 buff dudes on a day-long journey. By the time they rolled up to the Li tribe's village, everyone was just starting to think about dinner. The second Mao Li, the Li tribe's leader, and their shamans saw the crew arrive, they were instantly fuming. Winter had just ended, which meant every tribe's pantry was looking seriously sad, and they were all just toughing it out. Mao Li was totally thinking, "Are you kidding me? We're running on fumes, and they're here for a free meal?" His face soured immediately. His vibe was screaming, "Get out," and even his smile was fake. Shu Dai totally read the room and knew he was crashing their pity party, so he just flashed this huge, unbothered grin. He quickly clarified he wasn't there to mooch, and even had his sidekick hustle out their own stash of food. Only then did Mao Li's death glare soften a little. So Mao Li gave them the grand tour of the tribe's digs, which was basically 10 of these hobbit hole-style houses dug into the earth. They were half buried, with a dome on top made of branches all slathered in a thick layer of mud, leaving a little smoke hole at the peak. The second Shu Dai stepped inside. His eyes were glued to the central fire pit, where he saw the locals roasting chestnuts and jerky, and you could practically see a light bulb go off in his head. He had just turned to start his sales pitch about his amazing pottery when he was hit with Mao Li's majorly sour face, who was clearly thinking, "This guy just walked in and is already eyeing our food." Total red flag. But Shu Dai, completely unbothered by the attitude, just casually waved his guy forward with their own pot and dried meat, and they all just plopped down by the fire, and then they just started cooking their own dinner. When Mao Li saw they actually brought their own food, and in some seriously fancy pottery, he finally dropped the resting grump face. His attention was totally locked on that pot, and when he heard that using it to cook could keep them warm times and times make their food last longer, Mao Li was suddenly all ears. Shu Dai could have given the best speech in the world, and it wouldn't have mattered. But right then, the tribe's pantry was looking seriously empty, so saving food was a huge deal. When it came to the price, things got heated, like immediately. Shu Dai had only brought the pots with no matching bowls or anything, so Mao Li had no idea what they were really worth. He was totally convinced Shu Dai was trying to rip him off. After a ton of haggling, they finally struck a deal. 1 pot in exchange for 3 of the younger boys, or 1 of the women plus a young boy. Shu Dai had this all calculated out. He was just trying to beef up his fighting crew, so he was laser focused on getting the boys. He wasn't really feeling the trade for women, thinking they were weaker and would just slow the group down. These boys were only about 10 to 11 years old, but by their tribe's standards, they were basically a year or two away from being considered adults. A little training, and they'd be ready to throw down. Mao Li was super salty about losing so many future workers. I mean, even if your tribe is huge, you can't just keep trading away your people. In the end, they pinky swore this was a one-time only deal, and from now, heading back to the Shu tribe feeling like a total rock star. With winter finally ending, Shu Dai was still obsessing over his deal with Luo Shu of the Han tribe and was already plotting his next big move. Meanwhile, the Han tribe was on a total victory high. After that epic, super emotional battle to defend their home, every single member was basically a hero. The rewards you had promised before the showdown had to be delivered. Super plush wolf pelts, perfect for staying cozy, were handed out to all the adult men and women of the tribe. And even though there wasn't a ton of bronze bling to go around, you was not stingy. The guys were hooked up with custom-made bronze buttons, engraved with this sick image of a totally majestic and fierce wolf's head. They were tiny, but they were a huge deal, like a medal of honor for their battle cred. Everyone was obsessed, and nobody ever took them off. The women who fought got these stunning bronze bells, and everyone was just over the moon. But the one thing that made the tribe absolutely lose their minds was that every single one of them got a longbow. They had all seen how overpowered those things were. In the last battle, they caused some serious damage. With longbows, they could snipe from a distance, which was a whole lot safer. Plus, they could carry way more arrows than those clunky old javelins. Their whole fighting style just got a major glow up. Although, before the battle, you had laid down the rule that you had to take out more than 5 wolves to get a bow. But in reality, they only managed to bag a little over 70. With so many people and so few wolves, the math just wasn't mathing. So you just used it as an excuse to deck out the entire tribe with longbows. The new model was made from cedar wood, which is this super hard but amazingly flexible wood. The bowstring was made from tough as nails hemp fibers that could handle insane tension. The whole bow was about 5 feet 9 inches long, a perfect match for the height and strength of most of the tribe. And let me tell you, its power was no joke. The tribe already had the wood and the tools. At first, everyone thought mass producing them would be a breeze, but the second they actually started, the problems started popping up. The first disaster was logging. The wood for these bows had super strict standards. The cedar had to be perfectly straight with a perfect sapwood to heartwood ratio of 1 to 2. Heartwood is a total drama queen. It's stiff, breaks easily, and has a short lifespan. And to make things worse, the tribe only had one giant, clumsy wood saw. It took 2 people just to pull the thing. It was completely useless for any kind of detail work. A small handsaw was fine for trimming branches, but trying to cut a round log with it was a complete nightmare. Lassung was totally stressing about it until he had a flashback to this U-shaped bow saw he'd seen as a kid. The wooden frame pulls the blade super tight, making it perfect for sawing planks or beams. With a master plan forming, Lassung quickly started delegating. He told Tan to forge 2 saw blades with holes at the ends, while Muek Thong got to work on the U-shaped wooden frames. Both of them were total pros, so making a little tool like this was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Lassung was focused on a whole other puzzle. How in the world do you draw a straight line on a round log? Then, the idea of using an ink line hit him like a lightning bolt. A total galaxy brain move from his ancestors. 2 points make a straight line like duh. So simple, but so effective. The tribe had plenty of hemp string, but surprise, they had 0 ink. The tribe hadn't even invented paper yet, and it's not like they needed brushes and ink for their daily chores, but right now, getting ink was a full-blown emergency. Lassung was totally stumped trying to remember some ancient DIY ink tutorial. He knew that pine soot ink was basically just the greasy gunk left over from burning pine wood. The best part? He didn't even need a fancy kiln or a chimney to get it. A way simpler hack would totally work. He whipped up a small stove with green bricks, lit a fire with some pine branches, and poof, thick black smoke started pouring out everywhere. In like 5 minutes, the green bricks were totally coated in black soot. He carefully scraped off the black powder, threw in some water, and gave it a good mix. And just like that, he had a whole bowl of thick, gloopy ink. Next, he dunked the hemp string right in it. Once the string was completely soaked, he yanked it out, and boom, a simple ink line was born. Who needs a proper reel when you can just use your hands, right? Lassung and Dai Thu went to town, getting their hands completely black as they marked out these perfect straight lines. Just then, Noom and Muek Thong came sprinting over, holding their brand new, freshly made U-shaped saw. They had these totally hopeful looks on their faces as they handed it to Lassung for the big reveal. He just casually grabbed a handful of snow to scrub his ink-stained hands before taking the saw, which was almost 70 centimeters long. He saw the bronze blade was locked in tight on the frame, totally stable. When he cranked the hemp string, the blade went perfectly taut and straight. He lined it up on the ink mark he'd drawn on the log, and with just one gentle pull, sawdust went flying everywhere. The ink line was instantly gone, swallowed up by the new cut as the blade just sailed straight through the wood. One try, and the results were, like, shockingly good. Lassung immediately demanded 20 more, just like it. But wait, the drama, did they even have enough bronze? Noom did some quick finger counting and nodded, promising they were totally set. Apparently, the saw blades barely used any bronze. Lassung just waved his hand like, whatever, just make them, don't be cheap. The tribe needed bronze for literally everything if they were going to level up tools, weapons, kitchen stuff, you name it. They couldn't be short on any of it. I mean, right now, they didn't even have a single bronze pot. With early spring, farming, and the salt harvest right around the corner, they had to get that copper mine running again like yesterday. And thinking about the mine gave Lassung another brilliant idea. A boat. And I mean a proper times boat. Because getting the tribe to the copper mine was a total nightmare. They had to hike upstream along this tiny river for nearly half a day. Using pack animals was not only a total drag, but it wiped them out. Plus, some parts of the path were just completely impossible, so it wasn't even that much faster. But if they could just load everything onto a boat from the Han tribe's camp and float downstream, the trip would only take a few hours. Plus, a boat could carry way more cargo. This boat he was designing had these slightly raised ends and a square bottom, a totally custom design for these inland rivers. The river's depth was all over the place, so a flat-bottomed boat that barely dipped into the water was the perfect fit. In the super shallow parts, the boat would just glide right over, steady as ever. It would absolutely never hit the bottom. Both its safety and handling would be top-notch. Based on how wide the river was, he decided the boat should be 3 meters wide and 8 meters long. The length to width ratio was on point, which meant it would be super stable, and even the tribe's newbies could handle it no problem. The boat's hull was going to be reinforced with 2 keelsons and 7 U-shaped ribs made from pine wood to make sure it was crazy strong and would last forever. The planks would be made from fir wood, and the outer bark would be used to make longbows. Talk about a zero-waste king. They wouldn't even have to make extra oars. Their existing bronze shovels could totally double as paddles, weapons, and tools. A 3-for-1 deal. Everyone saw him hustling all day with these bizarre new inventions and was dying of curiosity. Only the people from the Han tribe kind of knew what the tea was. That's because they had seen him use a bunch of branches to make a basic little wooden boat before. The idea was basically the same as this flat-bottomed boat, just with way better wood for the ribs, planks, and body. That afternoon, while he was hyping up the tribe members and telling them what to do, a lookout suddenly screamed, "Chief, more than 20 people are coming from the east." "I'm pretty sure they're from the nomadic tribe. They're coming right this way." Feeling a little sus, you scramble up the wall to see what's up, and you spot Shudai rushing over with 10 adults and 10 teenage boys in tow. You can't help but be like, wait a sec, Shudai's tribe only has like 150 people. So where on earth did they find all these guys? The people who were traded from Shudai's tribe before hear the commotion and think another trade is going down. They all run out, totally hyped, hoping to see their families. Trailing behind Shudai are a bunch of people from the Lee tribe. The teens are completely clueless. All they know is their chief traded them for 5 clay pots. Even though they have no idea what's happening, they're not making a fuss and just quietly follow the crowd. Shudai finally gets to the gate, looks up at the insane wall, and then tries to peek through the fence, obviously shook. The moment he clocks the hundreds of livestock, the mountains of jerky, and the endless sea of animal pelts, his eyes practically bug out of his skull. Seriously, if you weren't rocking that golden crown, he would have bet his last loincloth he'd stumbled into the wrong zip code. He gulps, totally flustered, and sputters. Is this the Han tribe? I'm, Shudai, here for the, pottery trade. You casually peek past the gate, sizing him up. And, okay, Shudai's little posse doesn't exactly scream imminent danger. Still, rules are rules, and they've got to check their pointy sticks at the door. Shudai gestures to the gaggle of teens and goes, "Oh, great leader of the Han tribe, I've come to barter for some pottery, and these are my people. We're totally just here for the pots this time, promise." You signal someone to grab the merchandise, giving them the ultimate side-eye. Shudai is so busy sweating bullets, he probably only catches half of what you say. Meanwhile, his crew is completely clueless, just staring at everything with their mouths hanging open like a bunch of slack-jawed tourists. I mean, let's be real, you're secretly hoping he brings the whole village next time. Once these kids hit their growth spurt, they'll be prime labor. This whole pottery for people deal is an absolute bargain. On cue, Huya and Da hustle out with 5 clay pots. The terms are ridiculously simple: 10 boys for 5 pots. As the sun dips below the horizon, the vibe gets a little spooky when the silhouettes of a wolf pack start creeping around the perimeter. Luo Sung, playing the gracious host, offers to let Shudai and his crew crash for the night. Then he practically yanks Shudai into the cave and bellows for everyone to hear that they're firing up the grill to welcome their new guests. The 10 kids from the Lee tribe, who are still trying to process the fact that they were just traded for kitchenware, suddenly get a look at how loaded the Han tribe is. We're talking massive herds of animals and more meat than a Texas barbecue. Their minds are completely blown. They're spotting bison taller than a grown man, freakishly huge deer, and what look like freaking mammoths. The initial shock quickly turns into giddy excitement. Suddenly, getting traded doesn't seem so bad after all. Luo Sung tells the elders to start the official onboarding process. Get them cleaned up, hook them up with some fresh hides, teach them the alphabet, and find them some bunks. Job number 1 is to learn the Han lingo and script, and, just generally get with the program. He caps it off by telling them to eat till they pop, because his tribe is rolling in food. The kids are absolutely ecstatic. I mean, back in the Lee tribe, they were basically in a permanent state of starvation. Kids were throwing hands over crumbs, and if you weren't tough, you didn't eat. But here, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. The incredible smell and giant chunks of stew have them inhaling bowl after bowl, like they're in a competitive eating contest. Finally, Luo Sung can't watch the carnage anymore and has to step in, probably thinking to himself, okay, I can't have them literally eating themselves into a coma on their first night. Yeah, the Han tribe has a stocked pantry, but they're not about to let the new guys waste it all in one go. There'd be plenty of time for food comas later. After dinner finally wraps up, the cave is suddenly packed like a clown car. The night watch crew crashes in the adobe hut inside the walls, and they make some room for Shudai's group. But while everyone else is zonked out, Shudai is wide awake. He's up on the wall, keeping watch with Luo Sung, and just staring at the rows of wolf pelts. You can practically see the gears turning as he compares this place to his home tribe and realizes the difference isn't just big, it's astronomical. Like the Han tribe took down times many gray wolves, their crew is clearly on a whole nother level. Meanwhile, his people are busting their butts 24/7 just to add a few new faces to the roster. And these guys, they get new recruits delivered to their doorstep, complete with a hot stew welcome party. The more he mulls it over, the more pathetic his situation seems, and he finally gives up and goes to bed. At midnight, the guard shift changes. Da Shu and Hu Ya are up, and Luo Sung immediately grills them for intel on the wolf pack. Da Shu reports, 2 nights ago, I spotted a massive pack lurking at the edge of the woods. It was just a sea of creepy, glowing green eyes. Hu Ya jumps in, but last night, way less of them. I only counted about a dozen. Luo Sung just cracks a sly smile and nods. I pulled half the night watch myself and didn't see a single whisker. The forest was dead silent. Looks like the pack took the bait. I'll roll out at dawn to confirm, and hey, maybe I'll score some more pelts and wolf steaks. The next morning, after waving bye-bye to Shudai and his crew, Luo Sung rallies a 30-man squad. They all chow down on an early breakfast, gearing up for a little field trip into the western forest. Meat Pie and Xuan Shan, the 2 big doggos, are tagging along behind. They haven't been on an adventure in forever, so they're absolutely jazzed, with tails going a mile a minute and noses glued to the ground. Luo Sung scouts ahead to the forest's edge. The thorny barricade he'd rigged up, totally gone. The snow is a mess of gray wolf tracks and signs of a frantic search. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. They fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Not sure what the final body count was, he immediately gave the signal for his spear squad to quietly assemble and move in. They followed Luo Sung deep into the woods. The trail was eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of their boots on the snow. Black Mountain and Meatloaf were also in stealth mode, trotting along obediently. The dogs were even starting to scan the ground just like Luo Sung. It wasn't long before he spotted it. Under a tree lay 2 dead gray wolves, their heads a mess of bite marks, flesh picked clean from the bone, and fur absolutely mangled. Yikes. Looks like they either turned on each other, or they got so hungry they decided to put their buddies on the menu. After another 3 hours of hiking, Luo Sung made it to the valley where he'd scored that demon sword plant. The wolf tracks on the ground dissolved into total chaos, with the last discernible trail pointing straight toward the Yuan Shi tribe's mountain. And Luo Sung had to wonder, oh no, did they actually stumble into the Yuan Shi's den? So wolves are basically squatters, right? They just steal other animals' dens. And around here, that cave was literally the only place big enough for all 7 of those gray wolves. And just as he suspected, when he hiked up the mountain, he found a bunch of frozen wolf bodies. Their stomachs were all bloated, and there were these massive bloodstains around their mouths and their back ends. It was so obvious they had a seriously rough time before they checked out. Lassung had his crew gather the bodies and mark the location. The squad kept pushing west, and you won't believe it, they just kept finding more dead wolves. Around noon, when they got about a kilometer from the cave, the wolf tracks on the ground got super thick. The pack had to be hiding nearby, so Lassung cautiously led everyone around the area. Everything was creepily silent, and Big Tree, who was lagging in the back, muttered, "They're probably all toast by now." Lassung immediately shut that down, warning everyone to stay sharp and not get cocky for even a second. Wolves are seriously crafty creatures. A few minutes later, the group finally hit the cave entrance and got the full picture of what was going on inside. And oh my god, most of the gray wolves were dead, and the few still hanging on were barely breathing, just letting out these weak whimpers with zero energy to even move. Seeing this, Lassung immediately ordered everyone to partner up and, finish the job. The tribesmen got right to it, quickly making teams to handle the bounty since the wolf meat was still good. Meanwhile, Lassung took some of his people back to the flat-roofed cave, rushing to the entrance to get the salt. But plot twist, the opening was completely blocked by a massive boulder, and its texture and color blended in so perfectly with the cliffs. That's totally why they missed it the last time they were here. Lassung immediately called the tribesmen over and ordered them to move the rock. Everyone swarmed it and heaved this absolute unit of a boulder. With a huge groan, it moved, revealing a small hole leading straight down into the ground. The hole was this weird, squished circle, so tiny that maybe only a 5-year-old could squeeze through, and even that would be a struggle. Lassung frowned, clearly thinking this was a major pain. He knelt down, holding a torch near the opening to get a better look. The rock was a mix of quartz and granite. Yeah, widening this thing was not going to be a walk in the park. As he was trying to figure out a game plan, a crazy bright light suddenly flashed from the cave ceiling. It totally caught Lassung's attention. Looking up, he saw the ceiling was covered in these hanging, cone-shaped rocks that were all sparkly and yellowish white. Lassung immediately pulled out a feathered arrow, planning to shoot one down. He wanted a closer look, but after 2 failed shots, he gave up and just yelled, "Dali, get a big rock and knock that thing down." Hearing that, Dali got all excited and ran over, grabbing a huge rock and taking aim. He yeeted it with all his strength, and with a loud thud, the tip of the hanging rock just snapped clean off. With a clatter, it hit the ground and shattered into a million little pieces. Lassung, thinking it was salt, bent down, picked up a tiny shard, and popped it in his mouth. But like a second later, he spat it right back out. This was not salt, it was natural alkali. Realizing this, Lassung was pretty bummed. He turned and asked the 3 dudes standing on the peak, "So, how did you guys usually know there was rock salt to mine down here?" The 3 of them just glanced at each other, then back at Lassung, hesitating for a hot second before one of them finally spoke up. "A super long time ago, some kid accidentally fell into the pit. When we pulled him up with a rope, we saw he was holding a bunch of this stuff. Ever since then, we've mined it once a year before the water in here freezes, and then again right after the ice melts." Hearing this, you could practically see the gears turning in Lassung's head. He knew he had to figure out a way to blow open the mouth of this pit to start a massive salt mining op. Just then, Mutong came running up, yelling, "Chief, we've dealt with all the gray wolves!" There were 78 of them total, but 8 pups survived. What's the move? The mention of wolf pups immediately made Lassung's eyes light up. Without saying a word, he beelined it over to check them out. When he got there, he saw a few poor little pups huddled against their dead mom, whimpering because they were starving. Lassung's heart just completely melted, and he ordered his tribe to bring the pups back to be raised. But then, a thought popped into his head, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he got. The wolf pack that ran off before had at least 100 wolves, but now there were only 78. So where did the rest of them go? And just as he was wondering, a sound echoed from the west, the totally desperate cry of a wild animal. The sound was enough to make your hair stand on end. Lassung immediately went on high alert, signaling his boys in the tribe to hold the cave entrance. As for him, he grabbed his bow and a long spear and just booked it towards the sound. He ran for a bit to a sun-facing hill about half a mile away. Okay, So the scene unfolding in front of him basically made Lassung's soul want to leave his body. We're talking 27 gray wolves ganging up on this poor giant thunder beast, and it was total chaos, which looked like some kind of prehistoric rhino. Its body was covered in this thick, armor-plated hide, and it was terrifyingly huge, probably weighing a few hundred pounds. By then, it was already a total mess from the wolf pack's bites, with blood literally gushing from all the soft spots like its inner thighs and belly. Its dull gray eyes suddenly flashed when it saw Lassung, giving him a look that was 100% a desperate plea, basically begging him for a rescue. From the wolf pack, two of the fastest ones immediately shot forward, baring their teeth with a clear vibe of Lassung, stay out of our business. But he wasn't even a little scared. He just raised his bow and popped off two arrows, one right after the other. Two gray wolves dropped, twitched for a sec, and then went completely still, seeing that the rest of the pack absolutely lost it, letting out this insane howl before charging all at once straight for Lassung. The whole scene was like a tidal wave of fur and fangs, enough to make your heart stop, and he immediately used his longbow to just smack an incoming wolf. Taking his chance, he did this epic roll on the ground and frantically grabbed the golden spear lying next to him. With that spear in his hand, you could tell Lassung felt way more confident. I mean, the guy apparently learned how to fight in a past life, so he started whipping the spear around like a total whirlwind, fighting his way closer to the thunder beast. Even though it was seriously hurt, the beast totally knew how to return a favor, using its massive body to shield Lassung from any sneak attacks. After a seriously brutal fight, he had a bunch of wounds and was bleeding all over, but luckily, they were just scrapes and scratches. Looking at the wolf pack, there were only 6 left. The ones that survived were totally terrified, having lost all their nerve to fight, and were just trying to bail. But Lassung's eyes were all red and crazy with battle rage, so there was no way he was letting them go. He raised that golden spear and just yeeted it with all his strength. With a solid thud, the spear pinned a wolf right to the snow. Then he just picked his longbow back up, fired 2 more arrows, and took down 2 more. Just as he was about to chase the last ones, this weak roar came from behind him, almost like it was trying to call his name. Lassung whipped around and saw the thunder beast struggling to get up, its 4 legs totally mangled and soaked in blood. It was just standing there shaking, but weirdly enough, its belly was completely fine. Then it lifted its head and roared at the sky, like it was using the absolute last of its energy. Just a second later, with this little popping sound, its belly just deflated. And right there, he saw a baby thunder beast had just been born. The mom didn't even care about her insane injuries. She just gently started licking the newborn clean with this super loving look in her eyes. After she was done, she lifted her head and looked right at Lassung, her bloodshot eyes totally welling up with tears. She used the giant horn on her face to gently nudge the baby towards him, then knelt down on her 2 front legs. The message was crystal clear without a single word. She knew she was on her way out and wanted to trust Lassung with her kid. He said he suddenly felt his eyes start to burn, and he almost started crying. "Don't you worry," he said. "I'll 100% take care of it." After saying that, Lassung took off his ripped-up animal skin shirt and carefully wrapped the baby thunder beast in it. His body was completely exhausted and covered in cuts, and he staggered back toward the cave. He hadn't gotten very far when he heard the mother beast collapse behind him. She had closed her eyes for the very last time. When he finally made it back to the cave, our tribe members were standing guard deep inside the entrance, holding spears with these super alert faces. Seeing Lassung all messed up, everyone swarmed him, bombarding him with questions and freaking out with concern. Lassung just weakly waved his hand. Yeah, so we ran into the rest of the wolf pack. Things got a little wild, but it's a total bummer a few of them dipped. Then he gestures with the baby thunder beast in his arms. "So, you two are on babysitting duty now, this little guy. From now on, he's a tribe baby." Just then, Stonehead ran over, pointed to a gray wolf in the distance, and said, "Chief, those wolves didn't get very far. I took care of them the second they ran back this way." Lassung breathed this huge sigh of relief, thinking that the whole wolfpack nightmare was finally totally over. From now on, our people wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. After chilling for a bit, Lassung told everyone the whole dramatic story of the gray wolves and the thunder beast. When the women heard it, their eyes got all red, and they couldn't stop wiping away tears. The guys all tried to act tough, but you could tell every single one of them was seriously moved. Right then and there, Lassung decided to bury the mother thunder beast on the mountainside. From now on, that spot would be called Child Handover Hill. All the women nodded like, totally. The next job felt way simpler, since they now had a pretty good idea where that salt mine was. Lassung packed a small bag of these natural alkaline crystals, then ordered everyone to seal up the cave entrance super tight with rocks, to keep other wild animals from trying to claim it. He led 10 people to the Chutlong camp to drag the wolves' den back. They also grabbed a bunch of branches and rocks to cover the mother thunder beast's body for now, planning to bring bronze shovels tomorrow to dig a real grave for it. When everyone met up at the cave entrance, they chopped down some branches to make 2 sketchy-looking wooden rafts, and it took a crazy amount of work to haul over 100 gray wolves back to the tribe. From that day on, the story of the mother thunder beast giving her baby to us went totally viral in the tribe. The women told it to the kids, and all the little ones would huddle up to see the baby thunder beast, their eyes just full of sympathy. Herbivores are just built different. With this insane will to live, newborns can stand up and eat almost right after they're born, and they're eating grass after just 1 or 2 months. So, get this. Rhinos are one thing, but this baby thunderbeast decided to make its grand entrance almost a whole month early, its eyes still sealed shut at barely half a day old. And to top it off, the weather that night was absolutely brutal, so it had to crash in a cave with 8 wolf pups. Talk about a weird first slumber party. Lassung, trying to be the hero, went out and found 2 nursing mama cows, thinking, problem solved. But plot twist, neither side was having it. The wolf pups were just too tiny. They literally couldn't reach the milk bar. The baby thunderbeast was just conked out, and the mama cows were like, not our kids, not our problem. Totally fed up, Lassung had to rally like a dozen of the older guys for backup. So picture this. They're trying to milk these cows, who are just screaming their heads off in the pen. The whole crew struggled for half the night, but their little stunt actually paid off. The babies got their fresh milk and managed to pull through, especially the little thunder beast, who got personal bottle service from Lassung. Ku Ben was on milk duty, just pouring it right in. After it was all gone, the baby thunder beast went from snoozing like an angel to snoring like a freight train, and Ku Ben was absolutely living for it. He literally spent the whole night cuddling it. The next morning, the plan was a go, and Lassung led a crew of 20 to Jiaokan Hill. They dug this massive pit, held a funeral for the mama thunderbeast, and piled a bunch of stones on her grave. From that day on, the spot basically became a famous landmark on Jiaokan Hill. Anyway, during the last miserable month of winter, even though the tribe looked all peaceful, everyone was still grinding away. A week goes by, and bam, the wolf pups start opening their eyes. 2 weeks later, those 8 little troublemakers were already chowing down on meat soup and cooked food. All day long, they were just tearing around the yard outside the cave like 1-month-old puppies on a sugar high. Meanwhile, the baby thunderbeast was having its own glow-up, with that pale pink color starting to fade, turning into this gorgeous, pure, milky white. A tiny little bump even popped up on its nose where a horn was supposed to be. And oh my gosh, it started standing on its own, wobbling over to the mama cow for a snack. At first, the cow was so not into it, but I guess it remembered all those traumatic milking sessions and just reluctantly gave in. And just like that, it became the baby thunderbeast's official nanny. By the 3rd week, the whole vibe in the tribe got way more chaotic. Ku Ben was parading the baby thunderbeast around inside the walls, screaming, "Run, run, run faster! Go chase those dogs!" Lassung, who was watching this whole disaster from the sidelines, couldn't help but say something. He was like, the name run, run, is just awful. Hearing that, Ku Ben slammed the brakes on the little beast and shot back, "Fine, genius. What should we call it then?" Lassung actually thought for a second and then said, "Let's call it Bon Bon from now on. It means to run super fast, and it sounds way cooler than Run Run." Ku Ben was totally ecstatic, while Lassung just stood there looking completely zoned out. He screamed, "Bon Bon, go get those dogs!" By the 4th week, the carpenters were on a total roll, finishing 70 standard bows. And, of course, every single one was personally fine-tuned and tested by Lassung, so the quality was absolutely flawless. Thanks to their new gear, the bows they were making were even slicker than the one he was using. The women weren't just sitting around either. They were busy cranking out arrows. For now, though, they could only make the shafts without the pointy tips. The feathers were already on them and everything. Lassung's big plan was to wait for the next mining trip to forge some bronze arrowheads. For the time being, he broke out the 200 arrows he had in his stash for the tribe to practice with. One morning that week, all the adults in the tribe got together, each of them holding a longbow, all lined up in 3 rows for training. Lassung stood up front and yelled, "First row, aim for the haystack 100 meters away," and instantly, arrows just went everywhere. But since it was their first practice, it was a total hot mess. Some arrows hit the haystack, some shot off into the stratosphere, and some people couldn't even get their shot off with the arrows just pathetically dropping right at their feet. Lassung was torn between laughing and being totally exasperated, and had to go around correcting them one by one. As winter was finally ending, Shudai showed up again to trade, this time bringing 3 women and 6 young boys, all from the Lee tribe. The boys who'd been traded before were totally shocked and psyched to see people from their old neighborhood. Lassung knew deep down that this whole trading arrangement was probably on its last legs. I mean, clay pots aren't exactly a subscription service, and eventually, everyone would have enough of them, so it seemed like they needed a new business plan for the tribe to keep growing. A little while later, the big boat building project was also finished. Staring at the absolutely massive wooden boat, the tribe was freaking out with joy. Even though they hadn't seen if the thing could even float, everyone who helped build it was bursting with pride. And right at that moment, Dali just casually lifts the side of the boat with both hands. He grunted and strained, throwing all his muscle into it, but the boat just laughed at him. He scratched his head, totally stumped, and was like, "Yo, chief, what's the plan here? This thing is huge." And the river's like a mile away. Sung just gave him this little smirk, pointed to the bone-dry ditch nearby, and said, "We just got to get it over there." Dai Luke's eyes practically bugged out of his head. "But it's just a pit of dirt. There's no water there. How is that even possible?" But Lassung just flashed another one of his know-it-all grins and kept quiet. He just motioned for the crew, grabbed a shovel, and pointed to some carts and baskets. "Just trust me, let's roll." So, winter was finally ditching us, and things were heating up. Perfect timing for a little hydro engineering. Lassung rounded up his crew of about 30 guys, armed them with tools, and marched them down to the end of his pet project, the massive ditch. This whole production basically dragged the entire tribe out of hibernation. They all crowded around, ready for the drama like it was a season finale. Of course, the little ankle biters were causing chaos, chasing after some wolf pups that were barely a month old. While everyone was gossiping and laughing up front, Ku Ben showed up, dragging a milk-drunk and totally lazy Bon Bon. Meanwhile, Thit Bao and Hoi Sun, the resident troublemakers, had already vanished into thin air, and the only clue they were even around was the sound of elephants freaking out in the distance. Guess they decided to have their own spring break party. Anyway, back at the ditch, you could see it. The canal on one side, the actual river on the other, separated by this measly 6.5-foot wall of dirt. The mission, should they choose to accept it, was to tear that wall down. Without wasting a second, everyone got their assignments, and one crew immediately leaped into the trench. They started digging like their lives depended on it. A human conveyor belt formed, with people on top loading the dirt into baskets and others hauling it away. The whole crew was hustling hard, and just in one morning, that wall of dirt was down to a flimsy foot. Water started to ooze through the bottom, and Lassung, seeing things were about to get real, yelled for everyone to get the heck out of the ditch. As soon as they were all clear, Lassung strapped a rope around his waist like a total action hero and told his crew to hang on for dear life. He grabbed his shovel and jumped back in. This last part was a solo mission too risky for anyone else. Lassung gripped that shovel, ready for the final boss, and started wailing on that dirt wall. After like a dozen solid hits, the trickle turned into a stream. And then, in the blink of an eye, kaboom! A freaking wall of water exploded through like a monster, literally launching Lassung backward. The tribe collectively freaked out, screaming and yanking on that rope with everything they had to pull him to safety. One second he was airborne, the next he was back on the bank. Meanwhile, the water was just raging harder and harder, and in no time, that little hole was blasted into a 3-foot wide gateway to a water park from hell. Everyone just stood there, jaws on the floor, watching this insane current. The water was creating these crazy, fast whirlpools, and get this, it was sweeping up a boatload of fish with it. The wolf pups saw the watery apocalypse, yelped, and scattered like their tails were on fire. Even Ku, Ben, and Bonbon were spooked, diving for cover behind Lassung. After a bit, the chaos calmed down, and boom, the river and the canal were officially an item. The sharp-witted ladies didn't miss a beat. They grabbed baskets and started happily scooping up a free fish buffet. And to think, just a minute ago, the big drama was how to move a stupid boat. Now everyone was just staring, completely blown away. Ah Sung let out a laugh and was like, "So, what do you guys think? I brought the river to you. Problem solved, right? No more long hauls for water." You could literally hear the collective gasp as it finally clicked for everyone. First, Lassung had them stop gathering food, which totally freaked them out. Then he put them on ditch digging and brick making duty. Nobody got it. Then the ditch started trapping random animals, and the gossip was that it was just a giant, elaborate trap. But seeing that water rush in, they finally understood his master plan. And plot twist, this was only phase one. The real endgame was to dig even more canals for farming. Lassung's ultimate goal was to make sure the tribe was set for life. No more stressing about their next meal. And he wasn't just talk. Spring was here, and the Water River project was a massive success, right on time for the new season, and that's when it hit me. We couldn't put off planting any longer. By noon, the whole tribe was buzzing with a new kind of energy. Everyone came together for a massive party to celebrate the whole river-moving thing. After we were all stuffed, I grabbed some rope and dragged a crew over to the future farmland. We all got to work mapping out the rice paddies. Turns out, growing rice is super technical. Like, the fields have to be flooded all the time. You need a constant water supply, which is a whole thing. And you have to be smart about using the space, which led to the million-dollar question, how much of this stuff do we actually need to plant to feed everyone? Like, how big of a farm are we talking about? The wild rice here was on steroids. The grains were almost double the size of what I was used to. Back in my old life, a pound of rice was like 26,000 grains, but here you only got about 12,000. I started thinking about our limited seed stash and began to sweat a little. My entire farming experience consisted of keeping a tomato plant alive for like a week. I was a total fraud when it came to growing rice. Was I really going to bet the farm literally and just toss all the seeds out there? If this whole thing flopped and we got zero rice, I'd be the village idiot for sure. So after agonizing over it, I decided to play it safe and only use half the seeds, around 264,000 of them. But now the question was, how much rice can you even plant on 1 acre? Especially with these monster grains, I did some quick, probably wrong math in my head and settled on 64 acres. It wasn't a huge area, but it definitely wasn't a little vegetable patch either. If this piece of land is 400 meters long, then a width of about 107 meters should work. That's basically the size of 6 soccer fields. Once all the planning was done, the farmland was laid out perfectly along the south side of the river. This plot by the fence was about 300 meters away from the little river. Soon after, everyone started digging the irrigation ditches. The ditches were laid out in a super neat grid. They dug 20 of them at a time, each one less than a meter wide, about half a meter deep, and stretching 110 meters straight to the south. The ditch digging teams were already set. They called up 50 adults for each shift, and, conveniently, the tribe had exactly 50 shovels. Each person was only responsible for a little over 2 meters, so it took less than half an hour to finish one ditch. With 20 ditches to dig, everyone pitched in and finished the whole project in just one day. It was New Year's Day, and right on cue. So, the sky decided to throw us a little pity party with some light rain, and everyone was like, finally! That nightmare winter was officially canceled. Meanwhile, the other tribes, oh, they were times, definitely times, not just chilling. They were doing a post-winter damage report, and let me tell you, the tea was tragic. Like, it's one thing to ignore your problems, but seeing the receipts, it sent a shiver down their spines. Some crews got hit way harder than others. For the smaller cliques, the ones with less than 100 people, losing 10 members was somehow considered a times light times L. Most of the ones who didn't make it were kids and the grown-up guys. This winter was, like, brutally long. A ton of tribes completely ran out of snacks and couldn't survive till spring. With 0 options left, they had to bite the bullet, and let's just say some of the youngest members got dropped from the team. It was a whole drama. The guys couldn't stand watching the kids go hungry, so they basically went on suicide missions to hunt in the blizzard. If they got super lucky, they'd snag a random animal or, like, a few chestnuts. But the unlucky ones, they'd either come back with nothing, become human popsicles, or get absolutely wrecked by a pack of beasts. And even the ones who survived usually came back looking like they'd been through a war zone. A whole bunch of them had their ears, fingers, and toes get all frosty and gross, and the number of people left with permanent damage was insane. Compared to that hot mess, the Han tribe was living the dream for real. Not only did they dodge the whole starvation bullet, but they were actually having a major glow up. Their pantry was so stocked that the elders got together and were like, you know what this calls for? A massive spring festival. They wanted to pray for an even better year for the tribe. Luo Sung was totally on board, but of course he had his own asterisk vision times for the party. First of all, he was like, we don't do gods here. We're all about shouting out our ancestors. Plus, the whole vibe needed to be classy, not tacky. So he literally sketched out a whole design concept. He personally gave Mutong and Mudu a DIY tutorial on building a giant drum. Then he got the ladies of the tribe to sew a flag out of animal hide and stitch a huge Han character on it. Talk about branding. The whole squad pulled up. The Han tribe kicked off the first official ceremony in their entire history. The second that big drum started booming, everyone just busted out dancing. Their moves were a total vibe, full of happiness for how good things were and major hopes for the future. Everyone was convinced that with Luo Sung in charge, their tribe was just going to keep leveling up. But after the party was over, it was back to the grind for everyone. Their resources were still kind of limited, like they only had 2 of those double plow thingies. So he picked out 2 of the chillest looking bulls and personally hooked them up to get the fields ready. Except, plot twist, these bulls were still totally wild and super untamed. They had like 0 clue how to walk a straight line. So, with no other choice, he had to literally lead them by the nose himself, patiently showing them the ropes. Some other person had to stand in the back to keep the plow from going rogue and make sure it was digging deep enough. And just like that, every time those 2 bronze plows went in, they flipped over a strip of dirt about half a meter wide and like a foot deep. The efficiency was actually pretty sick. At this speed, the whole rice paddy would be done in 3 days, max. After that, they just had to level it out and turn it into a giant puddle. All that was left was to plant the rice seeds. You could literally watch the ground turn from that pale green top layer into this soft, dark brown dirt. So satisfying. A bunch of the new kids who joined over the winter followed behind them with these wicker baskets. They all lined up and started meticulously picking out grass roots and other junk from the dirt. As for fertilizer, Luo Sung thought about it and was like, nah, let's skip it for now. First off, they hadn't prepped any. And second, since this was brand new farmland, it was already packed with enough nutrients for one harvest anyway. Work smarter, not harder. It took a solid 3 days, but finally all the plowing and tilling was done. Luo Sung looked up at the sky, getting a little stressed because the mornings and nights were still super chilly. He was worried that if they planted the seeds now, they'd just freeze overnight. Bummer. But it's not like they were just going to sit around. Those grass seeds they collected before, it was their time to shine. All those wheat grains and other seeds were going to be munchies for the tribe's animals. Out to the west, the Han tribe had already called dibs on a spot for a pasture. Everyone grabbed a bag of grass seeds, spread out along the edge of the field, and just started scattering them everywhere. They didn't even have to worry if the seeds would make it because the ground had just gone through a whole thing. All that spring rain kept the ground damp, so the grass seeds started growing the second they hit the dirt. Soon, you'd see all these little green sprouts popping up. It still wasn't rice planting time, though. But the tribe wasn't stressing about food or clothes. So, what do you do with all that free time? Sung had this genius idea and was like, let's make shoes for everyone. He got all the women of the tribe together and gave them a personal masterclass in weaving straw sandals. The process was actually super easy. You just crisscross some straw into a foot shape and then tie it up with a couple of skinny strings. Once that first pair of straw sandals was made, it was like a switch flipped and the whole tribe started cranking them out. Riding that high, they decided to do a massive spring cleanup before the entire squad mobbed the riverbank. It was a total scene. Some people were splashing around, others were breaking in their fresh new kicks, and the rest were washing animal hides. A few of the guys who didn't care about the cold got extra brave and started weaving their own grass skirts to rock. And apparently, in this dude's memory, wearing a grass skirt in spring and summer was just like a totally normal fashion choice. So get this, some people were just letting it all hang out totally naked. You thought it was a vibe and decided to DIY a grass skirt, but you'd barely even tied the knot when Thitbo and Huyen Son came charging in like they'd found a free buffet. They basically face planted into your new outfit, shredded it, and then scarfed it down. You were so torn between being ticked off and finding it hilarious, which meant you had to awkwardly squeeze back into your animal hide fit. Then, out of nowhere, Elder Hot High runs up yelling, "Chief, the salt situation is critical!" And bam, instant mood killer. Your stomach just dropped. Any chill you had completely evaporated. Suddenly, it was crisis mode again. Okay, salt is literally everything to us. We got to figure this out. Now you started brainstorming like your life depended on it, and all you could think of was to tell everyone to just live off the salted meat for a while. It was loaded with salt, enough to tide them over. The elder just scowled. So what? We're just not going to go find more salt? Rumor has it there's rock salt in the West Mountain caves. You shook your head. Hard pass. That stuff's in a crawl space only a kid could get into, and I am not sending kids on a death-defying mission. Anyway, chill out. I have a way to make some mountain busting gear. I'm just missing the key ingredients. I need to take a trip to Eight Treasures Mountain to mine some stuff. And so the tribe was stuck eating salted meat for the foreseeable future. The whole tribe pulled together in a mad dash to plow 20 acres of fields near the irrigation river. After all that backbreaking work, a whopping 64 acres of fields were good to go. The big mining trip was finally on the calendar. A whole crew of hyped up guys hoisted the boat together and hauled it all the way to the west end of the river. So picture this. The boat was about 10 feet wide in a river that was only 13 feet across, so it looked comically huge. The tribe was just standing on the bank, watching it bob around, muttering, "Is that thing actually going to hold anyone? Like, won't it just immediately go under?" Lassung heard the trash talk and didn't say a word. He just strode onto the boat, which rocked back and forth a few times and then just floated there, totally stable. Lassung glanced over his shoulder and shouted, "Anyone else hopping on? Anyone who chickens out has to pull the boat from the shore. And what do you know?" That seemed to give everyone a sudden shot of courage. Next thing you know, a few guys splashed their way on board. Everything was a go. The elite squad of 26 dudes was finally heading out. And let me tell you, these guys were all jacked and loaded for bear. Each dude was kitted out with a spear, a longbow, a bronze shovel, and a quiver holding 50 arrows. Daithu and 4 of his buddies were also carrying these short bronze axes. The send-off was a total spectacle. The whole tribe, from toddlers to elders, showed up at the riverbank. The women were busy stocking the boat with dried meat and clay pots, and the kids brought along 8 wolf pups who were just losing their minds with excitement on the shore. Diem, all reluctant, pulled on your sleeve and handed you this snakeskin water pouch. You gave the kid a little smile and a pat on the head, telling them gently, "I'm just going to dig up some rocks. I'll be back real soon." The whole crew hopped on the boat and started paddling upstream. Yeah, going against the current was slow going, but it beat walking by a long shot. In just a couple of hours, you guys made it to the place where you first met Die Thursday. After pulling up to the shore of some creepy, dark forest, you docked the boat and got straight to business. The whole crew was beat from the journey, so the first thing on the agenda was to cook up some grub and take a breather. Next, they strapped all the tools and supplies onto the oxen, and then everyone worked together to haul the boat deep into the forest. Mokthong and Hack, who knew the area best, were left behind with 4 of the tribe's young guys to stand guard. As for the remaining 20 people, each of you is taking an ox. "Follow my lead. We're going to get those minerals." Then you looked back at Mokthong and laid it out for him. "You got this covered, yeah? I'm leaving 5 people and some supplies with you. You guys are on watch for, like, 7 sunsets. If you see any enemies you know you can't handle, just bail. Seriously, get out of there. The one thing you absolutely cannot do is lead them back to the tribe, okay? We've got women and children there." After they ate, everyone hid the boat real good. The mining team kept moving, but then, late that night, things got weird. While the whole camp was passed out, the unthinkable happened. A loud rustling sound cut through the quiet, like some massive beast was stomping through the woods, and then a deafening roar ripped through the air and scared everyone awake. They look up, and there's this giant ape thing completely covered in reddish gold fur with muscles on top of its muscles. It was baring its teeth and flexing its claws, looking ready to rumble, and it was barreling straight for the Han tribe's campsite. The 2 gray dinos and Thit roared back, squaring up against this great demon. You charged in, and the monster came right at you, head on. This thing literally dropped from a tree with, like, insane power, swung its arms, and just yeeted Huyen San into next week. Seeing that, Lassung totally freaked and frantically yelled for everyone to grab their pointy thing. He was literally shaking while scrambling for his stuff, only feeling a little bit better once he got his hands on his blinged out golden spear. He was gripping it for dear life, but he was so spooked, his legs were basically jello and he could barely stand. The great beast had 0 chill. After landing, it opened its gross, drooling mouth and just charged the whole squad. A single roar made everyone's head feel like it was gonna explode. Lassung, fighting off a killer headache, ordered his guys to get their wooden spears up. Then, he actually charged forward himself, trying to stick his golden spear right into the great beast's chest. But surprise, the great beast was ridiculously strong. It just grabbed the spear, gave it a yank, and sent both the chief and Huyen San flying into a tree like ragdoll. In, like, a split second, it spun around and snatched up some young dude. There was this totally sickening crack, and let's just say the guy got folded. The beast then used the poor guy's body as a weapon, chucking it into the crowd. It was instant chaos as everyone scrambled to get away. They all backed up, trying to poke it with spears and arrows from a safe distance. Lassung struggled to his feet, just screaming his head off. That seemed to snap everyone out of it, and the guys scattered. Doc Nye saw his chance, gripping the bronze spear tight, and went for a stab at the great beast's chest. But before the spear was even halfway in, the beast snapped it like a twig. Just then, a not-so-dead Hu Yen San roared and launched a total sneak attack from behind and actually managed to knock the great beast away. Now super mad and hurting, the beast turned and snapped off one of Hyen Sun's tusks. Blood went flying everywhere. Just when everything seemed totally hopeless, Lassung aimed at the injured, slow-moving great beast, let an arrow fly, and screamed, "Dudes, throw your javelins, like now!" Fired up, everyone immediately jumped back into action. 7 javelins from all directions turned the great beast into a pincushion. It struggled for a hot second, coughed up some gross stuff, then just collapsed, totally still. That brutal fight really cost the Han tribe, though. 2 of the young guys were gone for good, Doc Nee's chest was all clawed up, Dai Luke had a concussion and lost 3 huge fangs, and tons of others had minor scrapes. Before they could even catch a breath, they heard a bunch of loud shouting from far away. Lassung's heart just sank. This was so not good. A huge enemy group was coming, and everyone had to brace for round 2. That giant ape thing was probably the war pet of the People Eater tribe. He turned and yelled, "Dai Thu, take 5 guys, and all of you carry the wounded and injured, and get to Bat Bao Mountain right now. Find a spot to camp. If you run out of food, the ox is dinner." Dai Thu's face just fell, his eyes getting all watery as he was like, "Chief, what about you? Where are you going? Don't even worry about it. We're staying back to be the decoy and buy you guys time to get away." Dai Thu looked like he wanted to argue, but one death glare from Lassung shut him up, and he reluctantly led the others off. Then, Lassung turned to the guys who were left and said in a low voice, "Grab your bows and arrows and follow me. Each of you, grab a torch from the fire and throw it out in front of us. That way, we'll have a spotlight to aim when the enemy shows up." Everyone did what he said. The torches lit up a small patch of ground while they all hid in the shadows, waiting and totally tense. Don't make a peep. When they get close, wait for me to give the signal, then fire 1 round. I don't care if you hit anything, just run for your lives. Right after. Our whole goal is to make them chase us. The enemy got closer and closer. In the dim firelight, you could see the figures were naked, covered in freaky markings, and wearing necklaces made of human bones. They looked absolutely terrifying. The leader of the cannibal hunting party spotted the great beast's body, and his face went white as a sheet. "Everyone, get over here! They took out our master!" Even though Lassung couldn't understand a word, he knew the vibe was bad. Seizing the perfect moment, he screamed the order to fire, and 10 arrows zipped through the air, hitting their marks. The enemies panicked for a second before they started screaming in rage. Lassung and his crew booked it, leading the angry mob south on purpose. He ran for a while, leading them right near the Thudai tribe's village. At that exact moment, the Thudai people were just calmly making breakfast. A woman who went to the stream to get water suddenly saw a group of weird, armed guys sneaking toward them. She was so freaked out she almost dropped her clay pot. She scrambled back to her tribe, screaming, "We've got enemies!" Hearing her, Thudai immediately ordered the men to get their stone spears ready. The women started moving rocks to the back line, but the cannibal tribe could not have cared less. Once they were close enough, they started chucking stone axes. The Thudai tribe had absolutely no shields, so everyone panicked and tried to run. The whole scene turned into a chaotic mess in an instant. The cannibals started throwing their bone javelins, and several of the Hak Thu tribe members went down immediately. Thudai's eyes were red with panic as he frantically signaled a counterattack. "Hurry! Throw your javelins! Don't let them get past the fence!" But their stone javelins were way too basic and had no range. Their volley of javelins was a complete and total fail. The cannibals took the opportunity to charge forward and just tear down the barricade. The two sides clashed in a super brutal up-close fight. Just as the Hak Thu tribe was about to be wiped out, Lassung and his Han tribesmen showed up like heroes in a movie. They charged in from behind the enemy, first just letting loose a volley of arrows from a distance. An arrow hit one of the cannibals at the wall, right in the back, and he dropped on the spot. The Hak Thu tribesmen were totally stunned. Thu Fu recognized the Han chief and yelled excitedly, "It's the chief of the Han tribe! He's here to save us!" The Han tribe, from their sweet high ground spot, unleashed a total arrow apocalypse, completely blindsiding the cannibal crew. A few solid waves of pointy doom later, and their team was getting seriously wrecked. Lassung screamed, "Hold your fire! Spears up! Let's go!" And his crew descended like a pack of absolute beasts, smashing right into the enemy lines. The whole vibe flipped in like a second. The cannibal tribe was totally toast. Their whole squad got deleted. With the fight basically over, the rat chief scrambled over to Lassung, shaking his hand like his life depended on it. Dude, Han tribe leader, you saved our butts. Thank you for wrecking those guys. Wait, how did you even know this place was a death trap? Lassung was internally freaking out, but kept a total poker face. Oh, just a little cross-country road trip for supplies. We were cutting through that sketchy black forest north of your turf when we bumped into the cannibal tribe. They sent some giant fuzzy red ape after us, which, we took care of. After that, they started heading your way. We were literally on our way to give you a heads up, but they beat us to it. So, yeah, that's why we crashed the party. The second he heard ape, the rat chief looked like he'd seen a ghost. That thing, that's the demon of the Black Mountain. Our ancestors ran into it once, and it was a total catastrophe for our tribe. Then he yanked Lassung into a tent, pointed at some old rock art, and spilled all the ancient tea. So, get this. The ape kidnaps people, basically brainwashes them into becoming cannibals, and then snacks on them later. The rat tribe was losing their minds. The rat chief was practically begging, Han tribe leader, please, you gotta help us. Show us how to take down that monster ape. Lassung just shook his head with this little smirk. Dude, I have no idea. We just hide behind our ridiculously strong brick walls. This last time, we only won because we had the high ground. The rat chief and Rat Fu exchanged a look that screamed, we are so screwed. The chief nervously piped up, so, Han tribe leader, you think maybe our rat tribe could build a wall like yours? Lassung actually laughed. Yeah, in your dreams. Not even we can just whip up a massive, indestructible wall. That stuff takes forever. It takes a ton of people and even more food. But if you joined us and helped build, there'd be plenty of room for all of us inside. We team up, we'll have so much food we won't know what to do with it. And the absolute best weapons. The Rat Chief and Rat Fu had a quick huddle, and it was pretty obvious that joining the Han tribe was the ultimate upgrade, total safety, and epic gear. They went back to Lassung with serious faces. Han tribe leader, we're in. We'll join, just promise you'll treat our people right. Lassung was totally stoked. Obviously, welcome to the Han tribe, you're one of us now, and I've got your back. All right, next up, after we get the Black Rat tribe moved in, you're going to lead your crew and keep up the mining operation. After they linked up with Da Shu, the injured guy started healing up, and everyone jumped right back into the grind. The 8 treasures mine was an absolute jackpot. They dug up tons of copper, tin, and amber, plus some lime and carbon sulfide. The big brain plan was to use that carbon sulfide to make acid for a new salt mine project. Once they were done mining, the trip back was surprisingly chill. They got to the riverbank and found Mu Tong and the boat crew waiting. The wooden boat was loaded down with so much ore it was practically sinking. The boat was sitting super low in the water. They crammed a few more rowers on board and just flew down the river. Before they knew it, they could see their tribe waiting on the shore along with the brand new members from the Black Rat tribe. All eyes were on Lassung. When the tribe saw Lassung rolling in with a boat full of treasure, they absolutely erupted, cheering like crazy from the riverbank. The guys immediately rushed over to help unload all the awesome loot. But Lassung's expression soured a little because he just realized the tribe's population had, exploded. Suddenly, figuring out where everyone was going to sleep was a massive headache. The old cave was already packed. There was no way it could fit all these new people. They were basically out of options. So everyone just had to pitch tents on whatever open space they could find inside the walls. Luckily, the Black Rat folks weren't divas about it. I mean, they were used to tent life anyway. Plus, the second they got to the Han camp, they saw literal mountains of meat and hides, not to mention all the huge, healthy livestock roaming around. They were feeling a level of happiness they hadn't felt in forever. Lassung didn't waste any time and got everyone started on setting up the tents. Then he made a major announcement. From now on, bathroom breaks had to happen in one specific spot. They were going to use the natural byproducts, so nobody was allowed to waste it. Once Tent City was sorted, Lassung went to find Fatty. All right, I need you to crank out a bunch of new pottery for all the new faces and make some extra water jugs while you're at it. I've got plans for those. When Fatty heard the new assignment, he got a little whiny. Chief, come on. We just hauled back all this copper. Why aren't we firing up the forge first? Lassung just laughed and started sweet-talking him like he was a kid. Look, just let Da Shu and the B team handle the first part of the smelting. You're my expert. You'll come in for the final, most important step. For now, I need you on pottery duty. You're the best potter we have. Seriously, the stuff the other guys make is just not it. And just like that, Fatty's bad mood completely evaporated. He got all pumped up and promised to make the most epic pottery ever. So, like, everyone pitched in and worked their tails off, and by sundown, bam, this basic looking tent just popped up out of nowhere. That night, the entire tribe, from the babies to the boomers, had a massive get together. They were seriously freaking out about their first official dinner party. And get this, during the meal, the gossip was flowing, people were dying, laughing, and they were all having this major bonding moment without even realizing it. After everyone was stuffed, the guys went off to have a total bro fest, geeking out over the super sharp weapons and fancy pants tools from the Han tribe. But the ladies? Oh, they were not just sitting pretty. They were in their own little clique, swapping all the hot tips on weaving grass sandals and rattan totes. The new kids were just standing there, trying to play it cool while soaking it all in, even picking up a few Han buzzwords. But right when everyone was distracted, some shady figure with a bronze shovel and a little cart was creeping around by the livestock pen in the outhouse. And, the whole sketchy situation was totally accidentally spotted. Some old timer saw this, shuffled over looking totally confused, and was like, Chief, you had to fight the urge to roll your eyes so hard they'd fall out. You snapped, I'm not digging up poop, okay? I'm digging up the dirt next times to the poop pile. The elder just looked even more clueless, asking, Chief, what on earth are you going to do with that dirt? You can't make pottery with that junk. You should be figuring out how to get more salt. We've got more mouths to feed now, and our salt stash is basically empty. Lassung just barely kept his cool and shot back impatiently. Hello? Can't you see this times me figuring it out? This dirt is like step 1 to cracking open the salt mine. Now back off. I know what I'm doing. The elder just stood there, frozen, his eyes screaming, I don't believe you. Watching Lassung hustle, he was totally thinking, opening a salt mine by digging in the dirt? Yeah, right. Our leader is definitely just making up excuses to play in the mud. But you knew the secret. The soil near the animal pens and latrines was packed with nitrate, and once you have nitrate, you can make things go boom. With a little explosive persuasion, getting into that salt mine would be a piece of cake. You got a few of the women to start refining the nitrate, telling them the process was basically just spicy salt making. The very next day, they had successfully produced these perfect, pure white nitrate crystals, but just having nitrate wasn't enough to get the party started. You still had to whip up some nitric acid and glycerin, then mix them together to create some seriously powerful nitroglycerin. Luckily, that Wolfpack party crash last winter left the tribe with a massive stash of animal fat. So, raw materials were not a problem. The catch? Making nitric acid meant you needed nitrate and sulfuric acid, and you were fresh out of sulfuric acid. That's when Lassung's eyes landed on the pie ore. It was go time. You picked out a nice flat piece of real estate near the charcoal burning spot and got down to business. First, you stacked up a huge pile of firewood, then you started arranging the pie ore all over it in a grid, like a weird game of Jenga, until it formed a little hill. You buried the firewood inside, leaving just a couple of little holes at the bottom to get the fire started. Next, you tucked the whole thing in with a blanket of dry straw and finished it off by plastering it with a layer of wet mud. You had to leave a few vents at the top and bottom so it could breathe. Once your masterpiece was ready, Lassung grabbed a skinny branch with some tinder on the end. He carefully poked the flame into the bottom vent. Since pie ore is loaded with carbon and sulfur, the whole thing lit up inside its little mud shell in a flash. This whole thermal reaction thing was going to be a long haul, probably about 2 weeks. So with some downtime on your hands, you started building a distillery to purify the sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and glycerin. All the super fussy jobs like firing and drying, you confidently pawned those off on Lao Ju. Meanwhile, you took the chance to go check up on the livestock. As the days got warmer, it was like all the tribe's animals got the same memo and started shedding their winter coats at once. The moment you saw it, you practically slapped your knee. The time had come. You rushed to get everything ready for planting. The storeroom was stocked with wild rice, peanuts, and peppers. The peanuts were a little high maintenance and needed to be shelled and soaked first, so you grabbed a few of the more coordinated girls to find a clear patch of land. Everyone sat down and started working. Thudai happened to be wandering by, saw the whole scene, and came over looking curious. Hey, leader, what's everyone doing? Why aren't you guys just eating those? You just kept on working and explained with a grin, we're getting them ready to plant, and write this down, they're called peanuts. Thudai just kind of mumbled the word to himself a few times, still totally lost. So, what exactly is planting? You had to patiently break it down for him, complete with dramatic hand gestures. Okay, so planting is when in the spring, We stick this seed in the ground and give it a little water, and then it grows into a whole plant. By fall, that one little peanut you planted will give you dozens, even hundreds of new ones. If we plant these 4 baskets, we'll get back at least 400 baskets, maybe even a few thousand. Thudai looked so shocked you thought his jaw might unhinge. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Lassung just gave him a confident nod. As long as we do it right, we'll be swimming in them. Besides, we're not just planting peanuts. We're also doing rice, and rice is on a whole other level. You plant one little grain in the spring, and by autumn, you harvest at least 10,000 times that. This is how I told you we were going to feed 6,000 people with this land. Thudai was listening, like his life depended on it, and he jumped right in saying, "Chief, I get it now. We should be putting all our energy into this farming thing. It sounds way more important than hunting." Lassung nodded, totally impressed. "Thudai, spoken like a true former chief. You've got the vision." Just then, Thumitch's face lit up like he'd had a brilliant idea. "Oh, Chief, I just remembered. We brought a few sacks of peanuts with us when we moved. Can we plant those too? We've got plenty of food right now, so I say we should just plant all of them." Hearing that, a huge grin spread across Lassung's face. "This was perfect. You immediately told them to go sort through those peanuts, making sure they only picked out the perfect, whole ones." Thumitch nodded enthusiastically, grabbing his cane and shuffling off to round up the other elders and get things organized. Thudai just watched him go, his eyes practically sparkling with dreams of a peanut-filled future. Lassung, ever the eager beaver, was all like, "Boss, what about me? What's my glorious mission?" You just smirked and said, "You, grab a few of your boys and meet me in the fields." And just like that, Thudai got hyped and sprinted off to round up a crew. So that afternoon, you basically went full-on conqueror mode, claiming 100 acres for peanuts and another 36 for chili peppers just south of the rice paddies. The grand total for your little farming empire? A whopping 200 acres. The next morning, Thudai and the crew were totally geeking out, figuring out how to strap these new bronze plows onto the oxen. Some Prohan ladies were leading the way, and Thudai was in the back, acting like he was steering a starship. Watching the dirt flip over like a bunch of muddy ocean waves was blowing Thudai's mind. He was totally freaking out. With 2 oxen and 4 plows going at once, they were absolutely flying. And you? Oh, you were already 10 steps ahead, having soaked 24 pounds of rice seeds. The tea is, they had to marinate for a full 24 hours. While those seeds were getting their spa treatment, you scoped out the perfect spot west of the paddies to dig a whole irrigation canal, prepping for the big seed debut. Meanwhile, the peanut seeds, fresh off being sorted, were also taking a dip because peanuts, they're a huge deal. You can plant them right in the main fields, but, and here's the catch, the dirt has to be perfectly churned up first. To make sure the rice, peanuts, and chilies all had their big moment at the same time, Thudai and literally everyone else worked their butts off plowing. Plowing 136 acres was an all-day, all-night rave. Backs were aching, muscles were screaming, but was anyone complaining? Heck no, the vibe was electric. When one person tapped out, another jumped in. When an ox got tired, they subbed in a fresh one. Those 2 bronze plows were just gliding through the dirt, non-stop. It took, less than 2 days to get the whole area plowed. The fields were all fluffy and weed-free, basically prime real estate. Once the seeds were done soaking, they got tucked into a cozy straw blanket, sprinkled with water, and set by the charcoal kiln to get their sprout on. On day 3, the whole squad started sprinkling the sprouted rice seeds like they were fairy dust, then gently tucked them in with a thin layer of soil. To top it off, they dug these mini canals to bring water into the paddies. Planting peanuts was a whole other level of extra. The rows had to be exactly 1.5 feet apart, with each plant a perfect 6 inches from its neighbor. The sower had a bowl of peanuts in their left hand, and this little 6-inch long pointy stick in their right. They'd use the stick to measure, poke a hole, drop in exactly 2 peanuts, no more, no less, and cover it up. Then do it all over again, and again, and again. Finally, the whole field got a massive drink of water. The chili peppers were basically a copy-paste job of the peanuts, with rows about 1.5 feet apart. Each plant was spaced a foot away, poke a hole, drop seeds, cover with dirt, add water. The whole crew had it down to a science. We're talking nearly 200 Han clansmen going hard in the fields, including the ridiculously strong Lassung, of course. 140 acres of land, and they were done in half a day. Seriously. They finished so fast, their muscles didn't even have time to start complaining. After that planting marathon, the tribe slipped back into its usual chaotic rhythm. Old B went back to his pottery obsession. Lassung snagged a few of the older new kids to be his assistants. I mean, the pottery wasn't just for, eating out of. they had to build up a stash to flex on other tribes when it was time to trade. Meanwhile, Thu Dai and his bros Da Mao and Er Mao were going hard in the paint on the whole bronze-making thing. Lassung saw they were leveling up, so he was planning to expand their little metalworking club. He was even holding like open auditions. After their gear got a major upgrade, hunting was a total cakewalk. They were bringing back so much food they couldn't even eat it all, but the hot weather was making everything spoil. So the hunting team had to take a mandatory vacation, but did Lassung let them chill? Nope. He sent one group up the mountain to hunt and collect thorns from those freaky man-eating plants. Apparently, these thorns were both arrowheads and some kind of top-secret strategic material, so they needed a ton. They also planted more of the creepy things while they were at it. Another crew was on tree duty, trunks for houses and crafts, branches for firewood. And yet another group had the glorious job of running around the forest trying to catch chickens. Lassung was on this kick to expand their whole animal raising business, mostly because chicken feathers were perfect for making arrows. I mean, they couldn't just run out and snag a wild chicken every time they needed new fletching. That's so inefficient. They needed a whole sustainable system. The area was crawling with birds you could raise, like turtle doves and all kinds of jungle fowl. But you? You were totally obsessed with the red-tailed chickens. Classic you. You sectioned off some land next to the animal pens, built these little chicken condos out of bricks and straw, and put up a fence tall enough to keep them in. And here's the tea. They made sure those chickens weren't going anywhere by remodeling their wings and tails. As for food, they just grabbed a bunch of wild greens from the fields nearby. The local weeds were growing like crazy, so it was enough to feed the chickens and the rabbits. So, on the third day after planting, Thu Dai and two old-timers are all huddled up. They're whispering and getting all giddy like they're spilling major gossip. The second Lassung steps outside, they spot him. One of the old guys literally screams, "Chief, you have to come see this!" The rice plants you were talking about? They're here. Lassung, who was basically sleepwalking at this point, was suddenly wide awake. That news was like a shot of pure espresso. He bolts over to the rice paddies, and when he gets there, he scans the field and just sees all these tiny green shoots popping up everywhere. The seeds had actually sprouted. Suddenly, Lassung's eyes get all misty, and his voice cracks as he goes, "This is amazing. They actually grew. I can finally eat rice again." The old guys are just staring at him, totally baffled by this soap opera moment, and are like, Chief, you good?" Lassung snaps out of it, turns around, and says, "Oh, it's nothing. Just messing around. Oh, hey, you two. Go spread the word. Stay off the grass." Literally. Anyone who stomps on my baby plants gets their food privileges revoked for a whole day. And tell the kids to keep their pets and the wolf pack on a tight leash and keep them out of the fields. Anyone who breaks that rule is also on a one-day hunger strike. You mess with the food supply, you don't get to eat, period. So Thu Dai, who was totally eavesdropping, chimes in like, "Chief, what if we built a fence out of branches?" But Lassung just waved him off. "Nah, that's way too much work and would take forever. Just making the rules super clear is enough." And get this, when everyone heard the new decree at breakfast, nobody said a word. I guess they all figured out those little green sprouts are our future snack supply. By the 7th day, it was a full-on plant party. The peanuts and peppers totally popped up, and the rice paddies were showing their first leaves. The whole field was this insane, vibrant green, just bursting with energy. The red-tailed chicken population exploded to over 30, and the rabbits were basically a ticking baby bomb. Lassung is just staring at this animal kingdom, but his mind was already on his next big project, that four-wheeled cart he ghosted. Let's be real, metal is the ultimate cheat code for leveling up this tribe. Before, we were totally broke on copper, so all the cool plans got shelved. But now that we're basically swimming in copper ore, it's game on for projects like saddles, four-wheeled carts, and wooden barrels. Making a saddle? Pff, easy peasy. And it would look amazing on one of the big deer. The second that saddle was done, he didn't waste a second. He grabbed a big old male deer, strapped on the saddle, and was just doing donuts on it in the grassy field west of the camp. Total boss move. This whole scene was caught by some new guy who was just coming back from chicken wrangling. He was all, "Oh my god, the chief is so cool. I want to ride that deer. It's got to be crazy fast." Then his buddy leaned in to spill the tea. Duh. The chief is a legend. He basically invented everything here. The copper stuff, the pottery, taming animals, planting peanuts. I even heard he's planning on mining a whole mountain. Mining a mountain? For what? The gossip is it's for salt, the white stuff that makes food not taste like dirt. But who knows if it's true? So keep it on the down low. Chill. My lips are sealed. I just want to see how he pulls it off. Hey, speaking of insane, Have you seen those old guys with the bows and arrows? They're legit snipers. They can take someone out from super far away. The chief invented those too. I need one so bad. I heard the craft crew is already on it. Anyway, Lassung finished his little joyride, put the deer back, and immediately got back to the grind, which was making wooden barrels, because trying to carry water in our leaky pottery was a total disaster. The pots were fragile and spilled everywhere, so barrels were a must-have upgrade. And making barrels is like super high maintenance. You can't just slap wood together and expect it to hold water. So Lassung mapped out the whole design, picking out the good cedar wood left over from building the boats, and then handed the plans to Mudon. And just like that, a ton of wooden barrels started popping up all over the Han tribe, some for hauling stuff, some for around the house, and some even had fancy handles. The elders stared at the giant pile of barrels, completely confused, and were like, "Chief, what are we possibly going to do with all of these?" Lassung just laughed and said, use them? And if we can't use them all, we'll just trade them to other tribes. I mean, barrels are a massive upgrade from their leaky pots. They're going to be the hottest new thing. But I'm not trading them for anything less than 10 strong young dudes. The barrel project is basically running itself now. And with that, Lassung's focus snapped right over to the big cart. The most important part of the cart was, obviously, the wheels. The whole process was super complicated because they had to hold a ton of weight. The old way of making pushcart wheels was absolutely not going to work. Lassung paused for a sec, and then he dropped 2 sets of super precise measurements on Mudun. He got all serious, like, make 4 wheels exactly like this, 2 large and 2 small, and you better use the strongest wood you can find. Mudun took the wooden plank, which was just covered in numbers and lines. He whipped out his bronze ruler, checked every single mark like his life depended on it, and kept nodding. "No problem, Chief. You can totally count on me." Making those giant wheels was going to take forever, and waiting around is not my style. I had other, more important things to deal with. In what felt like a blink, that pile of phosphorus ore had been cooking for 11 days. Seeing that the time was right, I got ready to produce some nitric acid. To avoid, a catastrophic boom, I decided to set up my lab in a super remote part of our territory and finish the last few sketchy steps by myself. After 2 straight days of nonstop work, I had 2 massive barrels of sulfuric acid and about 100 pounds of iron oxide crystals. These little crystals were actual, legit iron powder, which was about to be our ticket to making real iron stuff. With sulfuric acid in the bag, making nitric acid was practically on easy mode. I pulled out the new distillation gear and poured in the purified potassium nitrate and the sulfuric acid the women had prepped. Mixed it all into the pot, and in no time, boom, nitric acid was ready. Staring at the finished nitric acid and concentrated glycerin, I still couldn't relax. Nitroglycerin is ridiculously dangerous. The tiniest little bump or a small temperature change could make it instantly explode. For safety's sake, it's way better to mix it right before you need it. So now, all the ingredients were ready. All I had to do was wait for the perfect moment. I turned and told the old master to cast a new batch of arrowheads with a 5:2 ratio of copper to tin, a custom-made super round arrowhead. The idea was to trigger this thing from way far away with a bow, which is times much smarter and less likely to blow us all up. So, bright and early the next day, Leo, totally owning the center of the camp, basically screamed, "Ladies, you're on guard duty. Dudes, grab your stuff and let's roll. We're gonna get this salt." And just like that, everyone was totally hyped. It was total chaos as everyone scrambled. Of course, Zia heard the commotion and sprinted over, her eyes literally sparkling with FOMO, like, "Leo, can I please come? I have to see this go down." But Caden, that little schemer, was a total blur. He zipped over and basically attached himself to Leo's leg, putting on the waterworks. "Leo, I want to go too. I swear, I'll be good." Leo glanced down at Caden, probably thinking it over for a hot second before caving. "Fine, you two can tag along. The elders are staying behind to hold down the fort." The old-timers were cool with it. They agreed way times too fast. You could tell they were dying of curiosity. But, responsibilities. The second Caden got the green light, he literally bounced off the walls and ran to grab his best friends forever, Bon Bon. And just like that, a squad of more than 50 people was on the move, heading for the infamous Sha Clan cave. Bao and Xuan, looking like total bosses, took point, clearing the way for the rest of us. Everyone was armed with bronze shovels and bows, dragging along these poor oxen, loaded down with a mountain of baskets and barrels. And then there was Caden, living his best life, riding on his horse, Bonbon. His little head was on a swivel, just taking it all in with this look of total wonder. Meanwhile, Leo was gingerly carrying 2 flasks of his. Let's call it Special Project Juice. And the whole crew just kept marching until like 1 or 2 in the afternoon, when finally times rolled up to the super sketchy Xia Clan cave. Leo threw up a hand, basically calling for a timeout to refuel. The crew dumped their stuff and scarfed down some basic snacks. An hour later, Leo was back up, clapping his hands like, "All right, break's over, people, let's do this." A couple of the beefiest guys flexed at the cave entrance and, with some ridiculous group chant, started heaving these massive boulders out of the way. Dali scratched his head, looking totally clueless. Dude, this salt cave is tiny. How are we even going to crack this thing open? This rock is insanely hard. We wouldn't even touch it to make a bowl. Leo gave the cave entrance a serious side eye, his voice dropping to a whisper. "With my little science experiment. Now, everyone, get out." After a dramatic pause, he grabbed a shovel, all set to start digging. He shoved a torch at Shu and pointed. "You, take this. Put it right at the entrance. I'm going to go find the perfect vantage point." Shu just grabbed the torch and, not saying a single word, just marched over to the cave and stood there like a statue. Leo bolted out of the cave, his eyes scanning everything like a freaking eagle. Like 87 yards out, he found the perfect little dirt ramp. From there, he had a crystal clear shot at the torch Shu was holding, which meant jackpot. A direct line of sight to the salt mine entrance, totally perfect for what he had planned. Leo snapped a branch, stabbed it into the ground to mark his spot, and then yelled, "Everybody, get over here! I need a hole stat! I want it waist deep. All the dirt you dig up goes on the cave side, make a wall, and pack it down super tight with your shovels." Getting their orders, they just started digging like their lives depended on it. As the hole was almost done, Leo was like, "Okay, get all the oxen over to Suko Ridge. It's like half a mile away. Listen up, it's about to get real loud, and the ground's gonna go crazy. Don't move until it's dead silent, then you can find me in this hole." The crew just nodded, looking totally freaked out, and hustled the oxen out of there. Leo snatched his 2 flasks and slipped back into the cave. It was super dark inside, with just the one torch flickering all spooky-like. You could literally cut the tension with a knife. Leo took a deep breath and started his crazy science project, mixing one liquid into the other, drop by painstaking drop, stirring it all up with a freaking arrow. It took, over 10 minutes. And he was moving in super slow-mo because one wrong move meant, asterisk, boom, asterisk. But finally, he had a full flask of his, let's call it, boom juice. Leo carried the flask like it was a newborn baby and set it right at the mine entrance. Then he started packing rocks around it, trying to make sure it was totally secure and wouldn't just tip over. Right after that, he ducked back into the cave and lit a small fire to light the place up. The glow basically put a giant spotlight on his target for him. With that all set, he full-on sprinted to his hiding spot, his heart pounding like a drum solo and sweat just pouring down his face. But even with all that pressure, his eyes were totally locked on that clay flask, perfectly outlined by the fire. He was chilling about 87 yards from the entrance, and the salt was another 38 yards deep inside, which meant the big kaboom would be a cool 125 yards away. Usually, a shot like that is a piece of cake for him, but today, this one arrow was literally everything. Leo was trying so hard to get his heart to chill out, just telling himself to be cool. He saw everyone was clear, took a breath, drew his bow, and aimed. Then, with a loud twang times from the bowstring, that arrow yeeted itself across the sky like a shooting star on a mission. Lassung, not about to stick around for the fireworks, instantly ditched his bow, hit the deck, and plugged his ears. Then came the world-ending kaboom. Seriously, it felt like the sky was caving in and the world was splitting in two. The blast wave was this insane ripple of pure chaos, spreading out like lightning and morphing into a shockwave that absolutely meant business. Granite that was tougher than a $2 steak basically turned to dust, and the salt mine's front door got blown into a bottomless pit. Suddenly, massive chunks of salt that hadn't seen daylight in ages were getting a tan. The cave ceiling? Yeah, that completely gave up, sending a rain of rocks on a kamikaze dive from hundreds of meters up. Dust went absolutely everywhere as a hurricane of air blasted out of the cave's mouth. It was dragging dirt and rocks with it, screaming like a demon who just stubbed his toe. In the blink of an eye, it totally obliterated the dirt walls he was hiding behind. Lassung didn't even have time to duck. And just like that, he was swallowed by it. The shockwave just went on a rampage, and any bird within a 500-meter radius was, let's just say, permanently grounded. Tree branches were ripped clean off their trunks. The forest critters were absolutely losing their minds, shrieking and scattering in every direction. A ton of them still got taken out on the spot, though. Meanwhile, a whole kilometer away at the totem pole, the Han tribe was anxiously chewing their nails when the ground suddenly started doing the cha-cha. The shaman's pet mouse and the other one at his feet both just face-planted right onto the ground. A split second later, a terrifying explosion thundered through the air. Everyone looked up, totally bewildered, just in time to see a fireworks show made of flying rocks. We're talking boulders the size of a small car. They went screaming through the air for 400 to 500 meters, and the smaller rocks. Oh, and the herd of wild oxen went into full-blown panic mode, thrashing wildly, but plot twist, they were tied to trees. Bon Bon was so freaked out his legs turned to jello, and he just pancaked right onto the ground. Thit Bao and Hoi Sun were just as terrified, scrambling down the hillside like their pants were on fire. They were covering their faces with their giant hands, trying to find a corner to go tremble in. Dai Tu, being the only adult in the room, screamed, "Everyone hit the deck! It's raining rocks!" That finally snapped them out of it, and they all dropped. Thudai was just frozen solid, his face a perfect picture of disbelief, like his brain was still trying to buffer the scene. Then, a nasty gust of wind from the shockwave kicked up a ton of dirt and sand. It brewed up a legit sandstorm that blacked out the sun and just blasted everything in sight. A few minutes later, way over in the Han tribe's territory, the elders also heard the massive boom, and right after that, they saw flocks of birds just peace out into the sky. The elders started pumping their fists and yelling, "That's our chief! He actually did it! He blew up the mountain!" The women and kids who stayed behind heard it and went wild. Heck yeah, we're getting salt again. Meanwhile, over in the Li tribe's turf east of the river, Chief Mao Li was leading his hunting party, totally focused on the game, when suddenly the exact same insane explosion echoed. Everyone whipped around in shock, only to see a massive dust cloud blooming to the west. Mao Li muttered, completely baffled. What is going on over there? Did we make the sky god mad or something?" A tribesman stammered, shaking. "I'm pretty sure that came from across the river." Li finally got his act together. "We should bounce and go ask the shaman. He's got the hookup with the spirits. Maybe he can spill the tea on what just happened." With that, he grabbed their haul and hustled the crew back home. In a forest over 10 kilometers south of all the drama, a group of more than 50 people was on the move. This was the U tribe, a bunch of nomads who never stayed put. Their whole gig was bouncing between the various tribes, basically acting as the ancient world's gossip column and party planning committee. Their leader was Fuck, a buff young guy around 20 years old. He was holding a pretty basic-looking map that showed all the rivers and mountains. Suddenly, a massive Kea boom, like thunder on steroids, ripped through the air. The whole group just froze in their tracks, completely stunned. They all just stared at each other as Fuch's expression went from chill to majorly concerned. He threw up a hand, signaling everyone to halt. He carefully cupped his ear to listen, his sharp eyes scanning everything. A tribesman cried out, totally alarmed, "Fuch, that did not sound normal. You think some monster is throwing a tantrum?" Fuch frowned, his voice low, as he replied, "Everybody chill. That noise sounds like it's coming from the northwest. Something that big is definitely not your average Tuesday." After saying that, he quickly spread the map out on the ground. His finger traced the mountain paths a couple of times, a little spark of suspicion in his eyes. The northwest is the western mountain region. Usually, it's just like a few wild beasts there. Totally boring, basically. For there to be this much drama today, you think another tribe caused it? The group started whispering to each other, all of them looking super sketched out. Fuck stood up, brushing the dust off himself like a boss. "All right, no need to freak out. Let's go be nosy and check it out. But keep your weapons ready." Everyone nodded, immediately grabbing their stone axes and wooden spears. They cautiously crept forward toward the source of the explosion. By now, the cave in the western mountains was half collapsed. Hidden by a thick cloud of dust, it was like a dense, nasty yellow fog that just wouldn't quit. And our boy, Lassung, he was buried in his little safety ditch, feeling his body being squeezed by what felt like a ton of mud. His chest was super tight, and every single breath felt like he was inhaling razor blades. He was totally flailing, clawing at the mud with one single thought, screaming in his head, "I gotta get out of here. Like, now." An entire lifetime seemed to pass. Then, panicked yells from outside. "Chief! Chief! Where are you? Yo, it was Thudari and the crew." A jolt of energy shot through Lassung, and he shoved upwards with everything he had. He dug like a man possessed, just launching dirt left and right with both hands. With a final, desperate grunt, he clawed his way out. He sucked in a huge gulp of fresh air and croaked out, "I'm over here," his voice all scratchy from the dust. The second they heard him, Thudari and a few others came sprinting. When they saw the absolute state he was in, they looked like they were about to cry. Without even thinking, they dropped their bronze shovels and started brushing the dirt off him with their bare hands. They were all muttering, "Chief, we found you! You scared us half to death! That explosion just now nearly gave us a heart attack." Lassung could finally breathe again. With his crew's help, he got up, dusted himself off, and just laughed. I'm good. Then, like nothing happened, he led the squad to go check out the salt mine. They crept towards the cave, and whoa! The entrance wasn't a little opening anymore. It was a massive crater as big as a few houses, with walls showing off layers of pure white salt. The sun made it sparkle like a mountain of silver, and everyone was just completely floored, totally speechless for a hot minute. Lassung, though, he was all business. He snapped everyone back to reality, telling them to start mining. At his command, they shook off the daze and got hyped. Some dudes were leading oxen with wooden barrels, while others hauled giant baskets to the edge. Guys with bronze shovels were carefully chipping off huge blocks of salt from the crater walls, placing them gently into the containers. A couple of the smarter guys in the tribe sat off to the side. They were weaving ropes from vines to make carrying the salt easier. Total life hack. While everyone was in the zone, Lassung caught a glimpse of some shapes huddled in the cave. His stomach totally dropped. As he got closer, his face went dark. It was the bodies of several children, their little frames covered in raggedy clothes. They were curled up in a dark corner, and you could just tell they had died in a whole lot of pain and fear. Lassung's eyes got red, and he looked sick. He turned and gave a quiet order. Find some dry wood. We're going to give these kids a proper send-off. A few of the guys just nodded grimly and went to find firewood. Pretty soon, a pyre was roaring inside the cave. The flickering flames lit up everyone's super somber faces. Lassung led the way, gently putting the bodies on the pyre while saying a silent prayer. He was asking for a blessing for these poor kids he never even got to meet. The fire blazed, and a plume of smoke rose into the air as the bodies turned to ash. It felt like it was carrying their souls away. When it was done, Lassung took a deep breath, shook off the heavy vibe, and yelled, "All right, one last push. Let's get this salt and head back to the tribe." Everyone let out a huge cheer, and suddenly they were moving even faster. After a mad rush, the barrels and baskets were totally full. Lassung noticed the sky getting dark and waved his arm. "All right, let's pack it up. We made a killer haul. When we get back, I'm throwing a massive party." Hearing that, the whole crew erupted in cheers. They started the long walk home, leading the oxen loaded down with salt. But they hadn't even gotten that far when a rustling in the southern forest started getting louder and louder. Lassung was instantly on edge. He threw up a hand for everyone to stop, pulling out his bow and arrow and hissing, "Everyone, zip it! Get ready!" The whole place went dead silent. Everyone gripped their weapons and got into a defensive stance, their eyes glued to the forest. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of strangers in animal skins, holding some janky-looking weapons, stepped out. The guy out front was Fork, the leader of some nomadic tribe. He held up both hands like, "We're cool," and said, "We're just nomads passing through. We heard a crazy loud noise from over here, so we came to see what the deal was." Lassung didn't relax one bit. He kept his arrow aimed and asked coldly, "Nomads? Don't know them. What do you people really want?" Fork started explaining super fast, "No, really, we're a nomadic trading party. We don't have a permanent spot, we just travel between tribes, passing on messages and stuff. We also help set up meetings. We just happened to be in the area when all that craziness went down, you know? Just curious. Besides, I can see your crew is seriously geared up. You guys have to be a major tribe. I was hoping we could, connect." Lassung narrowed his eyes, giving Fork a head-to-toe scan, thinking this whole situation felt super sketchy. Even if they were acting friendly, he wasn't letting his guard down. He asked calmly, "You want to be friends? Cool. So, what are you bringing to the table?" Fork just scratched his head and laughed. "To the table? Dude, we know all the fresh gossip between the tribes, and we've got the intel on where to find all the best resources. We could spill all that tea for you guys. Look, if you guys get into a jam later, we'll totally try to help." But Lassung just scoffed. He was like, "Talk is cheap, and without receipts, it's literally worthless." Fuke glanced around like a light bulb just went off. "Oh right, the other day we heard the hottest goss about a massive spring festival, the annual blowout for all the tribes around here. It's when everyone gets together to trade their stuff and flex their skills. This intel is super valuable to you guys, right?" Lassung's ears practically shot up. He knew if his tribe was going to have a major glow-up, networking with outsiders for resources was a total must. This Spring Fest was obviously a golden ticket, but he had to play it cool. It's just some rumor about a party. Who even knows if it's real? And if it is, why are you spilling the tea to us? You're definitely scheming. Fuke let out this super awkward laugh, rubbing his hands together. Okay, fine. I'll be 100 with you. We've been wandering all over, and our snack supply is at 0. We're so hungry, it's tragic. If you could just spot us a little food, I'll give you the full scoop on the Spring Festival. Lassung's brow furrowed as he eyed the cattle loaded down with salt, looking seriously conflicted. We're not exactly rolling in extra food right now either. We just wrapped this insane salt harvesting mission, everyone's completely drained, and we're banking on this food to even get home. Fuchs stared him down, not budging, and pleaded, just a little bit, come on. A few pieces of jerky or a handful of greens, just to get us through this disaster. When we get back to our turf, I swear we'll pay you back double. Lassung thought about it for a hot second, but ultimately he shook his head. The timing is just terrible. How about this? You guys just roll with us back to our village. Once we're there, we'll hook you up with good drinks and food, and then you can spill the deets on the festival. Fuchs' eyes totally lit up when he heard that. That's clutch. Thanks, generous chief. We are sticking with you like glue. And just like that, the two crews started heading for the Han tribe's territory together. The sky started getting moody, and night just dropped like a black velvet blanket. The Han tribesmen lit the torches they were carrying. In a heartbeat, the whole procession looked like a glittering fire dragon slithering through the dark. The nomads were gawking at the blazing torches, all of them looking totally blown away and curious. Fuck slid in closer and asked, all nosy, Chief, your torches are seriously lit. How do you guys even make them? We're usually just tripping over ourselves in the dark, and it's the worst. Lassung smirked and held up a torch to break it down. It's not rocket science. You just get a big stick, wrap it up tight with cloth and grass, then soak it in a ton of oil or grease and set it on fire. Fuck was nodding like a bobblehead. That's a killer idea. I'm making my people do that as soon as we're back. They were vibing the whole way, and before they knew it, they'd rolled up to the Han tribe's village. When the nomads stepped inside, they were completely shook by what they saw. Huge, thick walls surrounded the whole camp, with banners flapping dramatically up top. The place was super organized, and both the people and their animals were thriving. The whole village was buzzing with this crazy energy. Fu couldn't stop gushing, "Your tribe is massive, and so decked out. This is, no joke, the most impressive setup I've ever seen." Lassung gave a little smile and told his people to find the nomads a place to crash, then had them bring out some hot food. Everyone gathered around, chowing down on all the meat they could handle, and chugging wine from these huge bowls. The vibe was amazing and super welcoming. After like 3 rounds of drinks, Fuke put his bowl down, cleared his throat, and was like, "Chief, thanks a million for putting us up. I gotta hold up my end of the deal." The Spring Festival is going down in half a month at the spot where the big river to the east forks. About 20 or 30 of the local tribes will all be there. It gets pretty rowdy. Lassung gave a slight nod, mentally bookmarking the festival info. He then asked, "So, any tips for showing up? Like, what are the rules for trading in the different contests? Give me the full rundown." Fook wiped his mouth and started explaining, "Super chill. There are a few things to know. To even get in the door, you have to bring your tribe's most extra item as like your entry ticket. If you don't have one, you're not getting into the festival. End of story. Trading is mostly just swapping stuff, where you both have to agree it's a fair deal. The competitions are stuff like hunting, archery, and even a crafting showdown. The winning tribe gets a huge prize, and their street cred just explodes." Lassung listened intently, already scheming about what his tribe needed to prep. Just then, Fuchs seemed to get his courage up and asked kinda shyly, "Chief, your tribe is so successful, and you have like so many animals. I was wondering if you could maybe spare us 1 cow. We'll 100% pay you back later. We'd be stoked to work for your tribe." At those words, Lassung's face went from 0 to 100 real quick. A cow is a hard no. Our tribe's entire glow-up depends on our livestock, and right now we need every person and animal we've got. If you guys are that hard up for food, I can spot you some, but it's gotta be a trade. We can negotiate other things, but a cow is absolutely not on the table. Fuck's face just fell. He was so bummed, but he immediately plastered on a smile. "Chief, what do you think we even have that's worth a trade?" Lassung thought for a sec and then said, "Our tribe has all kinds of pottery, arrowheads, and a ton of other gear. If you need something, just bring the right supplies for a trade, and hey, if you've got some super rare loot, we're totally open to making a deal." Fu was nodding like a bobblehead. "Got it, you bet." After chow time, everyone crashed. But Fu was in bed doing the toss and turn tango, totally wide awake. The more he stewed on it, the more he realized the Han tribe was basically sitting on a gold mine. The whole cow situation was living rent-free in his head. After mulling it over, he bounced up to find Luo Song, tapping on his door like a mouse. Chief, you still up? I've got something I gotta run by you. Luo Song cracked the door open, looking totally wrecked. What is it this late? Fu put on his most earnest face and said, Chief, I've had an epiphany. So our tribe might not have a ton of assets, but we are the absolute kings of odd jobs. Like, we're amazing at scouting resources, networking with other tribes, and being glorified errand boys. So could you pretty please reconsider the cow deal? You name your terms, and as long as it's something we can pull off, we will go all out. Luo Song crossed his arms, sizing Fu up, thinking to himself, the two tribe must be connected to everyone and their mother, with resources all over the place. It'd be awesome if we could tap into that. He thought for a second before saying, real slow. All right, if you're going to be this extra about it, I'll give it to you straight. Right now, my tribe is having a major wardrobe crisis. The weather's heating up, we've got more people, and we're running out of clothes. If you can hook us up with enough animal hides and linen for new outfits, or even just point us to a jackpot of materials, then we can talk about you getting the cow. Fu's face totally lit up. He puffed out his chest and promised, Don't you worry, Chief. Leave it to us. We're bouncing between tribes all day, every day, so we know all the hot spots for hides and linen around here. Give me 3 days, tops, and I swear I'll find stuff that'll blow your mind. Luo Song let out a little chuckle. I hope you're not all talk. Pull it off, and you can take the cow. If not, don't ever bring this up again. At that moment, watching Fu scamper off, Luo Song was actually filled with a little bit of hype. He knew this could be the Han tribe's big break, a chance to level up and get on the map. On the third day, Fu came sprinting back to the Han tribe. He announced he'd found a place overflowing with hemp plants. The only catch was that the location was crazy far away. Even a speed demon like Luo Song would need a whole day to get there. But Luo Song just smiled and didn't say a word. He just turned around and brought out a massive horned deer. Apparently, by riding it, they could make a round trip in just one day. Fu had seen these deer before, but he never imagined one could be so chill and easy to handle. Seeing Fu's mind blown, Luo Song patiently gave him a crash course on how to ride and steer the deer, even showing him how to hit the brakes. After just one test drive, Fu was completely obsessed with this magical ride. He immediately asked Luo Song if they could add the deer to the original deal. Hearing this, Luo Song shot him down flat. It's either the cow or the deer, my dude. Pick one. The deal I'm offering is already a steal. FU knew better than to push it. On the inside, though, he was already buzzing about their next big collab. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Luo Song and Fu each headed out with 2 deer. Before they left, Luo Song told his crew to start clearing out the wasteland by the north side of the canal. That way, they could plant the hemp the second he got back. The two of them hopped on their mega deer and booked it straight northwest. They figured it'd be an all-day trek, but by the time the sun was high in the sky, they had already rolled up to the spot Fu was talking about. It was this insane green hillside just blanketed in hemp plants. The place had to be over 2,000 acres, but weirdly, not a single other plant was in sight. Luo Song's face immediately fell. This isn't some kind of trap, is it? A huge field this perfect was obviously man-made. If we get caught, we are going to get so wrecked. He whipped his head around to look at Fu. Chief of the Han tribe, isn't this the plant you were looking for? Fu said, pointing to the endless sea of hemp. Luo Song nodded grimly. Yeah, this is the stuff I need, but it obviously belongs to somebody else. Are there any other tribes around here? Fu replied, well, I've heard rumors of a tribe called the Bian, but they're super hostile to outsiders, so we never came this way. Luo Song was so mad. Are you kidding me? Did you do this on purpose? Are you trying to get me jumped? But since they'd come all this way, they couldn't just leave with nothing. The only play was a classic smash and grab. Harvest a ton and then make a run for it. With that genius plan in mind, Luo Song grabbed a huge basket from his deer and started cutting down plants like a maniac. Seeing this, Fu grabbed a bone knife and enthusiastically joined the crime spree. But just as the two were getting in the zone, a Times tap-tap-tapping Times sound echoed from all around, making Luo Song freeze. Oh, crap! We're so dead! We've been caught red-handed. Before they could even process what was happening, they were completely boxed in. A quick scan revealed at least 30 or 40 people, and they were all big, beefy dudes. Luo, Song, and Fu didn't say a word. They just jumped onto their deer and yelled in unison as they tried to charge down the hill and escape. But then, out of nowhere, a bunch of ropes flew out from the crowd, totally blocking their getaway. And just like that, a giant net dropped right on top of them. They were hoisted up like a couple of prize-winning pigs and dragged off toward the hills by 4 huge deer and a bunch of people. Lassung's stomach just dropped. Getting busted for stealing was like beyond humiliating. He looked up and realized the ringleader of this whole operation was some girl with this insanely smug grin plastered on her face, her long black hair just flowing. She was rocking a skirt made of some rough-looking cloth, and okay, she was actually super cute. But Lassung was in no mood to appreciate the scenery. He just whipped his head around to give Du Fu the death glare, since he was dangling in a net too. Dude, this is 100% your fault. In no time, they were hauled into the tribe's village, where the chief was already waiting for them, and what totally floored Lassung was that the chief was a woman, decked out in the same kind of cloth as the girl, but with a cool hooded cloak. And that girl from before? She was smiling like she'd just won the lottery. She strolled right up to Lassung and whined to the chief, "Mother, I found this guy the second he set foot in Ma Tian. You have to give him to me as a reward, right?" I mean, the girl had never seen anyone ride a beast that massive, and let's be real, Lassung was a total hottie. The second she spotted him, her brain went, "Mine. He is absolutely going to be my man." Turns out, this tribe was basically girl power central, a total matriarchy. The chief was a woman in her 30s, and the girl drooling over him was her daughter, Xiaodi. She'd just turned 12 this year, which apparently made her an adult, and they'd just heard about the big spring gathering. They were totally stressing about what kind of guy to find. They never dreamed some prime. A grade man candy would get delivered right to their front door. The chief, Shuang, stepped up to Lassung, checking him out from head to toe. "This one's different. You said he rode a beast to get here?" "That's right. They both did." "Mom, just give him to me. He can be my man. I don't even want to go to the spring gathering anymore." But Shuang was totally lost in thought. He doesn't feel like a regular guy. Her eagle eyes zeroed in on Lassung, especially the bronze crown on his head. She'd never seen bling that sparkly before in her life. She was thinking, no way some average Joe owns something this fancy. She figured he was either a chief or, at the very least, a chief's son. A Nepo baby. Keeping someone like that would be a major drama fest and could totally start a war between their tribes. Just then, some guy from the tribe brought Lassung's bronze spear over to Chief Shuang. "This is theirs, too." Shuang took the spear, noting its razor-sharp golden tip. She thought, if their whole tribe has weapons like this, then kidnapping him is a definite no-go. Then she picked up Lassung's bow and arrow, staring at it forever, completely clueless. Xiao Dai immediately snatched it and started plucking the string like it was a guitar, thinking it was some kind of musical instrument. Lassung was so ticked off he could have chewed rocks. Strumming it like that was going to wreck the bow. Shuang ignored her and pulled an arrow from the quiver. Seeing the feathers in the sharp bronze head, she knew it was a weapon, but she had no clue how to use this dinky little spear. Even though Lassung couldn't understand a word they were saying, he just watched this mother-daughter team fail to figure it out for ages. He could totally guess what she was thinking, so he yelled, "Let me go, and I'll show you how to use it." Shuang didn't get the words, but she got the vibe. She grabbed a bundle of flax and asked, "So why were you trying to steal our flax?" That's when Du Fu, from the net next door, piped up, "We had no idea this stuff belonged to you guys, but you should probably let us go. We're both like tribal chiefs." The crowd around them was totally shook when they heard that. "Wait, how do you know our language?" Lassung shot a glare at Du Fu, the idiot who got him into this mess. He never would have guessed he could actually talk to these people. Part of him wanted to punch him, but another part was like, okay, that's kind of impressive. How does this dude know so many languages? "I am Yu, chief of the Yu tribe. We trade with a lot of other tribes, so I have to learn their languages." Shuang paused, thinking it over. She vaguely remembered there was a Yu tribe. Okay, so she could verify Yu's story, but she was still giving Lassung the side-eye. "And what about him? What makes you say he's a chief, too?" Yu replied that his tribe was, like, way more powerful. Their population is huge, and they've got tons of insane weapons. You really don't want to keep him, or your tribe is going to have a very, very bad day. Hearing that, Shuang was already thinking about cutting Lassung loose. If two evenly matched tribes went at it, it would be a total disaster for both of them, and she was not about that life. But Xiao Di threw a fit, yelling, "We're not afraid of anyone." "Does he have a weapon better than a long spear? That dinky short spear can't even be thrown far." "You're lying. I'm totally keeping him." Du Fu just looked at Xiao Di's stubborn, pouty face, and he just smirked without saying a thing. Honestly, he had no clue how to explain it either. He'd never seen a bow and arrow work, he just knew it was crazy powerful. And when Xiao Di saw that smirk, she totally lost it. "You are lying! You're a liar! And I'm keeping him no matter what!" But Shuang wasn't a bratty teenager. She didn't throw a tantrum, even though she didn't get the bow and arrow. Just looking at that sharp bronze spear told her everything she needed to know. Good weapons meant good hunting, and good hunting meant their tribe was probably way bigger than she wanted to mess with. One look at that crown on Lassung's head, and Shuang knew he was a big deal. Like, chief of a major tribe, big deal. She dragged a practically steaming Xiao Dai back, saying, "Look, I can let you walk, but you've absolutely trashed our thorn grass patch. We're going to be short this year, so what's the payback plan?" The moment her mom mentioned letting them go, Xiao Dai totally lost it. "Mom, no! You can't just let them leave. I'm keeping him. He's my man now." But Shuang, as the actual chief, knew how serious this was. Not happening. He's the leader of another tribe. We can't just hold him hostage. DeFu was losing her patience. So, what's the price for our freedom? Just spit it out so we can leave. Shuang mulled it over for a second, then aimed a finger right at the bow. Lassung's arrows and his deer. We're keeping the weapons and that horned animal too. DuFu shot that down instantly. Absolutely not. Those aren't mine to hand over, and he's definitely not going to give them to you. Lassung pointed to his gear and the deer, looking at DuFu like, "What's she on about?" DuFu explained. She says, "We wrecked their thorn grass patch, so we're supposed to leave the weapons and the deer as payment." Hearing that, Lassung blew a gasket. Isn't that a complete ripoff? I just trimmed a little. I didn't do anything crazy. I didn't even yank them out by the roots. How can she claim I destroyed her thorn grass? Even if I had to pay up, it wouldn't be this insane. But then, something clicked in his head. She said, "We destroyed times the field." Wait, don't tell me they only collect this stuff one time a year? DuFu was completely lost, but she passed the question on to the Bian leader. "You guys only harvest the thorn grass just one time a year?" Shuang was floored. Like, duh, isn't that how it works? The second Lassung saw their confused looks. He knew they had no clue about the plant's potential. He confidently told DuFu to translate, "I'm not giving you my weapons or my deer. In fact, I'm going to keep on harvesting your thorn grass, but I can teach them how to get 5 harvests a year from it." The Bian tribe was completely stunned. You can harvest thorn grass 5 times a year? Wouldn't that mean the total haul would be 5 times bigger? A technique like that is worth a fortune. You have to understand, the Bian tribe doesn't just use the grass for themselves, they use the linen and rope to trade with other tribes, swapping it for food or even new tribe members. So the size of their thorn grass harvest basically decides the entire future of the Bian tribe. If what Lassung was saying was actually true, the Bian tribe would basically have an endless supply of thorn grass. The offer was way too good to pass up. Shuang's eyes lit up, and with a quick wave, she signaled her people to set them free. A few of them scrambled to untie Lassung and DuFu. Lassung got to his feet, coolly adjusted his animal skin kilt, and pointed from Shuang to his weapons, silently demanding them back first. Shuang hesitated for a beat, but one look at his determined stare and that undeniable air of command, and she quickly told Xiao Dai to return his things. Of course, Xiao Di, who was still pouting about losing her future husband, wasn't going to make it easy. She snorted, "Fine, I'll give it back. But you have to show me how to use it first." Lassung just nodded, picked up the longbow, knocked an arrow, and scanned the clearing for a target. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a wild boar tangled in a net. It was still alive, maybe 100 feet away. He drew back the bowstring, gave it a half-second glance, and let the arrow fly. With a 6 times thwump asterisk, the sharp bronze arrowhead tore straight through the boar's side and out the other, embedding itself in the wooden post behind it. The boar let out a horrifying squeal. As blood gushed from the wound, it twitched for a few seconds and then went completely still. The Bian tribe was in total shock, literally trembling at what they just saw. They couldn't get over how powerful that bow was. Suddenly, they were really times glad their chief had agreed to let him go. If the Han tribe ever attacked, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Xiao Dai wasn't fazed by the dead boar in the slightest. In fact, she was cheering. So times how you use it, that's totally awesome. Shuang, on the other hand, was horrified. She had no idea the weapon was that deadly. If that arrow had hit a person instead of a boar, she couldn't even finish the thought. And that was just a single arrow. Lassung's quiver was packed with dozens more arrows than she had men in her entire tribe. A cold chill ran down Shuang's spine. With a weapon that terrifying, they absolutely, positively could not afford to be enemies with the Han tribe. He snuck a peek around, saw the looks of pure shock and fear on everyone's faces, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Asterisk. Yeah, let's see. You try to tie me up like a pig for slaughter now, huh? Asterisk. Lassung pulled his arrow free, slid it back into his quiver, then turned to lead his deer and the whole group back to the linen field. Once they were all gathered, he pointed to the thorn grass and started to explain the right way to harvest it. You don't yank the thorn grass out by the roots. You just cut it right here, he said, pointing to a spot, and it'll grow back faster than you think. You can get 5 or 6 harvests in before the first frost hits. Dufu, right beside him, translated everything he said. The Bian tribe was floored. They'd been ripping the plants up their whole lives. Who knew you could do it differently? Shuang looked at Lassung and asked, "How do you know all this? Have you actually grown thorn grass before?" Lassung lied with a perfectly straight face. "I've been growing it since I was a boy." Xiao Di, surprised, piped up, "Then why were you cutting our grass to take home and weave with?" "You know how to weave?" "Of course I do. And I can weave fabric way better than this stuff. It's wider and a lot thicker than what you've got on." He shot a look at their linen clothes, which honestly looked more like fishnets. "That thing is basically a glorified napkin." "So," Xiao Diap whined, "are you going to teach us or what?" Shuang wasn't buying Luo Sung's act for a second. "Please, those weapons you're flexing are all the proof I need that your tribe knows exactly how to make stuff." "Wow, fresh out of captivity and already back to looking out for number one." "Huh? Yeah, no, I only teach my crew. Unless, you want to join my tribe. Hard pass on joining another tribe, especially one run by dudes." Zhuang shut that down so fast it wasn't even funny. But Luo Sung wasn't expecting a yes. He was just planting a little seed of chaos in their minds. He literally just waved them off and yelled for Dufu to get back to chopping the plants. Shuang kept her mouth shut. A deal's a deal, but you could practically see the gears turning in her head as she cooked up a new plan. A plan to maybe trade with the Han tribe down the line. Luo Sung shot a look back at her, then sized up her crew. "Sure, we can trade, but I'm only taking young recruits and strong guys." Zhuang just nodded like that was totally not a problem. Luo Sung didn't say another word and just got back to it with Dufu. Like 20 minutes later, 4 massive baskets were stuffed with jute, strapped to the deer, and they were all set to bounce. And then, out of nowhere, Xiao Deep lunged for the reins, her knuckles white. "Can you please not go?" This was right as Luo Sung was loading those 4 giant jute baskets, getting ready to head home with Dufu. I mean, the girl was giving him major hard eyes, practically begging him to stay with her desperate rain grab. The second Dufu finished translating her dramatic plea, Luo Sung's face went beet red, but he still gave her a serious headshake. "I've got my own people to look after. I can't stay." Instantly, the waterworks started for Xiao Diep. She bit her lip, looking totally crushed, and asked pitifully, "Then can I at least get your name?" But Luo Sung was done talking. He just squeezed his legs, and the deer bolted. Then, in one smooth move, he knocked an arrow and shot it right into the dirt in front of Xiao Diep. It landed like 6 feet away. Xiao Diep scrambled over, yanked the arrow out of the ground, and started inspecting it like a detective. That's when she saw it. 2 weird square-ish symbols carved into the wood, and a Han character. "Matriarch, this symbol. It's the exact same one he has on his forehead." She passed the arrow to Shuang. "Guard this with your life, and don't you dare mess it up. Let's see if we can reverse engineer this thing." Meanwhile, Dufu and Luo Sung were booking it on their deer, racing against the sunset. With maybe 3 hours of daylight left, they finally made it back to the Han tribe. By then, up on the north bank of that canal they dug, the Du and Han crews had totally cleared a new patch of farmland about 1 acre's worth. Luo Sung grabbed a shovel and started marking out the ground. He was laying out the grid, telling his people to stick the jute seedlings right in the dirt and hit them with some water. That's when Zidai and the elders rolled up to Luo Sung. "Hey, Chief. So, what's the deal with this stuff we're planting to make clothes? The stuff on our backs. The clothes from this plant are super lightweight, totally perfect for summer." The tribe was all nodding, their minds blown. Another new word unlocked, clothes. So that's what you call the things you wear. Anyway, with the Du tribe's job officially done, Du Fu went to find Luo Sung to collect his payment, even with that. Asterisk, tiny asterisk, hiccup on their trip. Luo Sung was a man of his word and handed over that horned deer. He even threw in 1 clay pot and 10 clay bowls as a bonus. As for that whole part where they both got by that other tribe, yeah, they had a silent bro code agreement to never ever bring that up again. I mean, they were both chiefs. Talk about a massive L. The next morning, Du Fu and his people came to say their goodbyes to Luo Sung, promising to link up again at Dream Spring Valley. Luo Sung just watched them disappear over the horizon, looking totally wistful. He was having major FOMO, wishing he could just pack up and go on adventures like them. An elder snapped him out of it, calling from behind, "Chief, what's next on the agenda?" Luo Sung turned, his brain already switching gears to the rice seedlings he'd planted 17 days ago. It was go time, time to transplant them. Without even hesitating, Luo Sung told the elder to round up all the young adults and get the guys started on digging irrigation channels and flood the main field. The elder had zero clue what transplanting even meant, but he just went with it. He'd learned by now that trusting the chief's crazy plans was always the move. And sure enough, the guys, armed with their bronze shovels, busted open the ditch banks. A torrent of water from their man-made river poured into the rice paddy. At the same time, Luo Sung was leading the rest of the crew, pulling up seedlings and tying them into little bundles. Just like he was asked, Mutong was on stick duty, using a measuring tool to chop up a whole pile of little sticks, each one exactly 40 centimeters long. These were going to be their rulers for spacing out the rice. Once everything was prepped, it was class time. Everyone huddled around Luo Sung for the transplanting tutorial. He showed them the technique. Pinch the seedling at the bottom with 2 fingers, shove it straight into the mud, then use the little stick to measure out the spot for the next one. Everyone was like, yeah, got it, but you could tell they didn't. Finally, one of the older guys spoke up, sounding super skeptical. Chief, you're sure we can eat this grass? The second he said it, every single eye in the place snapped to Luo Sung. It was clearly the question everyone was dying to ask, but was too scared to. I mean, they'd seen the payoff from raising animals and planting peanuts, but this stuff was a complete mystery. The vibe was basically that this whole paddy rice project was a massive waste of time. But Luo Sung didn't blow up. He just patiently explained that, yeah, they were right. You can't just chow down on the grass itself. We eat the seeds. And with that mic drop, Luo Sung had someone bring out the last 25 pounds of rice grains for a little show and tell. These, he announced, are the grains this plant makes. They're called paddy. Once you shuck this stuff, it becomes the rice we eat. It's basically a rock right now, so you have to cook it. Seeing a sea of blank stares, Lassung was like, all right, field trip back to the village, stat. He used the leftover paddy to whip up a sample batch for everyone. The elder and Shuda, claiming their backs were too old for farm work, conveniently tagged along to supervise the cooking. Yeah, right. Lassung found a massive jar and used a log to basically beat the shells off the paddy. Before you knew it, the husks were gone, revealing brown rice. He then gave it a quick rinse in a clay pot, for hygiene. He went with a classic 1-to-2 rice to water ratio and popped the pot on the fire. Shuda, ever the critic, peered in at the sad little layer of rice and asked, Chief, you really think that snack-sized portion is going to feed anybody? Hearing that, Lassung just smirked and shot back, O ye of little faith, this stuff blows up when you cook it. The water vanishes, and you're left with this fluffy, poofed-up magic that gets way bigger. The elder and Shuda literally gasped in unison. A food that expands, their minds were blown. Of course, all the little kids swarmed in to see what all the drama was about, and then the pot started smelling so ridiculously good that the kids were basically creating puddles of drool. Even Lassung was getting hyped. That smell was pure nostalgia. It had been way too long since he'd had a decent carb. While the rice was doing its thing, hundreds of tribespeople, fresh from planting, followed their noses straight to the pot, sniffing the air like cartoon characters. And then, the grand finale. A pot of perfectly fluffy, amazing, smelling white rice was served. Lassung announced, "Bowls out. People, single file line." The supply was super limited, so it was samples only. The first few lucky ones in line got their scoops and basically inhaled it. You could hear them humming, going on about how amazing it smelled and how it got all sweet when you chewed it. The gossip spread down the line, and everyone in the back started getting major FOMO. Suddenly it was all, "Hurry up, dude!" The whole tribe was just a chorus of people scraping their bowls clean. I mean, these guys live on jerky, so tasting something this soft, chewy, and sweet was a total game changer. It was a whole new world of flavor. After that, the Lassung Hate Club officially disbanded. In fact, bringing back rice basically made him a tribal celebrity. His approval rating shot through the roof. With the rice drama settled, Lassung went full-on project manager. The guys were on chopping wood, catching chickens, hunting, smelting copper, making pottery, and woodworking. The women were assigned to firing bricks, fishing, raising livestock, and refining rock salt. The whole salt refining thing was basically a repeat of his nitrate recipe. First, get the gross stuff out of the mineral salt, then boil it in clean water. Finally, let the water piece out and voila, salt crystals. This fancy white salt wasn't just for them, it was their new export product. He was dead serious about the upcoming spring fair. This was their big break. So they had to crank out more salt and pottery. He figured everyone needs that stuff, so it was a guaranteed sell. The next problem, they needed a serious ride to haul all their precious cargo to these far-flung markets. Their whole business plan depended on it. So Lassung calls up Mutong for a progress report on the four-wheeler. Mutong, a man of action, doesn't even talk. He just grabs over a dozen guys from the woodshop and they roll out this four-wheeled beast right in front of Lassung. Lassung was floored. He never knew his boy Mutong was this much of a genius. He'd only asked for a dinky two-wheeled cart, but this was practically a convertible carriage. It had a massive cargo bed and everything, just no roof. All they had to do was throw an animal hide canopy on top and it'd be a legit luxury vehicle. And get this, it even had a bench seat up front for two people. All it needed was a couple of oxen hooked up and someone in the driver's seat. Lassung was gushing, telling Mutong how awesome he was, and then gave him a few notes for version 2.0. Mutong was totally stoked and got his crew right back on it. This time, with Lassung acting as creative director, the first ever ox cart in human history was finished in just 3 days. For real. This thing was a masterpiece. Exactly what Lassung had pictured. It was sleek, classy, and super functional. And the fuel economy was insane. Just one bale of hay per 100 kilometers. Before you knew it, the first month of spring was almost toast, and what a month it was. The Han tribe's productivity was off the charts. They plowed fields, planted crops, mined ore, made salt, won a battle, and even acquired the Shu tribe. Talk about a glow up. They even scored some hemp seeds from the border tribe. Life was getting better every single day, but there was one tiny issue. Lassung's dream of a fortified city was still just a dream. Building a city wall takes a ton of manpower, and the Han tribe was only rocking a little over 350 people. It was time to use their pottery and salt to make a killing at the spring fair. To make packing less of a nightmare, Lassung had Luzi design some new stackable pots, flat bottoms, wide mouths, and wooden lids for maximum space saving. The salt got packed into wooden barrels, all sealed up tight. Lassung was micromanaging the loading process like a hawk. The spring fair was in 6 days, and to avoid a total panic, he wanted to hit the road early. He called Da Shu over for the while I'm gone talk. Da Shu's new job was to babysit the entire tribe and, more importantly, guard the new crops. Feeling the weight of this trust, Da Shu gave his chest a dramatic pound. He swore he'd protect every single person in the tribe. Then he glanced over at Shu Da, who was just hanging around. Sung handed the tin crown he'd made to Shu Da and said, during the time, Shu Da, you're on hunting duty and whipping the newbies into shape. That means bow and spear practice, like every single day. So when Shu Da saw Da Shu snagging this massive gig, he was totally salty about it. But then Luo Sung whipped out a crown for him, a total twin to Da Shu's, and poof, all that jealousy just vanished. He was all giddy, playing with his shiny new tin crown. Last but not least, Luo Sung gave the elder and Shu Fu a crucial mission. Eyeball the rice paddies daily and make sure the water was at least a hand deep. Even though those two were basically ancient, they were still itching to pull their weight for the tribe. So, with a new purpose in life, they were totally on board. Once all the jobs were handed out, Luo Sung rallied the troops to head out. For this little spring festival road trip, he was keeping the entourage small, just a few of the grown-up guys. You had Dali, who was finally back on his feet, plus Du-Er, Shoya, Shi-Tu, and a couple of dudes from the woodworking crew, making a grand total of 6 guys. On top of that, there was an army of 20 fresh-faced young adults, led by Chi, Da Mieng, Da Mao, and Air Mao, who were basically their chaperones. Mutong got the glamorous job of being the ox cart's designated driver. Luo Sung and his 5 OG warriors were cruising on giant deer, while the other 20 teens had to buddy up, sharing 10 large deer between them. So this powerhouse crew of 27 hit the road, heading southwest for the Dream Spring Valley. The trail was a total cakewalk, winding through some chill forests and rolling grassy hills. When it got dark, they found a sweet clearing to make camp and circled up around a few bonfires. Luo Sung had his guys set up a night watch schedule and was just about to crash. But right as he was drifting off, he heard Shoya yelling for him, "Chief, wake up! We've got company coming up from behind, and it looks like they're headed to the Spring Festival, too." Hearing this, Luo Sung rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, shot up, and squinted at the line of torches getting closer. As they finally got near, Luo Sung finally got a good look and recognized the crew. The leader, all decked out in some rough-looking cloth, was from the Bian tribe. And get this, their squad was way bigger than his. They were rolling deep with 10 adult dudes and 20 young women, add their leader, and you've got a whopping 51 people. They were also hauling a bunch of stuff to trade, like ropes, nets, that same scratchy cloth, and even some giant bones. Right on cue, Xiao Dai started whining. Mom, I'm so thirsty. We haven't had water this entire trip, and honestly, I don't even care about going to Dream Valley to find a boy anymore. Of course, her mom saw right through that. What mother doesn't know exactly what's going on in her daughter's head? So she totally called her out right then and there. Don't even try it. I know exactly what you're thinking. He's the chief of another tribe. He's not joining ours, so drop it already. Just then, one of the adult guys ran up to the bickering mother-daughter duo. Chief, there's another tribe camped just up ahead. You want us to go check them out? The second Xiao Dai heard there were people up ahead, she was all over Shuang's sleeve, whining, Mom, let's go see. Please, I'm so thirsty. Shuang glanced back at the rest of her tribe. Every single one of them had been water-free for half a day and were dying of thirst. Shuang gave a nod, and that was all the permission Xiao Dai needed. She took off running. In like 2 seconds, she spotted the Han tribe's signature top-knot hairstyle and started cheering. Mom, look! It's the Han tribe! Let's go hit them up for some water! Shuang just shot her a look and muttered under her breath, their tribe's journey was even longer than ours. What makes you think they have any water left? Just then, Luo Sung himself strolled over, recognizing the new arrivals as Shuang and Xiao Di. Han Chief, you guys got any water to spare? We're completely out. Could we maybe trade you for some? Shuang gestured while she talked to Luo Sung. He just frowned. Trade? For water? All you've got is that raggedy junk. Other than your people, you have nothing worth my time. Luo Sung waved his hand, signaling a trade was off the table, and told them to follow him. He led them over to the back of the four-wheeled ox cart and hopped up to grab a huge ceramic bowl from the front. The Bian tribe folks were absolutely floored. Whoa, what is that thing? Did they seriously bring their whole house on wheels? Is their chief really holding a stone bowl? Okay, so they have a stone bowl. Big deal. Where's the water? A bowl's pretty useless if it's empty. Then they all just watched as Luo Sung went to the back of the cart and tipped a massive, round wooden barrel onto its side, yanked a wooden plug out of the top, and a stream of perfectly clear water came gushing out. One of the younger guy's jaws practically hit the floor. Is that thing for water? It's seriously massive. You could probably stuff a whole person in there. Luo Sung completely ignored him and just handed the full bowl of water to Shuang. Go ahead, drink up. No trade needed. Shuang placed her right hand over her heart, gave a little bow to thank Luo Sung, then passed the bowl back and forth with Xiao Di. That bowl of water was gone in seconds, and seeing the massive crowd still waiting behind them, Luo Sung just handed the bowl to Da Mieng to start dishing out water to everyone else. Shuang asked, Han Chief, you guys headed to the Spring Festival too? Maybe our tribes could, travel together? Luo Sung knew exactly what she was up to. She was just trying to leech off his portable water supply. He thought about it for a hot second and decided, why not? If his hunch was right, those young dudes she brought along were probably on the trading block too. And just like that, the Bian tribe crashed the Han tribe's campfire party. Some of them passed out, while the rest just stared at the Han people and all their cool gear, whispering and pointing. The next morning, just as the sun was coming up, the amazing smell of roasting meat started drifting through the camp. Breakfast was served, Han tribe style, a feast of rabbits and ground squirrels that the Night Watch had picked off with their bows. The Bian tribe was basically drooling over the incredible smell, whipped out his jerky for a little BBQ action. Lassung, looking all cool by the fire, skewered a rabbit liver on a stick and started dusting it with salt and some mysterious red powder. It didn't take long for that crazy good smell to totally lure Xiao Dai over. She was practically drooling, her eyes glued to Lassung as he twirled the skewer. Once it was perfectly roasted, he played the gentleman and sliced off half for her with his little knife. So, Lassung started grilling his own jerky over the flames. He was just chilling by the bonfire, expertly rotating this rabbit liver on a stick that he'd seasoned with salt and chili. And in a hot second, that wild, delicious scent pulled Xiao Dai in like a magnet. She was totally captivated, swallowing hard as he spun the tasty morsel. He let it cook all the way through, then carved off a piece just for her. She'd been staring at it like it was the last piece of food on earth. Xiao Dia's face lit up as she grabbed the liver and took a huge bite. A few seconds later, her face was beet red, and her jaw dropped open, and she was desperately fanning her mouth. But oh my god, she refused to spit it out. Lassung almost died laughing, but decided to be nice for once, and gave her a bowl of cold water. She chugged like 2 massive gulps before she could even breathe again. What even is this flavor? It's totally insane, but I'm kinda obsessed. Lassung explained it was chili, and that feeling was called spicy. Then Xiao Dai pointed to a bag of white crystal-looking stuff and was like, Okay, so what's with the white powder? So Lassung put a little pinch of salt in her palm. That's white salt. It's salty, obviously, and it'll make you strong so you don't get wiped out on long trips. Plus, you'll have way more energy for, you know, work. Shouty licked it and her eyes went wide. She totally freaked out and sprinted back to her mom. She knew this stuff was a game changer for their tribe. Just as Shuang was about to say something, Xiao Di shoved a little salt right in her mouth. The taste made her cringe, but she choked it down. She immediately grabbed Xiao Di's hand, demanding, "Where did you get this? Did that Han tribe chief give it to you? He has, like, a mountain of it." And with that, Xiao Di literally dragged her mom over to Lassung. And get this, nobody saw the sneaky little smirk on Lassung's face. Heh heh, got him. Hook, line, and sinker. He played it all casual and handed the snakeskin pouch of white salt to Shuang. She took it, dipped her finger in for a taste, and then made this little clicking sound, totally savoring that pure, salty goodness. She was practically buzzing with excitement. "Chief of the Han, where did you find this white salt? Can you, like, trade some with us?" And he's all cool like, "Oh, our tribe? We make it ourselves. Sure, we can trade. How about one bowl of white salt for one dude?" Shuang actually had to think about it for a second. I mean, those guys were basically on the trading block anyway. She agreed instantly, but then tried to trade 20 guys all at once, probably hoping Lassung would sweeten the deal with extra salt. He pretended to think it over and then nodded. Then Lassung led her to the back of his ox cart, and when he pulled back the animal skin cover, the entire Bian tribe just shut up. The cart wasn't just loaded with pottery, there were these massive wooden barrels too. With all that stuff, and all of it in containers, they could have traded a single tiny thing for a whole person. The Han tribe was ridiculously loaded, but when Lassung deliberately popped the lids off those barrels, everyone completely lost their minds. Oh my god, were all those giant barrels filled with white salt? Shuang couldn't even process it. Salt was super expensive and rare, let alone primo white salt like this, and the Han tribe had tons of it. Right then and there, her whole "we're an independent tribe" thing started to look real shaky. I mean, hooking up with a tribe as rich as the Han was definitely something to think about, and that's when Lassung spotted a bunch of big wooden buckets on their cart filled with their own crusty, natural salt. Suddenly, all the people who were totally against merging with another tribe started having second thought. If it was the Han tribe, a group that was obviously rolling in it, well, that changed the entire conversation. Yeah, suddenly it wasn't such a crazy idea. Lassung scooped out a heaping bowl of salt from his barrel, probably weighing like 3 pounds. Using that much salt to trade for one person was his absolute final offer. He wasn't going a pinch higher. Then Lassung was like, "You guys got to bring your own bags, though." That totally snapped her out of her daze. She immediately told Zhao Di to go grab some animal skin bags from their people. They ended up filling 2 huge sacks, so heavy that it took the 2 strongest guys in their tribe just to carry them. And just like that, the 20 dudes from her tribe were officially on his team now. His crew just jumped from 27 people to 47. Lassung was seriously hyped about it. He hadn't even made it to the big spring meetup and he'd already scored a massive win. This was like a super good omen for the rest of the trip. A little while later, the whole squad hit the road again. But this time, they were moving at a crawl, mostly because besides Lassung and Xiao Di chilling on the ox cart, everyone else was stuck walking. The 20 new guys who just joined had to share the reindeer with Lassung's original 20 dudes. They kept heading southwest like this for another 2 days. Then, on day 3, Lassung's crew runs into another party, and who's in it but Du Fu, also cruising on a huge reindeer. Next to him were his 2 little sons, maybe 3 or 4 years old. With Lassung were all his own people, plus this other tribe they were traveling with, called the Serpent Tribe. The Serpent crew was 31 people deep, 10 adult warriors, 10 teen boys, and 10 teen girls. Their leader was this super old dude with white hair and a crazy long beard, probably the most extra person Lassung had seen since he got here. This guy was literally being pulled on a sled big enough for 4 people, was like totally chilling with this massive snake. The second Dufuk spotted Lassung. He practically lost his mind and ran over, all like, "Chief Han, I can't believe you guys are here already. Let me intro you. This is Exathu from the Snake Tribe." Apparently, the snake he's wearing is their divine snake. And this thing is supposed to be, like, totally magical. Like, even if a super venomous snake bites you, one little nibble from this divine snake and poof, you're cured. I got bit by a nasty snake when I was a kid, and my dad had to drag me to this snake for the antidote. Du Fuc was totally puffing his chest out, bragging to Lassung. I guess he's tight with the snake tribe or whatever. But Lassung was giving him major side-eye, not buying the whole magic snake story for a second. Still, if it actually times could times cure snake bites, maybe it wasn't a complete lie. Lassung remembered hearing stories about these ancient wandering healers, and how some of them basically raised their own pharmacy of venomous snakes to, like, heal people. So, staring down this totally ancient era doctor, Lassung figured he should probably be polite, so he puts his hand over his heart and gives Xathu this little nod. Xathu nods back, but the old guy's eyes were completely locked on Lassung's ox cart. I mean, the dude had clearly never seen a ride that slick before. His little sled thing looked like a go-kart next to Lassung's limo-level cart. So, the whole squad, like all four groups making almost 160 people, kept moving. Du Fuc was practically drooling over the dozen-ish riders on horseback with Lassung, just green with envy. He was totally daydreaming about his tribe having sweet deer mounts too. Then he turns to Lassung and goes, "So, Chief Han, you got any jobs for us? I'm trying to score some more animal horns." But let's be real. Lassung was so overtrading for livestock, his tribe was running low. He shut Du Fuc down immediately. "Yeah, we're not doing the whole animal horn thing anymore. From now on, you get paid and other stuff for jobs." Du Fuc looked super bummed for like a second. But the little schemer already had a plan B. I mean, the guy just wanted a ride, that's all it was. It doesn't times have times to be a deer. That ox cart is pretty sick, right? He asks Lassung, "Hey, Chief Han, so, like, can I have one of those ox carts? I'll literally do anything for you." Fuc was so delusional. Lassung was thinking, "Dude, that cart took forever to build. You think I'm just going to hand it over? Get real. But I could hook you up with a push cart." Lassung shot back, "A push cart will cost you 50 adults, and if you want an ox, that's another 10 people. Lassung just laid it all out, no sugarcoating, and I'm going to guess your little tribe doesn't have that many people, but I bet you're resourceful. Du Fuc, full of swagger, shot back, "You're right. I can get you at least 100 people, but I want the big four-wheeler plus 2 oxen to pull it." Lassung didn't even argue back right away. He was just trying to figure out where Du Fuc got all this nerve. The leader of a tiny 50-person tribe claiming he can rustle up over 100 adults? If he was talking about snatching people, Lassung wanted zero part of that drama. Du Fuc quickly backpedaled. No, it's not like that. The people I'm talking about are all wild people." The term wild people literally stopped Lassung in his tracks. He was thinking, in my book, asterisk, you guys, times are the wild ones. There's a level below this. Seeing Lassung's total confusion, Du Fuc started explaining. "So these wild people are basically loners, mostly folks with disabilities who got ditched by their tribes, or total outcasts who got kicked out for messing up." Lassung thought about it for a hot second and was like, deal. His tribe had tons of work and plenty of room. The disabled folks could totally work with the crafters, and the troublemakers could be put on grunt duty. Lassung wasn't even worried about them acting up. But the clock was ticking, so he demanded the people be delivered to the Han tribe before the second month. Du Fuc was all, "You got it," nodding like a bobblehead. After that, he totally bailed on the spring festival and bounced with his crew. I mean, the dude had a mission. So the group, now down to about 100 people, kept heading southwest. Later that night, as they were going over this little hill, Lassung and Dak Ni spotted something. It was 3 grown-up terror birds just chilling by their nest. Lassung immediately sent Dak Ni to go get back up while he stayed behind to spy on them. The 3 birds were just having a snack in their nest, totally vibing and completely clueless that Lassung was watching. A little while later, the rest of the crew showed up. It was all the people from the Han tribe, plus the Snake tribe times and times 6 warriors from the Beyond tribe. Lassung's eyes started twitching when he saw the crowd. There were only 3 birds. Why did they bring an entire army? Dak Ni came over to report. "Look, Chief," I told him, "but those 2 tribes basically forced their way in. They said, we've already hunted everything on this trail, and they're literally starving." Lassung told him to let them know they could have one of the 3 terror birds, but the feathers were non-negotiable, they belonged to us. Then he told the rest of them to make themselves useful and go get firewood, since they only needed 16 people for the actual hunt, while the B team babysat the ox cart. Once One Ear wrapped up his little powwow with the 2 tribes, they all scampered up a hill for a front row seat. Lassung let out this insane battle cry, and his deer just times launched, times forward. The other 15 guys split into 2 squads, hot on Lassung's tail. The 3 so-called terror birds, who were in the middle of arguing over lunch, just stopped dead in their tracks. Seriously, they'd never seen a spectacle like this before. They all craned their freaky long necks and let out these ear-splitting squawks, trying to spook the humans into running. But Lassung? He was coming in hot. Backing down wasn't even in his vocabulary. He yelled for his crew to launch their spears, totally boxing in those overgrown chickens. Realizing the humans weren't just not times running, but were actually on the offensive, the birds started to totally freak out. With nowhere to run, their only move was to charge straight at Lassung. And as they got closer and closer, he ducked low, leveling his spear like a missile. The second they collided, that spear went straight through the bird's chest with so much force it popped right out its back. Ouch. Lassung gave a little tug on the reins, and his deer just glided past the thing like it was nothing. In that one insane moment, the spear tip sticking out of the bird's back got yanked clean out. Savage. And just like that, with one hit, the terror bird dropped, totally done for. The other two didn't last much longer. Mao, and Big Mouth, the dynamic duo, teamed up. They nailed one in the neck and back, and it went down immediately. The last bird made the mistake of squaring up with Beast Fang. It went in for a peck, but Beast Fang just casually lifted his spear a little. And bam, parried the attack and took it out instantly. Meanwhile, Little Deep, watching from the cheap seats on the ox cart, literally jumped to her feet, screaming, "Mom, the Han tribe leader is like asterisk so times strong." Swang was thinking the exact same thing. The Han tribe didn't just have a hottie for a leader, they were loaded and had a whole squad of buff warriors. A tribe like that? Yeah, you definitely wanted to get in on that. Swang's wheels were turning. She turned to her daughter and asked, "So, Deep, what's the verdict on the Han tribe leader? If I gave you the green light to be with him, would you go for it?" Little Deep was totally caught off guard for a second. Then she nodded so fast her head almost fell off, but then she was like, "Wait, but don't the guys in our tribe always have to marry into our time's family? I mean, I like him and all, but I've never even considered marrying into the Han tribe. Besides, she couldn't imagine leaving her mom." Swang sighed. The guy was a chief. He wasn't exactly going to pack up and move in with them. All they could do was table the discussion for later and really think it through. When Lassung and his crew dragged the 3 giant bird carcasses back, they decided to call it a day and set up camp. The Han tribe called dibs on the feathers, but the meat was for everybody. As they were all roasting dinner over the fire, Little Deep could not stop making eyes at Lassung. And our boy, being completely clueless, was starting to feel super awkward. He had to bounce and get some air. The night breeze was chill, the sky was packed with stars. Honestly, the vibe was pretty amazing. Lassung glanced southwest towards Dream Valley. Just up ahead was this big, rolling hill, and he could just barely make out what looked like a million fireflies blinking on the other side. Right on cue, she too sidled up next to Lassung, followed his gaze, and muttered, "Dream Valley, it's a pretty magical place. They've got scorpions that glow in the dark, and even the trees light up. At night, the lake glows, too. Perfect spot for young folks to, you know." The old man was rambling on, but honestly, Lassung could barely hear him over the constant hissing of the giant snake wrapped around the guy's body. Lassung made a mental note to maintain a healthy social distance from this creepy old dude. I mean, that was one seriously gnarly-looking snake. Anyway, the next morning, the whole crew hit the road again. With she two leading the way, they pushed on without a break and finally hit the edge of Dream Valley around 2 in the afternoon. The place was shaped like a massive claw, which was kind of cool. Right in the center was this freshwater lake, probably 3,000 to 4,000 acres, and it was surrounded by flowers everywhere. And get this, swarms of butterflies the size of your hand were just floating around. The most common tree was some kind of willow Lassung had never seen in his life. The leaves were pure white with just a hint of pink, and a billion branches were swaying in the breeze like a girl's long hair. It was the kind of thing that made all the young dudes' hearts do a little flutter. Faced with a scene straight out of a fairy tale, the girls couldn't help themselves. They immediately started running through the flowers and chasing butterflies, and making gorgeous flower crowns. Of course, the guys? They were just standing there gawking like a bunch of morons. Lassung strolled over and booted them in the butt. "What are you guys staring at? Never seen a girl before? Get to work and unload the cart." Of course, he was totally thinking to himself that in a place this beautiful, finding cute girls probably wouldn't be an issue. The guys just laughed sheepishly, scratching their heads as they finally started setting up camp. They tied up their horses by the willows where the grass was super green and lush, letting them munch out for a couple of days. About a dozen guys hauled over a huge rock and started setting up a display with all their pottery and fancy white salt. The Weaving tribe claimed the spot right next to the Han tribe. They strung up some nets between 2 trees to make hammocks and laid out their homemade sandals and ropes for their little pop-up shop. Turns out this one crew was basically running a 5-star clinic. So naturally, that afternoon, it became a total scene, with every other tribe crashing the party one after another. The locals were bugging out. They'd never seen a get-together get this out of hand. So get this, the Tong tribe rolls up looking totally shredded in rocking outfits made of, like, actual leaves. They were absolute pros at climbing, especially on vines. I swear they didn't even touch the ground the entire day. Then the Chow tribe shows up with the hookup raisins and brown sugar. Apparently, they'd already figured out how to dry grapes and press juice for sugar, but get this, they were carrying these massive turtle shells on their backs. I'm not kidding. They looked exactly like a real-life Ninja Turtle squad. Then the Exoa tribe struts in, each one holding a three-pronged spear like they owned the place, and they were total beasts at spearfishing. Meanwhile, the Quan tribe was decked out in wild chicken feathers, but let's just say they had zero rhythm. Turns out their one talent was snatching wild chickens. And the party just kept growing. More tribes started pouring in until, by sunset, the whole place was mobbed with about 20 tribes and nearly 1,000 people. All the young people in the valley were totally speechless, and then everyone just gasped at the exact same time. At that moment, the entire valley